The Witches. Onyx Lysandra Black. The Onyx Queen, mother of Gideon and Ezra. Gideon Black. The elder Onyx Prince, son of Lysandra. Gideon is also one of the 6 fated blood warriors and is soul bonded to Calla Rosewood. Ezra Black. The younger Onyx Prince, son of Lysandra. Caspian, Cass Ironside, an Onyx Witch and Gideon's best friend. Kestrel's Beta in the Onyx Queen's Guild, alongside Gideon. Kestrel Lighthollow, commander in the Onyx Queen's Guild. Rouge Myrea, the Rouge Queen. Calla, Calla Rosewood, a blood siphon and one of the 6 fated blood warriors. She is soul bonded to Gideon Black. Hannah Carmine, Calla's and Delphine's best friend, trained in necromancy and dark magic. The Sirens. Delphine DeLune, Calla's and Hannah's best friend, formerly part of Reniel's shoal in the Siren Sea. Reniel, leader of a shoal in the Siren Sea. Celeste, member of Reniel's shoal, Delphine's former roommate and love interest. Eros, member of Reniel's shoal. Zephyr, member of Reniel's shoal. Bellator, Reniel's brother. The Valkyries. Ignea, the queen of the Valkyries. Amina, a once exiled Valkyrie and Lyra's and Sabine's best friend. Sabine, Lyra's and Amina's best friend. Lyra, they/them, Sabine's and Amina's best friend. Meli, Sabine's ex. Others. The gods of fate, 4 beings who rule over Illistros. The Wayfarer, a mysterious magical being who is cursed to roam the planet. Jack of all trades, Hikim, Calla's former landlord and leader of the largest black market trading group in Estrella. Human. Witch Eater, they/them, ancient immortal being that resides in a cottage within the never-ending forest and tracks the affairs of the gods of fate. M, she/they, the Witch Eater's familia, a soulless shapeshifter bound to do the Witch Eater's bidding until their debt is paid. The flames devouring the night around the witch cracked like breaking bones. He could feel the call of the witch's die thrumming through his veins as he got closer and closer to the spawn site. The pounding of footsteps echoing in the distance and the blazing inferno at his back spurred on his pace until he reached a breakneck speed. This was a race, and the price of losing was death. A harsh expletive slipped from his lips as his muscles tightened in pain. He wasn't sure how much more his body could take at this rate, the spasms in his calves making his stride wooden. Just as he was about to crash over his breaking point, he finally saw it. The crimson beacon of light emitting from the witch's die, twinkling through the thicket of the bloodroot field ahead, luring him closer and closer to his long-awaited fate. A cry of relief fell from his mouth in sync with the shout of someone behind him, but they were too late. He crashed into the field, swiping bloodroot stalks from his path, trampling their thorned vines under his heavy boots. There it was. He dove toward the cursed cube, scooping it up and tossing it back down in a blink. The soldiers at his back caught up an instant later, but by the time they hauled him to his feet, the magic die had already settled onto its chosen number, 5. A burst of golden light erupted from the witch's left arm, and the soldiers paused in shock. He grinned as he looked down at the black dots that mapped out his rolls of fate, nerves humming with anticipation as the 6th and final number appeared. An instant later, the fateful marks began turning into a gilded constellation on his arm, each dot shimmering to life one by one. When the golden light finally faded away, he felt the magic in his core shift into something different, something colder. He spun to face the band of rouge soldiers surrounding him in the middle of the bloodroot now, the thorned plants wilting from the growing heat around them. One of the rouge witches unsheathed a dagger from their belt and lunged forward, jabbing the weapon right into his abdomen. The tip of the blade pierced the material of his shirt without hesitation, but when the sharp point met his skin beneath, the steel bent and curled in on itself. He knew then that the curse was locked into place, that all the rumors were true. His flesh would no longer be penetrated by weapons, his physical being now impervious to any magic or harm. Someone in the distance shouted a gruff order, but the world around him had faded. In this moment, it was just him and his destiny, more tangible than it had ever been before. Relief and fear flooded his body in equal measure as the laughter that bubbled out of his throat became wilder than the encroaching flames. The fifth blood warrior had been chosen. Delphine de Lune was surrounded by darkness. She was sitting against the rocky wall of her cell, bound in chains, with her head drooping in exhaustion. There was no way to tell exactly how long she had been down here, but it was long enough for the webbing between her fingers and toes to fully grow back in. A metallic clang vibrated through the water, and she lifted her head to see the door of the cell opening, her silver hair floating up around her face with the movement. A tall silhouette hovered in the doorway. Delphine's eyes slowly adjusted to the intruding brightness, a sharp pang shooting through her head as she strained to focus on the details of the person's face. She didn't need to be able to see to know exactly who was before her, however. The man who strutted forward was a waking nightmare, one that made her entire body clench with the anticipation of pain. He sank down until he was at her eye level, a glint of light bouncing off something around his neck. A key. A wicked smile slashed across his face. "Ready, Moonlight?" Delphine let out a vicious scream of rage as he gathered her chains and dragged her out of the room. Thunder rolled through the tempestuous sky above the never-ending forest as Calla stalked through the woods. Rain was pouring down around her, soaking her hair and saturating her clothes until they clung to her body like a second skin. The ground beneath her shoes had turned to mud, the pungent smell of earth permeating the air as she blinked droplets of water from her eyelashes. The scream of terror hadn't been too much farther ahead. Calla wove through the trees, ducking out of reach of the twisted branches that jutted into her path. Her steps made an awful squelching sound as the mud tried to glue her feet in place, but her momentum never slowed. Not until she reached what she was looking for, or rather, who she was looking for. There, a few yards away, caught in a trap Caspian had made out of vines with meticulous expertise, was a very familiar green-haired nymph. Calla surged forward, the pounding of her steps echoing the onslaught falling from the sky. When she halted in front of the nymph struggling in the makeshift net, a spike of triumphant adrenaline shot through her veins. Every time the nymph tugged against the tangled trap, the vines constricted tighter and tighter. "Let me go!" she cried, panic seeping into her gaze. "No," Calla answered, her voice nearly drowned out by the rain. "You owe me something, and I'm here to collect." The roar of the tempest swirling above them was climbing to a crescendo now. The nymph looked as if she were about to respond with something cutting when her eyes flicked over Calla's shoulder, relief replacing the panic. Before Calla could turn, she felt the cool press of a knife against her throat. She swallowed, and the steel blade scraped at her skin, but she didn't so much as flinch.
"Don't make a single move," a voice hissed from behind. It was the rose-haired nymph, whose name was too buried in a foggy memory to remember. And Calla smiled with satisfaction that she'd managed to lure them both here much faster than she expected. "Have you forgotten what I am?" Calla tilted her head, letting the knife glide over her wet skin and leave a shallow cut.
She felt a hot trickle of blood drip from the wound down her neck. "Ill spill your blood," the nymph began. But before she could get the entire threat out, Calla was reaching up to grip her wrist like a vice, causing the knife to dig even deeper for a sharp moment. Calla focused on the way the nymph's chest heaved against her back in fear, as her inner siphon locked on to its mark. The nymph tried to pull away, but Calla spun, mud splattering underfoot, hand shooting out to grip the woman's throat this time. Whatever impression that the two of you, this forest, or the gods might have been under before, let me assure you, I am no longer someone you want to play your little games with, Calla said, in an even tone, as her magic fully awakened and stretched in her bones. You owe my friend and me each a favor, and I'm not leaving until we receive them. To drive the point home, Calla carefully reached out with her magic and drained a kernel of the nymph's energy. Just enough to make her blood sing with anticipation, and the woman's pulse to go into overdrive with fear. "Please," the nymph choked out, the knife in her hand falling to the ground at their feet. "We'll settle our debt. Just let Gabby go." "Gabby," Calla's mind parroted as she recognized the trapped nymph's name. Calla's last encounter with the two of them had been too hazy to commit any of the details to memory. But tonight she was prepared for any mind tricks the two of them might attempt. She had ingested a handful of glamour-resistant elderberries Caspian had been collecting during their journey, the same ones Gideon had tied around her wrist before they entered the forest, since the bracelet had been lost during the chaos in their showdown with the Hydra, right before everything went from bad to worse. "I want a way to bring someone back from the dead," Calla ordered, as the worst of those memories threatened to drag themselves out of the dark pit of her mind. Gabby's emerald eyes bulged at Calla's demand. "We cannot perform that kind of magic." "Then you're going to find me someone who can," Calla asserted. "Darcy and I cannot do that sort of magic," Gabby continued, "but you can. You're a rouge witch. Your queen chose the source of her line's magic to be both blood and bones, life and death." Calla's eyes narrowed at the suggestion. "Necromancy only reanimates the dead. It doesn't reconnect the soul. And I won't use dark magic." She thought of Hannah. After years of being forced to perform necromancy, Hannah's magic had gone dormant, and now her friend became violently sick every time she even attempted to access it. "If it's a soul you're looking for, the avenues to get a spirit back are not as easy to find," Darcy inserted, the tight grip Calla maintained on her neck making the words a bit faint. "Valkyries, for example, can harvest souls and ferry them wherever they'd like, as well as summon them directly from the afterlife. But finding one willing to do such a task wouldn't be easy." "Out of the question," Calla shook her head. "Next." "None of the alternatives really matter if the corpse you're trying to reconnect a soul with doesn't have a heart," Darcy taunted. Calla sucked in a breath. "How the hells do you know about that?" "We know plenty. Whispers of what may have happened at the witch-eater's cottage have reached every edge of the forest, but most of that is just petty gossip. The real damning truth is in the absence of the Valkyrie, which can only mean one thing. She's paid her exile's debt."
Darcy's eyes gleamed with delighted spite. "Quite the ruckus you've caused, even by the never-ending forest standards." "You're lucky I'm not requesting your heart to bring him back," Calla snapped, so close to unleashing her body's urge to siphon even more and wipe the smugness from the nymph's face. "I'm not in the mood for your judgmental tone." The gleam in Darcy's eyes dimmed at the silent threat beneath Calla's hold. "Good. Back to the point," Calla pressed on. "Heart aside, how do I get a soul back?" Hearts were replaceable, souls were not. "The Valley of Souls," Gabby blurted out. "If the Valkyrie hadn't reaped his soul, then it would have gone there. You can open a gateway to the Valley of Souls with the right ingredients and spell, and then bring a soul back here with you." "What ingredients? What spell?" Calla demanded. "Summoning gateways requires an unprecedented amount of power and a token from the place you're trying to get to," Darcy said. "As for the spell, again, we don't do such magic. You're on your own for that." "You mean a token from the Valley of Souls specifically?" Both girls nodded. "That's what I want from you then," Calla requested. Darcy smiled wickedly. "Sorry, you used up your favor already. You wanted to know a way to bring someone back from the dead, and we provided you with the directions to do so. You should choose your words more carefully next time you want to demand more than that." This ought to have brought on Calla's ire, but she felt absolutely nothing. It was as if all her emotions in the last 24 hours had been replaced by a glacial apathy that was slowly spreading through her mind and body like poison. Even the torrent of rain pelting down on her skin felt little more than an inconvenience. She wondered if the moment Ezra had lost his heart, she had lost hers as well. Calla finally let Darcy go and watched unmoved as the woman began coughing. Instead of arguing, Calla stated, "You still owe the Onyx Prince a favor. I'll make sure we choose our words extra carefully for that one." Darcy wrinkled her nose with disdain. "You and that prince better watch your backs. You'll need much more than calling in a favor or two to get you out of the mess you're in. How's that soul bond treating you so far?" Calla narrowed her eyes. "What do you know about the soul bond?" The gleam in Darcy's eyes was back. "Ah, so that rumor is true." Damn it. Calla knew better than to be goaded into revealing her business to a fae, especially with such an easy trap. "Since she was already here, though, do you?" she began, but Darcy cut off her words with a mocking giggle. "Do we know how to break the bond? Sorry, we don't possess magic strong enough to sever a link that ingrained. I wouldn't bother trying to call in that favor." She paused. "Why? Tired of the elder Onyx Prince already? I thought he was the one you chose, at least." The words should have shattered Calla's heart. Darcy looked as if she'd chosen them to do exactly that. But they barely registered. "Gideon and I didn't choose the soul bond," Calla retorted. "Nothing is going to stop me from." Heavy steps splashed through a nearby puddle to their left, and Calla's words died on her lips. Darcy and Gabby both paled about 3 shades at the sight of the 6'2" silhouette stepping out of the tree line. Calliope. Speak of the devil, Calla thought, as the magic in her core hummed at his arrival. Gideon strode forward, his dripping cobalt-blue hair plastered to his forehead, eyes as dark as the storm, assessing the scene before him. His irises hadn't so much as flickered silver once in the last day. Calla's body instinctively shifted toward Gideon as he approached, his all-black ensemble making him a shadow in the night. She squinted a bit as she trailed her eyes over his face and down his neck, noting the shallow knife cuts that mirrored her own, and the blood from which had yet to be completely washed away by the rain. They hadn't had time to test the limits of their bond yet, but so far it seemed to have two clear effects. Every injury one of them suffered, the other did as well, and they could sense each other's heightened emotions if they were in close enough proximity. Or, at least Calla could sense Gideon's emotions. Right now, for example, she could feel the anger rolling through him, but all she had to return was indifference. "You weren't supposed to come here alone," he told her, with a hard look. "I heard the scream and didn't want to risk them getting away."
Calla shrugged. Gideon's gaze roamed down Calla's figure as if to make sure she was okay, despite the fact that the soul bond would have told him otherwise. She shifted on her feet, becoming very aware of the way she must have looked. Her hair was tangled in an unruly mess, her soggy tunic drooping over her thick curves in what was probably a very unflattering manner, as were the black trousers she'd borrowed from Cass that were much too snug to button and much too long to walk in. The hems had been folded into tight cuffs around her ankles 3 times in order for her to move without tripping on them. Never had she expected to be in the forest for the better half of a week when she and the girls had hastily left Estrella, and she was grateful she could squeeze into Caspian's pants at all. Gideon's voice sounded tight as he interrupted her train of thought to ask, "Did you make the request?" Calla nodded while the nymphs scowled next to them. Gideon shifted his eyes away from her, with effort, and glanced over to Darcy and Gabby. "I'll be keeping my favor in my back pocket for now, if you don't mind." "Not that I give a fuck, even if you do." Darcy bared her teeth at him. "Damn you to the hells, Prince." "I'm already there," Gideon riposted as he began walking away, beckoning for Calla to follow with a jerk of his head. Calla ignored him and dug a knife out of the secret pocket in Caspian's trousers, stepping over to cut through the intricately knotted vines. Darcy rushed to her friend, helping Gabby to free herself of the netting before sliding something off one of her fingers and tossing it at Calla's feet. "When he's ready to collect his favor, smash the stone to call on us. We'd prefer not to be trapped like wild animals by any of you ever again." A heartbeat later, both Fae were out of sight. Before Calla could bend over to pick up the ring, Gideon's voice rang out from right behind her. "What were you saying to them when I walked up?" She faced him, shifting a step back at his proximity as she racked her brain for the moment he was talking about. "Gideon and I didn't choose the soul bond. Nothing is going to stop me from finding a way to break it." That's what she had been about to say when he walked up. She shook her head. Nothing of importance. The lie might have been more bitter on her tongue if not for the tightrope they were currently walking and her fierce instinct not to push either of them over the edge. Things were too volatile to delve into the topic of their magic link right now. The heavy fog of death still clung to the air around them, and until she was sure there was even anything they could do about their bond, she'd rather focus on the more pressing issues at hand, like finding Delphine and figuring out how to summon a gateway to the afterlife and find the Valley of Souls. Gideon watched her for a long moment, a flash of lightning illuminating the solemn expression on his face. His jaw clenched as he finally looked away. If he suspected there was something she wasn't telling him, he didn't press the matter. "Did you get what we needed?" She winced. "Not exactly. I didn't word my request carefully enough. All I could get out of them was a few bits of information." "Was the information at least helpful?" She sighed. "If you mean in the way that now we know our quest isn't impossible, sure. It just involves finding a way to get to the Valley of Souls." Gideon pinched the bridge of his nose. "I suppose I shouldn't have had very high expectations when it came to dealing with the Fae. At least Cass remembered where to get the seaweed we'll need to go after Delphine." "Anything else before we get the hells out of this forest?" Calla muttered. "I sure hope not. Our list of tasks is becoming damn near unmanageable as it is." Gideon gave her a wary look and said, "Let's go fill in the others." The prince didn't linger as Calla crouched down to fish the nymph's ring out of the mud.
holding it out to let the rain wash the dirt away from the pink and green gemstone that adorned the top of its golden band. As she tilted her head to inspect it from the side, she caught a movement out the corner of her eye. Her body tensed, and she twisted her head to the right, but nothing was there. Squinting through the downpour to scan the ground and woods around her, she didn't relax until a long minute later when there was still nothing of interest to note. She turned back to the ring, and a black rabbit snatched it right out of her hand. Amina paused when she reached the barrier at the end of the never-ending forest. She had tried this many times before. All previous attempts had ended with her writhing on the forest floor in bone-shattering pain. Thump, 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 thump. She looked down to the bloody heart of the onyx prince in her grip. An unfortunate end for the poor witch, but a new beginning for her. She rolled her shoulders back and summoned her wings, spreading the feathery appendages out to their full span. She tightened her grip on the still-beating heart with one hand and raised her other to hover over the invisible veil before her. She could feel the tickling vibration of the forest's glamour against the delicate skin of her palm. She took a deep breath, then plunged her hand through, waiting for the curse that kept her exiled within these monstrous woods to activate and deny her escape, just as it had before. Except it didn't. This time, her arm passed right through. Amina let out a sound of elation and lunged forward, moving through the thick, gel-like barrier and into the world outside with lightning speed, worried the magic keeping her trapped might change its mind at any moment. When she came out the other side, she almost cried. Stars, real stars, twinkled above her, not fake ones fabricated by the forest's glamour. The scent of snow and witch hazel hit her nose a second later, and she inhaled deeply, reveling in the frigid breeze that glided across her skin. Her exile was finally lifted. Amina had not gotten to soar this high in over 2 years. She'd missed the wind caressing her curls and running through her feathers. Had she not been so eager to reach her destination, she might have stayed out until the break of dawn. She flew miles and miles over the onyx witch realm, the thin winter air at her current altitude a welcome burn in her lungs. In between the silver-lit cities scattered across the land below were expansive fields she knew were littered with purple and red witch hazel. About an hour after she flew over the Onyx Queen's gaudy palace, she finally crossed the midway point to her destination, Silver Lake. The mercurial lake looked especially ethereal beneath the moonlight, and Amina could have sobbed at the sight of it. She was almost home. By the time she shot over the witch realm's border into the land of the Valkyries and broke through the clouds to see the familiar marble and gold city of Valor in the distance, her wings felt as if they might give out. The tendons barely holding her weight begged her to stop, to rest, but the moment she spotted the crest of the expansive estate, she only pushed herself harder. About a half a mile out, she tucked her wings together tight against her back and fell like an arrow through the night. She shot toward the familiar courtyard in front of a large manor, aiming to land on the checkered marble of the front terrace. As soon as she was mere feet away from the ground, she reopened her wings, letting them catch on the air like a parachute to gently drift the rest of the way down. When her bare feet touched the cool stone in front of the manor steps, she let herself kneel and admire her surroundings in awe. She was finally, blessedly home. Rising to her feet, she pounded up the marble steps that led to the grand front entry. She raised the knocker on the door and brought it down hard 3 times. Her entire body was poised with adrenaline when the door finally cracked open.
"Prepare to meet the end of my dagger for waking us up this damn early," the Valkyrie who answered the door grumbled. Amina's breath caught as she stared at the girl before her, irrevocably different from the last time they had seen each other. "Amina?" the girl choked out, stumbling a step outside. Amina opened her mouth to say the Valkyrie's name, but at first it did not come.
Her friend had transitioned, had made the perilous journey to the Veritas tree without her, and the old name she had once used for her friend was now dead and gone to the world, replaced by a true name. Sabine, a voice in her head whispered, the magic of the Veritas tree settling into her mind. A name as sharp and strong as a blade. It suited her friend perfectly. Sabine, Amina said, tasting the name in her mouth. Her entire body ached to wrap her arms around the other Valkyrie, but it had been so long since they'd seen each other, and Amina was worried such a sudden move would spook the other girl. Amina, Sabine repeated, her pale jade eyes lighting up with emotion. How are you here? It's a long story, Amina stated. I'd love to tell it to you, if I can come in. Sabine stepped aside in the doorway without hesitation, and Amina pushed past, taking in the familiar grand foyer of the manor. Not a single detail had changed since she last saw it. It was exactly the way it had existed in her dreams. Is Lyra? Amina began to ask, but as soon as she said Lyra's name, it was as if she had summoned them. Lyra rounded the corner at the end of the grand foyer, stalking through the house with great purpose. Sabine, whew, dear gods, Lyra whispered as they froze in their tracks. Lyra, Amina breathed. The sound of their name on Amina's lips had Lyra's feet moving again, sprinting down the hall to meet their friend with a tight embrace. Sabine smiled softly as she joined in. They all stood like that for what felt like an hour, maybe even 2. And when the trio finally pulled apart, Amina felt a little more solid than she had in the last 2 years. What happened? Lyra swallowed thickly. How did you escape? Funny thing, our queen must not have realized how common or foolish princes are when she set the price of my exile, Amina said, the heart hidden in the pocket of her dress pulsing right on cue. Lyra and Sabine exchanged a look. Amina shifted on her feet. All right, we clearly have a lot to catch up on, Lyra told her. After you've gotten some rest, I'm sure it was a long journey back. That sounds ideal, Amina agreed. Is my old room still available? Lyra bit their lip. Actually, Lark moved back in, about 3 years ago. He needed a place? 3 years ago? Amina cut the Valkyrie off. How long have I been gone? Lyra's expression turned melancholy. How long have I been gone? Sabine answered. 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days. Amina reared back. 6 years! To her it had only been 2, but of course time passed differently in the never-ending forest. Even the waters within the forest had their own measure of time. She had known that, but she still had never imagined that it had stolen 4 extra years from her. From all 3 of them. It was cruel. It was earth-shattering. It was precisely why she had been exiled there. The Valkyrie Queen had made no mistake, had known exactly the punishment she had sentenced Amina to. You need some rest, Lyra maintained. You need to process. I'm sorry about your room. I didn't mean to upset you. No, Amina said, steeling her nerves. She shut out the emotions churning in her belly, the rage, the sadness, the agony, before she broke down in front of them. It's fine. I can stay in a guest room. Lyra nodded immediately. Of course, pick any one you'd like. Amina dipped her chin in thanks and began to push past them, ignoring the glances the 2 of them exchanged as if they had created some secret language she did not know in the time she had been gone. 6 years. Amina? Lyra called. Amina glanced back over her shoulder, but continued walking. Welcome home, friend. Amina didn't answer, just slipped into the shadows of the house, her feet carrying her through the hallways, the memory of the manor's layout still deep within her muscles. When she made it to the first empty guest room she could find, she shut herself inside. Leaning back against the doorframe, she slid down to the floor. the enraged sob breaking out of her chest, the only sound in the dark. "Why are you lugging around a bloody heart?" Sabine asked the next morning as she peeled her orange with a ridiculously large machete. Amina tapped her black nails on the counter as the orange peel fell in one long spiral to the other girl's feet. Sabine was dressed in her usual fanfare, and it was comforting to see that at least that had been untouched. All these years, Sabine's style had been hot and lethal for as long as Amina could remember. Today, her friend wore a crisply tailored silk and leather bodysuit that was such a rich emerald it made Amina's stomach turn as it brought on images of the forest. Despite the unpleasant memories the color conjured, Amina had to admit that it complemented Sabine's eyes and fair skin beautifully. Black flying leathers were strapped tightly over the green suit, along with every sort of weapon one could need, regardless of the fact that Sabine often preferred to use her own claws and teeth. The garment accentuated Sabine's lithe, muscled build in a way that Amina knew the other girl used to her advantage when luring in her prey, whoever or whatever that might be. Today, it seemed to be the orange. "Need a bigger knife?" Amina commented as she shifted her weight to her left hip. Sabine set down the machete on the marble countertop, broke the newly peeled fruit in half, and unceremoniously stuffed her mouth with one of the two pieces. Juice trickled down the girl's chin. "I'm good, thanks," she said around the mouthful of fruit, only it sounded more like, goof thanks." "Honestly, Sabine, must you eat like a slob?" Lyra asked, exasperated. Lyra was, in a word, the most graceful of the three, though that gracefulness usually lent itself to being efficiently deadly more than to any sort of social decorum. While Sabine's clothing made her look every inch the warriors they all were, Lyra's elegant silhouettes didn't automatically scream danger. Amina knew better, however. Knew that underneath Lyra's long-sleeved sapphire dress there were just as many weapons hidden. Lyra had always been the best at making others see only what they wanted them to. They knew what colors would complement their reddish-brown hair and light brown skin perfectly if they wished to be the center of attention, the distraction. They also knew how to blend in and become a wraith in the night. Amina and Sabine were the ones people always kept their eyes on in the light of day. But it was Lyra who would be your demise if you didn't pay attention to the shadows. The roles they all played had always fit like a glove. 6 years they've managed without you. Amina's body froze up at the thought. 6 years that Sabine and Lyra had to learn to move through the world, just the two of them, making it hard to remember the spaces where Amina used to fit. She wondered if they would ever be able to make room for her again. Sabine finally swallowed and flicked a strand of her dark blonde hair out of her face before cleaning the juice from her chin. "You have a lot of nerve complaining about how messy I am when I eat, Lyra, when the last time you tried cooking you got blood all over my outfit. You were the one who asked for your steak to be rare." Amina let their argument fade into the background as her mind raced. She could feel the anger that had been brewing in her core the past couple of years bubbling to the surface now. The rage that slowly ate through her every time she thought about another aspect of life here that she'd missed out on. Like the inside jokes she didn't know, the memories she was absent from. Unlike everything else she had missed, however, reapings were the one thing she was grateful to have had a reprieve from. Valkyries were the harbingers of death as assigned by the gods. In centuries past, they had been used as shepherds for incorporeal spirits who got lost between this world and the afterlife, like tour guides to the Valley of Souls. Now their roles were a little more muddled, giving them a certain reputation among other immortal beings. Amina knew it was the direct result of the Valkyrie Queen's tithe, the quota of souls they had to reap and harvest for their ruler every month, lest they incur whatever punishments the Queen decided to bestow upon them all.
Amina had been saying for years that their ruler turned the Valkyries' abilities into something dark and macabre. No one liked being called a soul eater or soul stealer. She also knew that sometimes being the Valkyrie they all assumed she was could be an advantage. Being feared meant poachers had stopped hunting them down for their coveted feathers. Worst of all, perhaps, was the way the tithe had exacerbated their rivalry with the witches. A rivalry that, with what she knew now, was about to get so much worse. Even though it wasn't their battle, a war was never good for anyone. Amina? Lyra's voice cut through Amina's thoughts. Why don't you start from the beginning, before Sabine gets bored and looks for entertainment elsewhere? That reminds me, Sabine exclaimed, pushing off the counter she was leaning on and waving the last half of her fruit around. Her pastel green eyes lit up in delight, and Amina was instantly wary. There's a group of Valkyrie fledglings whose wings grew in last week coming to the inner city to start flying lessons today. I was thinking it might be fun to push them off the training roof. And, Sabine— No, Lyra interrupted, tone serious. Sabine looked put out, making a soft, indignant noise in the back of her throat. Amina might have laughed if she wasn't aching inside. She cleared her throat. Slayers. The trio's old endearment from their own fledgling days still rolled easily off her tongue. We have a lot to catch up on, I realize. But first, I have some pressing matters to attend to. I'll only have so much time before word gets back to Her Highness that I am back from exile. What I gathered from the calendar in the Grand Room, I've come back just in time for the Queen's reverie. Is that correct? Lyra lifted one elegantly shaped brow, intrigued by where this conversation was going. Yes, it's next week. Amina turned to Sabine. Do you think you'd be able to get us all an invite, without maiming anyone in the process? Well, Sabine began to protest, but Lyra stepped in. Maim people in your free time, Sabine. We need to stay as under the radar as possible right now. Lyra pointed a sharp nail at the girl. Amina's foot bounced on the ground with impatience. When Sabine pouted and went to grab another piece of fruit, Lyra swung a look of suspicion over to Amina. Why do you want to go to the reverie? Lyra's eyes narrowed. It's the perfect occasion to get what I'm looking for. Everyone will be drunk and distracted, and we can slip in and out with no one the wiser. As Amina spoke, her fingers reflexively twitched toward the heart beating steadily in the canvas bag tied at her hip. Lyra's gaze honed in on the pouch, tracking the movement. What exactly are we after, Amina? Lyra asked, crossing their arms over their chest. I had a lot of time to think in that nightmarish forest, about what led me there, about the future I might no longer have when I finally left. Her hand absent-mindedly wandered up to grasp the amulet hanging from her neck, the smooth amber stone cool against her palm. I had a lot of time to think of what I wanted. And I want vengeance. Atonement. Lyra was quiet for a long moment, something Amina was used to any time she or Sabine was scheming. Vengeance is a dangerous game, Lyra finally said. Amina dropped her necklace and grinned. That's the only kind of game that's fun. A colorful curse fell out of Calla's mouth as she lunged for the rabbit. The wicked creature zipped off, ring still in its maw, as she landed on her hands in the mud. She pushed off the ground and back to her feet, paying no mind to Gideon calling her name from somewhere in the distance as she chased after the witch-eater's familiar. The rabbit darted through the trees like one of the bolts of lightning above, and Calla was barely able to keep up as she wove through the forest, her clothing snagging on the jutting branches. "Get back here!" she yelled, and to her surprise the creature paused. She lurched forward and snatched the familiar up by its scruff before it could get away again, shaking it in her grip until the ring dropped out of its jaws and into her palm. She raised the rabbit in front of her face to glower into its haunting crimson eyes. "You're a terrible little thing. If you dare screech for your master, I'll—" Calla's eyes suddenly focused behind the rabbit, her words catching in her throat.
The familiar had brought her back to the witch-eater's cottage. Her hand went slack, and the creature fell to the ground with a heavy plop and a squeak of protest. The cottage was not in the exact same location as before, and Calla wondered if the witch-eater changed where it appeared whenever a whim struck them. The last time she had seen the quaint house, it had been disappearing into thin air. After everything went disastrously wrong with the witch-eater's spell to erase Gideon's and Calla's rolls of fate, she had hoped she'd never see the cottage or its ancient keeper again. The rabbit righted itself at her feet and skittered away without fanfare, and Calla wrinkled her nose in distaste as the familiar vanished from sight. Good riddance, she thought, slipping the ring she had retrieved onto her right ring finger for safekeeping. She turned back to the cottage and slowly walked to the large front window, squinting to peer through the glass, but thick curtains obscured her view. An extra boisterous gust of wind whipped through the woods, and a soft click sounded to her right. She watched as the front door slowly creaked open. Her breath caught, but when no one shut the door from inside, she cautiously shuffled toward it, peeking around the frame to see no lights were on, no candles lit, just shadows upon shadows. For a long moment she stood there, staring into the entrance as water pelted her skin. She knew she shouldn't go in, knew she should get the hells out of there and go back to the others. She glanced behind her to see if Gideon had followed her little detour through the woods, but when the prince was nowhere to be seen, she took a deep breath and pushed her way into the cottage. Water rolled off her and pooled on the hardwood floor. A heavy, invisible pressure draped itself over her shoulders, and the feeling was so unsettling that she almost turned and ran out then and there. It was only her ever-damning curiosity that kept her feet firmly in place. I am already inside. The first thing that caught her attention was that the cottage was much less cluttered than before. There were still piles of bits and baubles littering the corners and lining the walls of the room, but the middle of the floor was now clear. No longer were there feathers or paper strewn about, or a makeshift pathway snaking around the grotesque jars of various organs and other unsavory things, making it much easier to walk. The second thing she noticed was that no one was home. She took a couple tentative steps forward, shutting the door as she went to block the rain from splattering inside. When her eyes adjusted to the dark, her attention snagged on the giant map of Illustros that expanded across the wall ahead, its chaos of strings untouched in the last day since she and Gideon had been there.
She lifted her hand and lightly traced her fingertips over the tangles of red string, wondering what it all meant. Following the string from the fairy valley to the witch realms to the land of the Valkyries, all the way back down to the right corner of the map, she noticed the paper was curling up, revealing another map beneath. She smoothed down the corner and realized there were words written along the bottom edge. Illustros, the Fates, sixth realm of the Hells, the Valley of Souls. When she lifted her hand, the thick parchment rolled back in on itself once more, and she took in its description as well. Noctum, the Nights, second realm of the Hells, the Shadow Gates. She gently lifted up the corner and found a third map. Calor, the Infernals, third realm of the Hells, the Fires of Salvation. She wondered if the witch-eater kept track of the ongoings of all the other continents, just as much as Illustros. If they... Callio! A voice boomed behind her. Calla nearly jumped out of her skin, her left hip knocking into one of the precariously balanced piles of objects sitting against the wall beneath the maps. The mound of books and trinkets spilled to the floor with a noisy clatter. She spun to see Gideon's frame now taking up the entire space of the doorway. And all at once, she was hit with the sensation of her body recognizing his magic. She'd been so enraptured by the maps, she hadn't noticed the warmth of his familiar energy sneaking up on her. "What the hells are you doing?" he demanded. "Help me clean this up," she hissed as she dropped to the ground and began restacking the books and papers.
Gideon crouched down to gather some of the smaller objects that had rolled in his direction. An odd silver coin, a glass marble, a wooden cat figurine. Calla quickly reassembled the tower as she explained, "The witch-eater's familiar took off with the ring the nymphs gave us. And you decided to just pop inside for a visit?" he chided. "They aren't home." She slammed the final book atop the stack. "I don't know, I just couldn't resist." He fixed her with an exasperated look as he handed over the first handful of objects before turning to search for the last few that had gotten away. "You're lucky it was me who caught you. You've got to stop running off into the woods without warning anyone. We've been gone long enough already." He was right. Cass and Hannah were most likely worried to death about where the two of them had disappeared to. When Calla had heard the nymphs trigger their trap, she'd taken off without a word, while the others had been going back and forth on what they were going to do with Ezra. Caspian had wanted to give the younger prince a proper burial from the beginning. Gideon hadn't been ready for that conversation. And, well, trapping the nymphs was her plan. Calla's chest tightened ever so slightly now at the idea of burying Ezra in this forest. She tried to grasp the echo of pain that thought brought on for a moment longer, to revel in the sharpness of it, but it slipped away too quickly, numbness settling into place once more. The only indication that Gideon felt the sudden flash of emotion running through her was the slight clench of his fists by his side. She delicately balanced the last of the baubles he'd recovered onto her neat stack, one by one. He began to say something else, but before the words could leave his tongue, something pulled his attention. Calla followed his gaze toward the large dining table where one of the dislodged knickknacks lay glittering on the floor beneath. Gideon reached over and picked it up, turning it over in his hands a few times in disbelief. It was an oval amulet, an amber stone nested in the center of intricate bronze metalwork and hung from a matching metal chain. "What is that?" she asked. "It looks familiar." "It's an esprit. And you've definitely seen one before, on the Valkyrie," he answered. A spark of realization went through her. Gideon's grip tightened around the necklace. "We need to go." Calla snorted. "All your fussing about me coming inside and you're going to take something? It could be decades before they bother to notice this is missing, if they ever do at all. Why do you even want it?" she prodded. "Do you know what an esprit does?" he asked, and when she shook her head, he revealed, "Esprits are able to hold souls. Valkyries wear them so they can harvest and transport multiple spirits at once. For us, however," she sucked in a breath, "Ezra." Without any more consideration, Gideon pocketed the necklace. "Now, let's get the hells out of here." Calla didn't bother to argue any longer, simply slipped past where Gideon held the door open and waited while he used his magic to clean up the rain they had tracked on the floor inside. As they set off to get back to the others, another strike of lightning lit up the sky overhead, making them both pick up their strides. Neither of them looked back. By the time Gideon and Calla got back to the campsite, the storm had dwindled, now barely a light drizzle. They found Caspian sitting in the damp cave they'd stumbled across earlier that morning after nearly 6 hours of walking and watching the two men carry Ezra's heartless body through the forest the night before. Now it was about an hour until dusk, and Cass was nursing a fire, using his magic to keep the wind away from the flames. Hannah's head was pillowed in his lap as she rested. The blonde had only begun getting her voice back in the last couple of hours and was still feeling the exhausting effects of the magic she had used trying to heal her damaged vocal cords. "There you are," Cass scolded them, keeping his voice just low enough not to disturb Hannah. "What the hells? You both disappeared without telling me anything." "Sorry, there wasn't time to explain," Calla apologized, at the same time that Gideon said, "I didn't want Callio facing the Fae alone." Calla fought the urge to roll her eyes. She thought she'd handled the situation perfectly fine by herself. Well, not perfectly, but the fine part was accurate.
"You've got to warn me next time," Cass fussed. "Kestrel vanished after walking away for less than a minute. I was getting worried." "Your trap worked, Cass," Calla inserted, before Caspian could catch the way Gideon winced at the mention of their commander's name. They had 0 leads on where to start looking for Kestrel. Gideon had tried to use his compass the night before to assess if it could lead them to wherever the commander had gone, but the needle only spun around aimlessly, refusing to land on any specific point. He might have left voluntarily, Cass had reasoned to them when the compass hadn't worked. There was no indication that he was attacked, and he couldn't have gotten very far after that fight with Ezra. It wouldn't surprise me if he'd just gotten fed up and deserted us, especially after that right hook Ezra gave him. Calla had asked how the commander could have just left in the middle of the forest. Gideon's answer hadn't sat right with her. "There are a lot of things Kestrel is capable of that I don't even know," Gideon had said. Maybe he walked just far enough out of range that the forest's glamour blocked Cass from sensing him. If Cass says there were no signs of struggle, I think the most logical thing to do is leave him to his own devices until we've dealt with everything else. Calla hadn't objected. She was more than happy to keep their focus on getting Delphine back and dealing with whatever they'd need to deal with for Ezra, which brought her back to the present. "Let me get changed, and then I'll tell you all what happened with the nymphs," she told them, as she scooped up the trousers Cass had set out for her before ducking behind another boulder sitting farther back in the shadows of the cave. After kicking off her worn-out shoes, she peeled the drenched bottoms off her legs and discarded them. She pulled on the clean pair, which took a great deal of effort to get over her hips, then bent down to cuff each of the hems before returning to the others.
Caspian was gently shaking Hannah awake. "Time to get up, little witch." Hannah blinked up at him groggily. While she stretched and rubbed the sleep from her eyes, Cass leaned back against the wall, arms crossed over his broad chest, as he watched Calla with anticipation. Calla cleared her throat. "Do you all want the good news or bad news first?" "Good," Cass and Hannah answered in sync, at the same time that Gideon said, "Bad." "Majority rules," Calla acknowledged. "The good news is that there is a way for us to get Ezra's soul back. It involves getting an artifact from the afterlife and doing some sort of spell to summon a gateway there." "You consider that good news? Where the hells do you suppose you'll be able to get an artifact from the beyond? Better yet, where do you think you'll get the money to buy something that rare?" Caspian's brows knitted together in frustration. "You were the one convinced it wouldn't be possible at all," Gideon reminded him. "And as for the money, well, just have to figure that out when we get to it." "Because it shouldn't be possible," Caspian said for the millionth time since Calla and Gideon had brought the idea up. "It's unnatural. Don't you think we've all played with fate enough? I went along with your plan to look for the nymphs because I never thought any information they gave you would be convincing enough for you both to think you could actually do this. But it's gone too far. You two have to accept that he's gone." "No," Calla and Gideon responded. Calla felt Gideon shift his gaze over to her. Whether in surprise at her solidarity or the harshness in her tone, she didn't know, but she didn't take her eyes off Caspian. Caspian, who looked as if he wanted to wring their necks, the closest she had ever seen him come to outright anger. It probably didn't help that they'd been having this same argument for the last 24 hours. "You know what?" Caspian huffed a laugh. "Do whatever you want, but I'm not helping. If you both want to go on another fool's errand, be my guest." "I suppose the bad news won't be so terrible then," Calla said. "The only place I have any familiarity with that sells the kind of contraband we'd need access to in order to find such a token is the Starlight Inn. Specifically, Hannah's and my old landlord, Jack. Which means we're going to have to split up anyway," Gideon finished as he realized where she was headed.
Even if you can manage to get a portal to the afterlife and find Ezra's soul, you still can't put it back in his current body without a heart, Caspian argued. Where the hells do you plan to start with that? The nymphs had told Calla the same thing, but she was way ahead of them. Simple. I'm going to track down the Valkyrie. Gideon tilted his head in contemplation as Caspian scoffed. Simple? The two of you have utterly lost your minds. Listen, if we go through the trouble of getting Ezra's soul back, there's no way I'm going to let finding another heart stop us, Calla said. I'll dig the heart out of one of the witch queens myself if I have to. I was already planning to do that anyway. The conviction with which she said the latter had them all silent for a moment. Caspian rubbed at his jaw before finally letting out a defeated sigh. Clearly, I won't be talking you out of this. So, what's the plan? The two of you will go back to Estrella to find the ingredients you need, while Hannah and I get Delphine. Pretty much, Calla confirmed. Except I can go to Estrella alone. Gideon looked ready to argue with her at that claim, but before he could start anything, Hannah questioned, "What will you do if people are still looking for you in Estrella, Calla?" "Oh, I have no doubt that as long as Ramor and Boone are around, that is surely the case. But I know the inn like the back of my hand. I'll be in and out before anyone even knows I was there." Calla waved off her friend's concern. "I'm just going to have to use whatever glamour I can manage to disguise myself and hope I don't run into anyone familiar or too sober." "Calliope, I'm going with you," Gideon inserted firmly. That was not what Calla had in mind. "You might be even more recognizable than me, especially with how you quite literally crashed that auction. The inn isn't a good place for you. Like you said, we'll just have to disguise ourselves well. I have much more experience with using glamour for long periods of time than you," he argued. Calla was about to protest more, but she saw Caspian was nodding in agreement with the prince. "Gideon's right. He can help you with glamour. And despite the fact that I think this entire quest is asinine, it isn't safe for you to go on it alone. Hannah and I will work to get what we need to go after Delphine, and then Gideon will be able to use his compass to get you both back to us. If it actually works again," she thought. Then said aloud, "What will the two of you do without anything to navigate you here?" "The ring," Gideon suggested. "They can use the other favor from the nymphs to get to the Siren Sea safely if we don't get back before then. Time moves much slower here than it will in Estrella." "Then it's decided, I suppose," muttered, as Gideon gave her an inscrutable look. "At least we have the esprit now to—" "The what?" Caspian ran a hand back over his short silver hair and scoffed incredulously. Gideon threw Calla a look that seemed to ask, "Why would you mention that right now?" as he reluctantly dug the amulet out of his pocket to show the others. "When the hells did you get that?" Cass demanded. "Where did you get that?" Before Calla or Gideon could respond, a cold draft blew in from outside, whipping Calla's and Hannah's hair around their faces. As Calla wrangled the long strands out of her eyes, a terrifying silhouette appeared at the cavern's mouth, and all the oxygen in the small space was sucked away at the bone-chilling voice that echoed around them. "I believe I can answer that. The Witch Eater." Amina was draped across a chaise in Lyra's bedroom, watching her friend pick at a tray of strawberries as they waited for Sabine to return. The silence between them felt strange, not uncomfortable, but charged, since their conversation at breakfast and the mention of vengeance. Lunch was a welcome distraction, especially one as luxurious as this. Made of the freshest fruit, cheese, and meat Lyra's personal chef could find, a far cry from what she'd had to forage for in the forest. Lyra's family was one of the wealthiest in the entire capital city of Valor. Their parents were often traveling,
their business taking them to the farthest corners of Illustros and even some of the other continents. Meanwhile, the twins, Lyra and their brother, Lark, kept up the family home and collected enough souls for the Valkyrie Queen's tithe so their parents could peacefully pursue their other line of work. Lyra's 3-story manor was complete with a full household staff, masterful carvings of the gods in the moldings, lush oil paintings that stretched all the way across the expansive walls, and lavish handmade textiles throughout. It wasn't unlike the Valkyrie Queen's own gilded castle, except in size. Lyra themselves had a penchant for the luxurious. Their room was covered floor to ceiling in rich blue velvet, and shiny trinkets and artifacts that they'd painstakingly collected for the last few decades were carefully scattered over the surfaces of antique armoires and imported hand-carved vanities. Amina had always found it to be cozy, despite the oddity of most of the enchanted objects lying around. "Do you think Sabine got sidetracked?" Amina mused, filing her long black nails with a throwing blade. "Of course she did," Lyra answered, as they plucked a berry from its pile. "But she should still be back by now." Amina opened her mouth to say something else when the door to the bedroom burst open and Sabine sauntered in, a feline grin on her face. "Gods help us," Amina muttered as she sat up. "What did you do?" "Exactly as you asked," Sabine said, not so innocently. "I got some information on where we can get invitations to the reverie."
"And why do you look like you just stabbed someone for fun?" Lyra quipped. "Because I did." Sabine waved off the interruption. "But that's not the point. You'll never believe who I was told has the spare invites." "Who?" Lyra asked, their tone wary. There was a wicked twinkle in Sabine's eyes as she answered, "The Wayfarer. He's finally come to Valor." "This is not going to go well," Lyra muttered under their breath as they all landed in front of the Wayfarer's small, temporary shop on the west side of the city. Valor was broken up into 13 districts. 7 of them were completely residential, and the other 6 were organized by trade. They were currently in the Merchants District, a grid of limestone shops and outdoor markets. Very few carriages roamed Valor, or any of the other cities in their land, since they were only used by fledglings or those unable to fly. This meant their roads were slightly more narrow than other places she had been to in Illustros, leaving room for the sloped sidewalks that lined the streets so the shops were easier to access. The trio made their way up the mild concrete incline now, and Sabine pushed open the door as if she was the one who owned the place. Amina and Lyra piled inside behind her. The Wayfarer was, for lack of a better term, a scavenger. From what Amina knew, the man was less interested in being an entrepreneur and more intent on finding very specific items that he could use for leverage in whatever quest he was currently involved in. Which was why the shop was nearly bare, only a single wooden shelf with a few magical artifacts taking up space against the left wall. Sabine walked up to the counter and reached for the small golden bell that sat atop it, ringing it incessantly until a figure stepped through an open archway on the left that must have led to a back storage room. At the sight of the man, Sabine dropped her hand back to her side and the grin on her face grew 5 times larger. Amina had always thought the Wayfarer was one of the prettiest beings she had ever seen. His black hair, with curling tendrils framing his face, was turning silver at the ends, silver that had spread to even more strands since the last time she'd seen him. That time was in the Dragonwoods, many years ago. But aside from the increasing gray of his hair, everything else about him had remained the same. His piercing blue eyes still held an infinite number of secrets, and the fair golden skin of his arms was still decorated with peculiar tattooed maps all the way down to his fingertips. Amina's eyes traced the ink around his biceps, as the map's dotted lines and curving bands shifted directions every so often, like the tattoos were alive. He's still not as pretty as that witch from the forest. Caspian. What a lovely name.
A haunting voice snickered inside her mind, and Amina gritted her teeth at the unwelcome thought. The wayfarer took the three of them as he sidled up to the counter, his deep blue eyes roaming over their figures, not in a way that was leering, but to assess any possible weapons or other threats they might be hiding. He wasn't one to be fooled by a pretty display of faces or finery. When he got to Sabine, his eyes narrowed. Once recognition dawned, his lips curled back in a snarl. "You! Me!" Sabine gave a toothy grin. "Different look, different pronouns, same stabby bitch." His hands tightened into fists on the countertop. "I ought to." "Do you really want to threaten 3 Valkyries?" Amina tilted her head. "No, I want to threaten 1 Valkyrie," he glowered. "The last time we crossed paths, she set me on fire." "It was only a little fire," Sabine protested, as if this detail somehow helped. "And is it really my fault if you got in the way of my aim?" "Considering you were aiming for me," he retorted, "yes." "Well, is it my fault someone paid me handsomely to shoot you?" "Having a bounty on your head seems more like a you problem." Sabine crossed her arms and leaned her weight on her left leg. "Sabine," Lyra warned, before the situation could escalate too much more. "I want her out of my presence," the wayfarer told them. "Oh, come now," Sabine pouted, twisting a strand of her golden hair around one of her fingers. "What about forgive and forget?" He leaned both hands on the counter in front of him and scowled in her face. "I would love to forget the feeling of my flesh melting from my bones, believe me." Sabine was unfazed. Lyra had gotten distracted from the entire confrontation and was studying some sort of map in the far corner. And Amina was losing her patience. "Enough," she told them both. "We're here on business. The 2 of you can battle to the death about this later." Sabine's interest was piqued by the suggestion, but Amina immediately fixed the other girl with a glare. "I don't or need your business, Valkyrie," the wayfarer said, still fuming at Sabine. "Sure you do." Amina unfurled her most lethal smile. "Unless you'd like Sabine's friend, the one who paid her to shoot you with a flaming arrow, to find out exactly where you'll be hanging out these next few days." He was unimpressed. "I survived that hit twice already. What's once more?" "Then how about I relieve you of the heart in your chest?" Amina's tone sharpened now. His grin was vicious as he taunted, "Come and get it, Valkyrie. You and I both know you won't risk killing me and taking on my curse." He was right. She wouldn't. Hells, Sabine was lucky she hadn't been successful in killing him all those years ago. His curse forced him to wander the world for eternity, unable to stay in one place more than a week at a time, and never able to return to the same place twice. The world was big, but it wasn't infinite. Lyra once told Amina that the only way out was to collect the elusive pieces of a magic puzzle before there were no places left to go, or death. After her exile, Amina knew better than most the nightmare of being unable to return home when you desperately needed to. "How about a trade?" Lyra interrupted. "Everyone knows what you're looking for." They gestured to the tattoos on the man's arms as they stepped away from the map they had been studying. "We know you have certain limitations." His sapphire eyes watched Lyra carefully, but it was clear that his interest spiked. "What if I told you I have something in my collection that could help with your hunt?" Lyra said. He didn't say anything for a long moment, contemplating if his grudge against Sabine was worth passing up whatever it was that Lyra was offering. "What is it you all are here for, exactly?" Before Lyra could answer, Amina stepped up and chimed in. "Invites to the Queen's reverie. Sabine has a friend who claims you may have a few extra. 4, to be exact." His smile was cocky. "I was supposed to attend with some old acquaintances, but they became otherwise engaged. Give us 3, and I'll give you a transvectio talisman." His jaw went slack. Impossible! There's only 2 of those in existence, and one has been missing for over a century. You're telling me the other collects dust in one of my vanities? Yes. Give us the invites, and you'll have it tonight. Done, he agreed. The invitations will be in your mailbox before dusk. Just leave me with your address. Once all the details were squared away, the 3 of them filed out, Sabine turning to blow a farewell kiss to the wayfarer just before the door swung shut behind them. There was blood all over the front of Delphine's outfit. She knew that wasn't what she should be focusing on at the moment, but she couldn't help it. If Calla and Hannah could see her right now, they wouldn't recognize her. "What do you think, Delphine?" Ranil looked down at her, the trachea he had just ripped out of her throat still in his hand. "Should I give you a break?" He knew she couldn't answer, of course, which only made the grin on his face widen. Delphine dug her nails into her thighs as the sharp pain of involuntarily swallowing cut through her open throat.
She was shocked to discover that all these years had made her truly forget what Ranil was like, how cruel his steely gaze was when it was turned on you. The Siren twisted her trachea in his slate-blue hands before tossing it away and crouching down to her eye level. "I'll tell you what, I'll show you a little bit of mercy." She would have rolled her eyes if she weren't in so much pain. Mercy was not something Ranil was familiar with. "You were always my favorite, you know." He spoke softly as he reached out and gently brushed a finger against her cheek. She tamped down the urge to bite the appendage off and spit it back at him. "So, I'll do you a favor. I'll let you have a visitor or 2 in your cell, some company in between our daily quality time together." Delphine shook her head wildly, her mind echoing with the pleas she couldn't voice aloud. "No, no!" Ranil's laugh was sharp. He knew this wasn't a favor. He was hoping it wasn't. She was the girl who had embarrassed him by running away from the pedestal he had placed her on. What better way to get back at her than to let the Sirens who'd paid the price for her betrayal have unfettered access to her in such a vulnerable state? Sirens who were once my only family. Calla's and Hannah's faces flashed in her mind for a moment. Hannah's words were slipping away further and further into the darkest parts of her mind with each day that passed. Ranil leaned forward and put his lips next to her ear. "You are no one special anymore." He stood then, bubbles rising around her with the movement. He gestured for someone on the other side of the room to get her up from the marble table he had strapped her to with braided ropes made of seaweed. She couldn't see who it was, didn't really care either. Just let them untie her restraints and haul her to her feet without a fight. As she moved, the blood still seeping from the gaping wound in her throat swirled through the water around them. "Tell Eros and Zephyr they can find a key to her cell in my study," Ranil ordered. "Let the welcome home celebration begin." Delphine drifted in and out of consciousness for so long that she couldn't tell what was real and what was a dream, until her mother showed up. That's when she always knew she had fallen back asleep. "Stand up straight," her mother snapped. "You'll never be offered a spot in Ranil's shoal if you don't learn how to present yourself." Delphine rolled her shoulders back and stood a little taller as her mother continued weaving pearls into the strands of her hair. The weight of her hair had begun to give her headaches more and more these days, but now that her silver tresses had grown almost down to her knees, her mother refused to let her cut it. It made her stand out, her mother claimed. And when you were trying to get early admission into one of the most elite groups in society, there was nothing more important than standing out. I was chosen for a show by the time I was your age. Of course, it wasn't nearly as prestigious as being part of Ranil's empire, which means it's high time you start taking this seriously. To have an opportunity like this, I'm only 10.
Delphine chimed in, defiance coloring her tone. "I have 10 more years to be claimed by a shoal." Not that she even had any desire to belong to one of the stuffy ruling factions of their underwater kingdom. If she didn't have to be claimed by a certain age in order to keep her magic, she didn't think she'd want to live in this place at all, actually. "Yes, and then you will have to join those at the bottom of the barrel instead of someone with real status like Renil," her mother spat out. "Or worse, you don't get picked at all, and you never get claimed. Do you know what happens to sirens who aren't claimed? They lose their ability to use their siren song, and it's harder for them to find a place to live." I know, Delphine huffed. "Seems just as boring to be controlled by a bunch of snobby people for the rest of your life. Besides, I'm not worried. I'll definitely be the prettiest one there. Those snobby people make sure you have food to eat and are protected," her mother scolded. "And don't get cocky. You cannot only rely on being pretty. You need to make sure your tongue stays sharp and your words stay interesting. You'd be surprised how quickly your luster fades once you aren't the newest and shiniest thing in the room anymore." Delphine looked down at her hands as she soaked in her mother's words. Her perfectly manicured nails were painted an opalescent silver, the 2 hours her mother spent on them that morning very evident. There was not a single detail on Delphine's person that had been unattended to, as was the case every time another spot in a shoal opened up. This time, though, her mother was being more belligerent about appearances than usual. Renil had an opening in his shoal for the first time in a year, and her mother was determined that the spot go to Delphine. She recalled a couple weeks ago when her mother had been talking to one of her own shoal members about how horrendous the political climate in the Siren Sea was becoming, how shoal leaders were abusing their ability to claim other sirens in order to make sure only those willing to do their dirty bidding got to keep their magic. When Delphine confronted her mother about the conversation, however, her mother had simply told her it was better to be unhappy from the comfort of the inside than unhappy on the fringes of society, all alone. "What if he doesn't claim me?" Delphine spoke up as she looked at her mother's reflection in the mirror. Her mother dropped the braid she had been working on and reached up to grip Delphine's chin. "That's not an option." Her mother shifted Delphine's head side to side to check that the makeup on her daughter's face was still pristine. Next, her mother went over to the far side of the room to pick out one of the necklaces that sat atop the marbled vanity. Delphine met her own gaze in the mirror, taking in her starlight eyes and shimmering blue skin. Her sharp, symmetrical features were highlighted with various sparkling dusts and glitters. The cut of her dress was modest, but still seemed far too mature for her age. "What if I wasn't pretty?" Delphine whispered. Her mother came back over and motioned for Delphine to turn around, unclasping a pearl necklace as her daughter obeyed. Delphine lifted her chin to expose her neck so her mother could slip pearls around her throat. Her mother stepped back to admire the final result as she recited, "If you aren't pretty, you are nothing." It had only been a little over a day since Calla had last seen the witch-eater, but their harrowing appearance still surprised her. Gray skin stretched over lean muscle, with an unnaturally elongated face and soulless glass eyes. Their too long spine made them hunch over a bit as they lingered in the mouth of the cave, the too familiar demon rabbit right on their heels. Calla wrinkled her nose at the cursed creature. "Hells, what did you do, Gideon?" Caspian whispered, as they all took in the ancient being. The witch-eater's mouth stretched into a macabre grin. "Hello, fated ones." Calla took a step forward, lifting her chin. "What are you doing here?" She was usually much better at bluffing, but the sight of the being made her adrenaline kick into overdrive. She knew exactly why they were here. "That's a mighty tone, girl, considering it was you who invaded my space first," the witch-eater proclaimed. Caspian and Hannah swung their gazes to Calla, but she ignored them. The witch-eater's chest heaved a laugh. "You did not think it would escape my attention, did you? Naivete doesn't suit you, great muse." Calla's lip curled with distaste, the nickname grating on her nerves. "What do you want?" "You stole something from me. I am here to return the favor." "M?" At the sound of their name, the rabbit at the witch-eater's feet transformed into their human form.
No, human wasn't quite right, considering the familiar's translucent skin and the grotesque webs of protruding black veins pulsing beneath. Other than those few details, however, the familiar had the appearance of a young girl. M turned to her liege with anticipation. "Thank you for leaving the door unlocked," the witch-eater told her. The girl dipped her head in a nod, and Calla's stomach dropped. "It was a trap," Calla accused them. The witch-eater's grin turned sharp. "It was an opportunity." "You knew we would take the Esprit?" Gideon demanded. "I knew you were on the precipice of the next fork in your destiny, and it was making my vision murky. I knew if I presented you with an opportunity, you would have to make a choice," the witch-eater stated. The obsidian in Gideon's eyes sparked with fury. "What if we hadn't made that choice? What if we hadn't taken the amulet?" "That is not the case, so it does not matter, does it?" "Balance in all things," the witch-eater declared. "You had no qualms about stealing what you wanted from me, and I have none about taking what I want from you. M, if you'd please." M blinked from sight, teleporting to somewhere in the back of the cave, before reappearing a long moment later with Ezra's carefully wrapped corpse lying on the ground at their feet. Though the magic in his veins would keep his body from decomposing for a few centuries at least, it had felt disrespectful to leave him exposed. Now, the familiar pulled back the meticulously woven blanket Calla and Hannah had made out of moss and leaves from the forest, and revealed the prince's sleeping face beneath. Ezra Black was beautiful, even in death. At the sight of his face, the slight coldness that had taken up residence in Calla's veins turned to a soul-chilling ice. "This isn't him. He's not gone yet." "Don't worry," the witch-eater reassured her. "I'll take good care of him. And if you would like to come back and barter for his body, you know where to find me." Gideon snarled. "You set us up so you could make us bargain with you for my brother's body? I'm always 1,000 steps ahead of you, Prince. You'd do well to remember that." The witch-eater snapped their fingers, and Ezra's body disappeared. "Nothing is an accident. No one told either of you to go snooping where you didn't belong. The Esprit is yours to keep, though use it wisely. When you find the Valley of Souls, do tell the Fates hello for me." A noise of rage ripped from Gideon's throat as he lunged forward and sliced his hand at the Ancient One's face. By the time Gideon reached the spot where the witch-eater had been standing, however, they were already gone. The prince stumbled a step, spinning around with wild eyes as the wind picked up around them. Calla held out her hands to calm him. She could feel the maelstrom of emotions clamoring to get to the surface from his end of their bond. "What the hells were you two thinking?" Caspian's tone was hollow as he looked at them. "You stole something from the witch-eater?" Calla warned as the storm inside Gideon continued to brew. Cass only repeated, "What were you thinking?" Gideon's eyes were pitch black as he stared back at his friend, blue electricity beginning to spark up from his hands and crawl up his forearms. Calla scrambled to shove herself between the two wound-up witches before either of them did something they would regret. "Please," Calla implored. "Arguing won't solve anything." For a moment, Caspian looked as if he wanted to disagree.
Instead, he only shook his head and backed away. As he stalked out of the cave, Calla caught the flicker of hurt barely concealed in his steel eyes. Hannah followed after Cass, throwing an empathetic look in Calla's direction before disappearing from view with the other witch. "Every time I make a decision that I think will help," Gideon said, the blue magic around his arm slowly dissipating as he took a few deep breaths to settle down, "I dig us further and further into the ground. I might as well have dug Ezra a grave with my bare hands." "Don't give yourself so much credit, Gideon," she told him evenly. "I was right there with you every step of the way. We're going to fix all this, okay? The very slim silver lining here is that at least we know exactly where to find Ezra when we're ready. He doesn't deserve this." Gideon closed his eyes. "Any of this." Calla swallowed. "I know. But all we can do right now is continue forward. We'll go to Estrella and find a way to bring his soul back. I won't accept any other options." After a minute of soaking in her words, her tone that was much too sure for all the adversity they had already faced, he finally nodded and opened his eyes. The solid black of his irises was shining with grief. "You don't want me to go with you to Estrella?" Calla didn't deny it. "It's going to be difficult enough for me to go back to the inn. It doesn't help that—" "It'll be with me," Gideon finished. She pressed her lips together, swallowing the words she wished she were able to say, the ones that were too selfish for her to dare utter. He changed the subject. "I'm sorry for getting upset. When the witch-eater disappeared with Ezra, the rage just took over and I couldn't stop it." "I'm sorry I didn't," she admitted. "I should be right there with you, but the fury is unreachable." Calla looked down at her hands. More to herself than to Gideon, she whispered, "How are we ever going to get through this?" Gideon brushed a thumb over the constellation of dots embedded in the skin of his left forearm, the ones that had turned crimson to match her own. "Together?" The words sliced through her mind like a blade. Their fates were intertwined more now than ever before, and yet she had never felt further apart from everything and everyone. She took a deep breath, not ready to return the sentiment, and said, "Let's go find the others. We need to get going." A muscle in his jaw ticked, but he only dipped his chin in response, waving a hand for her to lead the way. When they reached the opening of the cave, Calla noted that she could no longer hear the sound of rain, and as they ducked outside and looked around, she realized why. The sky above them had returned to a calm, depthless midnight. Gone was the canopy of thick, moss-covered oak trees. In the oak's place stood red crepe myrtles, packed together so densely with dripping blooms that Calla could barely see through the branches. The once muddy ground was now blanketed in crimson petals, making everything look as if it were covered in blood. Gideon found Caspian stewing at the edge of the tree line a few yards outside the cave. The moment Hannah spotted him striding toward Cass, she scampered off to find Calliope, probably to avoid whatever confrontation she figured was coming. Gideon cleared his throat as he paused behind Cass. "I should have known the witch-eater's cottage was a trap." Caspian tilted his head up toward the sky, his shoulders rolling back, as he stated, "Yes." When Gideon didn't say anything more, Cass faced him. The two of them had gotten in their fair share of fights over the years, and had the scars to prove it. But the tension between them now felt different, and Gideon couldn't stand it. "I'm sorry." Gideon shoved a hand through his hair. "I know I took a risk stealing that amulet." "I'm not upset that you took a risk, Gideon." Cass raised his brows in disbelief. "I've spent the better part of the last decade by your side taking risks. I'm pissed all this happened because you didn't trust me enough to tell me about the heartbreak curse and include me in your plans from the beginning." An overwhelming shot of guilt racked Gideon's body. I was afraid if I told all of you what I was doing with the witch eater and transferring the curse, you'd try to stop me." "Of course I would have tried to stop you," Cass threw his hands up. "I know how bad things have been with Kestrel for the past couple of years, not to mention the guild and your mother."
I know being at the mercy of your rolls of fate has made you feel like you always need to be in control. But I can't continue like this if you aren't 1000% honest with me." Gideon looked Cass dead in the eyes and acknowledged, "You're right." Caspian's entire body relaxed with relief, and the witch clapped Gideon on the shoulder and squeezed in reassurance, though the glint in his eyes was not as bright as it usually was. "You're my best friend, Gid. Don't make me get that close to strangling you again." Gideon snorted. "Still friends?" Calliope asked, tone carefully even as she approached. Caspian sighed good-naturedly. "Always. Where's Han?" "Gathering our things." Calliope hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "It's time for us to get going." "Agreed," Caspian said. "Drop us off at Crystal Lake, and we'll get what we need to head to the Siren Sea." "How long do you think it'll take you to get through Estrella?" "We'll need rest, but it shouldn't take us more than a day to get back to the inn," Gideon said. "Finding what we need, however, will be a whole other story." Hannah appeared an instant later with the few belongings they had left, and as the four of them went on their way, Gideon begged the gods to let them catch a break and leave the forest without any more surprises. Leaving the never-ending forest was not nearly as much of a relief as Gideon thought it would be. Someone in the universe must have heard his plea, because they managed to make it to the end of the woods without any other delays. As they passed through the dense wall of magic, Gideon couldn't help but think of how the last time they crossed through the glamored barrier, there had been 5 of them. The tension between him and Calliope was thick as they stepped back into Estrella. Neither of them had said a word since leaving Caspian and Hannah at Crystal Lake with heavy goodbyes. He was desperate to know what was going through her mind, even if it meant facing her fury, because despite the new mask of indifference she wore, he couldn't imagine that she wasn't furious. After what had transpired over the last 24 hours, there was little room in his own body for anything but self-loathing. Every breath he took that Ezra didn't burned in his lungs. And now that the witch-eater was holding Ezra over their heads, Calliope cleared her throat, the sound cutting through his thoughts. "I know this village is more aware of glamour than other places in Estrella, but we have to get some sleep if we're going to make it back to the inn by tomorrow. We can stop at the next town. It shouldn't be more than a mile or 2 if I remember correctly." He looked up to assess the triple moons in the night sky. "It's just before dawn. Hopefully that means there won't be too many people to run into on our way, but we should cover ourselves just in case." "I've only ever glamoured my eyes," she admitted. "I'm not sure how long I can keep it up on other features." "Stick with your eyes and hair for now. If it starts to slip, I can assist." She nodded and closed her eyes. Using glamour as a witch was like stretching out a muscle. Unlike the Fae, they didn't have that type of magic stored on tap. Witches had to work on converting their inherent power into something akin to a Fae's glamour, though those trained well enough could easily tell the differences in the energies apart. Gideon had spent a great deal of time learning how to keep his disguises in place when he was with the guild, to make sure no one accidentally caught a glimpse of his numbers. Calliope clearly didn't have as much experience. It began with her hair. The length started to shorten, and her loose waves straightened themselves out until they hit just at her shoulders. If he looked closely enough, he could see the hazy, transparent film of magic hovering around her disguised tresses, but that would be overlooked by most. "The real issue was the color," he smirked. "If you were going for the color of a banana, you nailed it." She opened her eyes and reached up to sift the bright yellow strands through her fingers, making a face at the ostentatious shade. "I meant to make it blonde. It's best if you picture a reference in your head, Hannah's hair, for example. And don't forget your eyebrows,"
he said, realizing her brows were still dark brown. She tried again. This time the strands turned a flaxen shade, nearly identical to Hannah's, just as he had suggested. When she blinked her eyes back open, he saw that the colors of her mismatched irises had also changed to a pale shade of green that was not nearly as enchanting. After her glamour was settled, he focused on his own, making his cobalt hair a bright white and transforming his eyes to a solid shade of brown. He focused on the tips of his ears and willed them to sharpen, taking on the details of a fae. Regular fae were not only the closest in appearance to witches, but were commonly regarded to be wanderers wherever they went, especially in Estrella. Therefore, they shouldn't raise any red flags if they came and went without a trace. "Good?" he asked. She gave him a nod of approval and adorned her own ears with points before they set off without another word. They passed through the first village like ghosts in the shadows. They kept their eyes and ears alert as they moved down the cobblestone road toward the next town. The journey was a lot less eventful when the forest around them wasn't trying to kill them any time it had a whim. The familiar scent of crisp winter pines still clung to the air, but the lack of bite in the wind tipped Gideon off that spring was creeping in, which meant much more time had passed here than in the forest. He wondered if his mother had grown suspicious of his absence yet. Another clock they were racing against that he was trying to forget. A mile later, he noticed Calliopa's energy slowly wane. Though she never complained, he knew they would have to find food soon if they were going to make it. The sky above them was growing brighter and brighter as the morning washed in. The chatter of birds overhead a welcome sound after the days of eerie silence in the forest. Not a single soul was out during their trek, but Gideon knew the streets would awaken soon enough with couriers and other travelers. He could already see an approaching cluster of buildings just over the horizon. Hopefully there would be an open inn for them to rest for a few hours. When they were just a half-mile from their destination, she finally broke the silence. "What will we do for money? We don't have much left." "We'll have to find a pawnbroker or bartering shop. I have a spare knife or two that should get us more than a decent amount." "Do you think they will be open this early?" she wondered. "If not, I'm sure we can find a tavern and wait it out." She didn't say anything else, and though he yearned to keep her talking, he didn't press. They made it into the city a few minutes later and found a few people had already awoken and started their day. The first person they spotted was a young troll woman. Trolls looked like any other fey being, but it was easy to recognize them due to one key identifier. They all wore a little vial of dirt somewhere on their person. Every sort of fey had their own traditions and superstitions. For trolls, it was said that if they traveled too far from the land on which they were born, or stayed away for too long, they could lose their magic. So they took that soil with them wherever they went. Gideon was sure this was a rumor started by the beings who resided in the inner Fey courts in order to scare their brethren into never leaving their manipulative clutches, but regardless, the superstition had stuck. The woman in front of them wore her bottle of dirt on a hardy silver chain around her wrist, and the glass bottle clanged noisily against the metal bracelet as she juggled a large linen-covered basket in one hand. She used her other hand to fiddle with a key ring and unlock the front entrance of what appeared to be a bakery.
Calliope stepped over and offered to hold the basket so the woman could open the door, and Gideon had to swallow the urge to protest as the woman threw Calliope a grateful look. "If you wouldn't mind me asking," Calliope said, as the woman inserted her key into the lock and clicked it open. "We were hoping to get an audience with whoever buys or trades goods here. Would you happen to know who that might be?" "What kind of goods?" the woman wondered, briefly glancing over Calliope's shoulder at Gideon with uncertainty. "If you're looking for the produce or fish market, they're on the north side, though good luck negotiating with the fishermen. They'll hassle every last spectral out of you with the winter shortage still going strong. If you're looking for other supplies, Jared's pawn shop is a few streets over. If it's anything in the magical artifacts realm, you'll have to wait until later tonight when the night market opens." "Thank you so much," Calliope prompted. "Lena,"
the woman told them sheepishly. He watched as Calliope gave the woman a smile, and something in him ached that the gesture seemed to take a great deal of effort. The woman didn't notice the strain behind Calla's mask, though, and simply took the basket back from Calliope's hands as her warm brown cheeks grew rosy. "Thank you, Lena," Calliope said. "Do you know if the pawn shop is open yet?" Lena shook her head. "Won't be for another hour. But I'm about to put everything out here if either of you wants some breakfast." He stepped in before Calliope could answer. "It's appreciated, but we have to be going." Lena nodded politely before glancing back at Calliope and blushing once more. "Well, Jared's is just 4 blocks up and 3 to the right. You can't miss it." "Thank you," Gideon repeated, before turning to Calliope and tilting his head in a way that said, "Let's go." It wasn't until a block later that she pointed out how brisk his pace had become. "What's the rush?" she questioned with a raised brow. "We have an hour to kill. We could have at least taken her up on breakfast." He didn't bother to look back as he answered, "We shouldn't be hanging around anyone long enough for them to familiarize themselves with us. We needed to get out of her sight before she committed us to memory. We spoke for 3 seconds, she reasoned. I doubt she'll be giving either of us a second thought." This time he did look back, scoffing. "I think you seriously underestimate how memorable you are, even with the glamour." She rolled her eyes, but otherwise didn't argue, and this time he couldn't take her silence. He stopped walking. "Calliope." She continued past him a few steps before twisting around to face him, a wary look in her eyes. When he tried to take a step toward her, she flinched back. He froze. She shook her head. "Don't." He tugged on one of his earrings as he searched her face. "I know you must loathe me, but—" "What? Gideon, I don't loathe you," she said, cutting him off. "I don't—" She sighed while she tried to find the exact word she was looking for. "I don't feel much of anything right now." He stared at her for a moment. She had said something similar after the witch-eater disappeared, about her fury being unreachable, but he hadn't understood. Not when he'd felt like he was drowning. Coming back to Estrella was hard for her, he knew that. There were so many memories of those they had lost here. It was probably the last place she had seen Delphine truly happy. And now the Siren was gone. It was also probably the place she had thought of as the closest thing to freedom she'd ever find, and since the auction, and the fact that she was a wanted fugitive by the Witch Queen, that comfort was gone as well. He didn't want to push her over the edge. Not here, where so much weight was sitting on her shoulders. Not when he knew she had meant her words to be comforting. He wasn't going to tell her that they weren't, not in the least, or that he'd rather she hate him than feel nothing about him at all. So he nodded and said, "Okay." With that, she turned away and continued on. Another small piece inside him cracked, but he ignored it and followed her. By the time the pawn shop was about to open, Calla's stomach was growling as if she hadn't eaten in weeks. They had posted up at a tavern across the street from the shop while they waited, but much to her disappointment, the kitchen was closed. Now she was sitting in a dark corner of the bar, watching as Gideon ordered them each a glass of water. The bartender was doing everything in their power to engage the prince in flirtatious conversation, but he was completely oblivious. She might have been amused at the scene under different circumstances. When Gideon returned a moment later and handed her a glass, she drained it in 3 gulps. "We should head over now," he told her, as he took the empty glass back to the bar. "I want to make sure we can snag a room at the inn before they fill up for the night." She let him lead her back out, weaving through the old wooden tables and chairs, pausing only to set their glasses back on the bar. The bartender gave them a look, but neither of them acknowledged it. They were little more than phantoms, haunting every place they went. They wove their way across the newly awakened street toward a little store with a sign that read, "Jared's Shop," in blue letters. The sign's paint was cracked and peeling, and the front window looked like it hadn't been washed in years, a thick layer of dust and grime smudged across it. Gideon pushed the door open, sending the tinkle of a bell through the quaint space. The air inside the shop was a bit stifling without the breeze, and it smelled like mothballs and wood. The store had an array of different-sized shelves and cupboards that held a plethora of miscellaneous items, from dinnerware to clothing. Several couches and chairs were pushed together in a far corner, with boxes of knickknacks piled on top. The center of the shop was taken up by a large, ornate desk covered in stacks of papers and small piles of spectrals. Behind the desk sat a man, Jared, she presumed, with thick sage-colored hair and a full beard, square-framed glasses sliding down his nose, as he recorded something on one of the documents he was working on, the scratch of his pen the only sound in the shop after the bell settled. "Can I help you?" he questioned without looking up. Callio deferred to Gideon with an expectant look. The prince pulled a dagger from his pocket. The blade was on the shorter side, nothing particularly noteworthy except for the hilt. A gold inlay in white marble glistened beneath the yellow lighting from the chandelier above. The 5 jewels that lined each side of the grip sent a scatter of rainbows across the desk's surface. "How much would you give for this?" Gideon asked. Jared glanced up, expression uninterested, until it snagged on the gem-encrusted piece. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose as he set his pen down and stood. "May I?" He lifted a hand, and Gideon placed the weapon in his palm, hilt first. They were quiet as the man ran his fingers over the smooth marble, inspecting every detail and weighing the piece in his hand. He reached down to open one of the desk's drawers on his left, fishing out a small jeweler's loop to get a better look at the gems. When he looked back up at them, there was something twinkling in his eyes. "I haven't seen a piece like this in years," he told the prince, an undertone of excitement in his words. "Black diamonds have been scarce these days." Gideon looked as if he was very aware of that fact. "How much?" "I can offer 6,000 spectrals, but I only have about half on hand. You'll have to wait for the rest until tomorrow," the man informed them. Gideon shook his head. "We'll take the half now, keep the rest, and don't mention where you got it." Jared narrowed his eyes, and Calla worried for a moment that he would accuse them of stealing the weapon or question them further. But a second later, he simply nodded. "I'm assuming you don't wish to fill out any paperwork, then." "You assume correctly," Gideon said. The man took the hint. "Wait just a moment while I get your payment." He took the dagger with him to the far corner of the room where a large steel safe sat. Calla glanced around, bored, stomach tightening with hunger more and more. She walked over to one of the charming little cupboards as they waited for the man to unlock the safe. The cabinet was filled with all sorts of sparkling treasures: a heart-shaped locket, a ring with a small switchblade built in, and a gilded fox brooch. The item that held her attention, however, was a pair of golden earrings shaped like violet blossoms with clusters of pearls in the centers of their petals. She reached out to brush a finger over one of the pieces, which was about a third of the size of a spectral, longing to just be a normal girl who came to a shop to buy something pretty. "You will never be a normal girl," an insidious voice in her mind whispered. She snatched her hand back from the earrings and returned to Gideon's side, ignoring the way the prince was observing her out of his peripheral vision. When Gerard finally unlocked the door to his safe, he placed Gideon's blade inside and traded it for 3 canvas bags that made a metallic jingling sound as they were shuffled around. When the safe was resecured, the man walked back over and handed the bags to Gideon. "Pleasure doing business with you." Gideon placed the money deep into the satchel he wore across his chest and nodded his thanks before ushering Calla out of the shop and back into the crowded street. "Where to now?" she asked. "Preferably somewhere with food. I saw an inn a couple blocks back. The sign said they served meals." Thank the gods. They retraced their steps to the inn Gideon had scouted. When they made it inside, Calla's stomach growled for the millionth time as she caught a savory whiff of whatever was cooking in the back, her mouth watering at the idea of a hot meal for the first time in a week. Gideon stepped out from behind her and approached a small reception desk that sat across from the entrance. A bored-looking girl with a thick lavender bob was filing her nails and leaning on the countertop with her elbows. "Hello," Gideon greeted her. The girl glanced up, but otherwise said nothing. Calla stepped forward. "We'd like a room for the night, or day, rather." The girl refocused on her nails as she informed them. "We book by the hour as well, if you need." Calla's brow furrowed. "Oh, I suppose Calliope," Gideon murmured, cutting her off, and if she didn't know better, she'd say he almost looked amused. He turned back to the receptionist and asserted, "We'll book a full night in a room with 2 beds. And the room comes with meals, correct?" The girl gave a nod and said, "A single night includes 2 meals and bath tokens for the showers out back." "Perfect," Gideon confirmed. "Will this cover it?" The girl set aside her nail file and looked down at the small pile of spectrals he placed on the counter. She plucked a single one out of the pile and handed it back before scraping the rest noisily off the edge of the desk and into her other palm. She lifted the creaking lid off a large wooden box sitting to her right and dumped the money inside before procuring what looked to be a large pad of paper from somewhere beneath the countertop. A room log, Calla quickly realized. The girl began scanning the list of numbers with a column of check marks next to it. "It looks like we only have single bedrooms left." Calla's heart thudded in her chest. There was no way they were sharing a bed. "That's fine," Gideon answered. Calla swung her gaze over to him. "What?" "I'll nap on the floor," he told her, his voice low. "Mm-hmm," the receptionist hummed to herself, a smirk playing on her lips as she recorded a check next to room number 46 and then pulled out a drawer full of keys. She lifted out the one with the correct number and set it in front of them. "Up the stairs, 4th floor to the right. If you are unable to access the stairs, there's a ramp just around the corner. Have a great stay." Calla snatched up the key and took off for the staircase on their right, refusing to look at Gideon. Instead, she focused on making it up the 4 flights of stairs, a bead of sweat at each of her temples by the time she arrived at their room and shoved open the door. She was surprised to find that the room was quite spacious. A small bed took up space on one side, with a nightstand next to it, and a large chair in the opposite corner. A dresser with an old mirror sat against the wall across from the bed, and everything looked to be well kept and clean enough for her not to question sleeping there. Gideon came in behind her, and she spun on him once she heard the door click shut. "Why would you agree to a single bed?" she demanded. "Because it was this or nothing, and at least one of us should get decent rest before we walk for another 13 miles, he told her, tone even. "If you really can't stand sharing a room, I can go down and request another." She made an incoherent, unsure sound in the back of her throat. "I mean it," he reiterated. "I can easily go get a separate room. Just say the word." She gave a deep sigh. No, it's fine. I'd feel safer if both of us were in one place. I just feel terrible that you'll have to be on the floor." "I've slept on much worse," he deadpanned. "Go get some food downstairs and rest. I'm going to see what I can gather in town. We both need a change of clothes and some food for the road. I need new shoes." She bit her lip as she looked down at the worn-out ones on her feet. "These are terrible." "All right, new shoes. Anything else?" Her eyes lit up. A brush would be amazing. And if they have anything for menstruation, it probably wouldn't hurt to have on hand, just in case. He nodded as he moved to unload the pack he was carrying onto the chair in the corner. He took a few coins out and shoved them into his front pocket before heading out with a soft, "I'll be back." Once she was alone, Calla sat down on the bed and lay back, thankful to find it was soft. She wasn't sure how long she stayed like that, fighting the urge to drift asleep, but eventually her stomach growled and made her sit back up. By the time she hauled herself off the bed and grabbed one of the bath tokens off the dresser, the light filtering through the small window was golden like the afternoon. Hannah had been surprised to find that Crystal Lake was wildly different from the Siren Sea, even though both were located in the never-ending forest. To start, this water was a calm, clear blue, unlike the sea's glassy black surface. She wanted to believe that might mean there were fewer haunting creatures below, but she knew not to get her hopes up about anything in this forest.
She was still feeling the loss of Calla splitting up from them, and something inside her was becoming increasingly more unsettled. Worrying about the unknown was not helping. Resurrect grows in the dark, Cass informed her, as he dipped the toe of his boot into the water, sending a ripple through the serene surface. You'll usually find it in small caverns or in patches at the very bottom of the lake where the sun doesn't reach. How much do we need to get? Hannah wondered. Well, first of all, you won't be going to get anything. Cass gave the blonde a pointed look. You're still not fully healed. Hannah's hands twitched at her sides as she fought the urge to tighten them into fists of frustration. I want to help. I don't want to just watch while you all do the work it takes to become the older sibling she'd never had, fiercely and sometimes annoyingly protective.
The old Hannah might have been surprised that she was able to warm to another person outside of Delphine and Calla so quickly, but Caspian made her feel safe. And even though she didn't like being told not to help, she deeply appreciated the sentiment. It wasn't your fault, Han. It wasn't as if you had a choice and made a bad one. You fought for her. We all know you fought for her. She knows you fought for her. I want to help, she repeated. After a moment of deliberation, Cass conceded with a sigh. All right, just stay close, okay? We need to gather as much as we can possibly hold. It's imperative to make sure we have enough to get Delphine back. Worst-case scenario is getting captured in the Siren Sea, and they hold us long enough that we run out of the resurrect and drown. Hannah confirmed that she understood, and when Caspian kicked off his shoes and emptied his pockets, she followed suit. They both placed themselves at the very edge of the lake and looked down at the tranquil surface, their reflections staring back. Ready? Cass asked her. She nodded. They waded into the lake together, the water lapping at Hannah's waist, where it only hit Caspian mid-thigh. The farther they moved, the deeper the water became, and just as it hit Hannah's neck, she felt the ground beneath their feet reach the edge of a drop-off point. This is where the trench begins. It should be a straight shot down to where the seaweed grows, Cass explained. Deep breath. 1, 2, 3. They dove beneath the surface in sync. The water rushed in her ears as she plummeted into the depths of the lake, a tornado of bubbles tickling her skin, and she tried to get her bearings. Caspian was right beside her, reaching out his hand in offering, and when she accepted, it didn't take as long as she would have thought for the other witch to drag her down into the shadows at the floor. When they reached the bottom, they came upon the resurrect, the slippery green plant slithering over Hannah's skin and tangling in her hair. She watched as Cass yanked one of the tendrils of the magic plant and shoved the piece that broke off into his mouth, gesturing for her to do the same. She stuffed the dark green seaweed into her mouth as quickly as possible, trying to swallow as little lake water with it as she could manage. The bitterness of the resurrect nearly made her gag, but when she finally gulped it down, the magic effects began almost instantly. It started in her chest. One moment her lungs were burning with the lack of oxygen, and the next a warming sensation slowly crept through her torso until the pressure was completely gone. She inhaled hesitantly, a smile breaking onto her face when she found that she could breathe. The two of them began gathering up the resurrect by the fistful, stuffing the slimy chunks of the plant deep into their pockets. Hannah wriggled through the underwater jungle, imagining that this must be what Delphine experienced. For a moment she got lost in that thought, daydreaming about the two of them exploring the sea together, letting Delphine show her the magic of the ocean. The last few days she had felt so adrift, the better half of her heart so far away, but here, surrounded by the cool water, she allowed herself to pretend Delphine was nearby. That the siren was playing somewhere in the seaweed, hiding as she waited for Hannah to find her. Before she could stop herself, Hannah brushed back a curtain of the resurrect in front of her, stomach sinking when she found nothing behind it but more of the slimy plant. She dropped her arm and forced herself back to reality.
It wasn't until too late that she'd lost track of Caspian in the thick of the weeds. She twisted around in alarm, searching for any sign of him, but the strands of green were too thick to see through. She pushed herself off the lake floor and swam up, out of the tangle of plants. The first thing she spotted in the open water was Cass, thrashing in pain. The second was a flurry of green and purple fins. She barely had time to suck in another breath when a shadowy figure struck from her left. When Calla woke, it felt like she was rising from a century-long slumber. She supposed that's what happened when she finally got some rest that wasn't on the cold floor of a demonic forest. She cracked her eyes open, fighting through the foggy haze in her mind to push herself up from the mattress. All she remembered was going downstairs and scarfing down a bowl of whatever sort of stew they had been serving, nearly boiling her skin off in the steaming showers, and then passing out on top of the mattress, with Gideon still nowhere in sight. She had zero recollection of climbing the 4 flights of stairs back to the room, or having the forethought to remove her shoes before getting into bed. "Gideon?" she whispered into the dark, noticing the curtains on the window had been pulled tightly shut. "I'm here," his deep voice answered from the chair in the corner. She rubbed at her eyes until they adjusted, and she could make out the prince's silhouette in the corner, his glamoured hair and eyes still perfectly intact. "Did you sleep at all?" "Some. I got you some new clothes if you'd like to change. I didn't want to wake you too soon, but we should probably get going before it gets much later." Calla stretched out her limbs as Gideon stood and moved to light the gas lamp on the nightstand. She squinted a bit when the fire ignited, small white spots darting across her vision. When she looked down, she noticed that the glamour on her own hair had disappeared. She frowned. "I'm surprised you held it as long as you did," he reassured her when he noticed what she was looking at. "I'll have to get better at that," she muttered as she walked over to the neatly folded pile of garments atop the dresser. "I'll let you change. I'm going to go fill up our canteens downstairs. I set up your own pack over there as well." With that, he left, and she began to strip off the old clothes she'd put back on after her shower. The material on the inner thighs of Caspian's trousers had been rubbed raw from all the walking, and she was grateful she would no longer have to deal with the chafing. Unsurprisingly, the prince had impeccable taste in clothing. She unfolded the sleeveless, high-necked top he'd gotten her and slid the buttery soft knit material over her head. The top was just the right size, hugging the thick curves of her body in all the right places, and she reveled in finally wearing something that fit. The woven cotton trousers he'd bought slid over her hips just as easily, and were a length that she'd actually be able to walk in. The pants were equipped with multiple pockets down the side and some sort of utility belt around the hips. Both articles of clothing were in shades of purple so dark they could have been black. Last were the leather boots. Calla's breath hitched a little when she saw the care that had been taken with the shoes. The leather had been oiled and stretched, making it less stiff for her to walk in. The insides had been padded with bits of cotton by hand in all the places that new boots might give her blisters. A pang of emotion reverberated through her chest, but it was gone before she could grasp it. She knelt down to lace up the boots, and by the time she was done, there was a soft knock at the door. "Come in," she said. Gideon stepped back inside, the refilled canteens in his hands. "Ready?" She nodded as he handed her one of the water bottles. "I got each of us a backpack," he told her as he walked over to pick up one of the bags. "It has extra clothes, food for the road, anything I thought we might need. There are also a couple of knives for you to keep on your belt. You just button the sheaths on, and you're good to go." Calla took the backpack from him, a hollow feeling inside her. "You barely slept," she accused him. "I'm fine, Calliope," he told her, his eyes unreadable. "Don't lie to me." "What else do you want me to say?" he asked, his tone sounding almost defeated. "That I can't sleep because of the nightmares? Because every second I'm here and he's not is slowly killing me? That being useful is the only thing keeping me together? And how you—" He shook his head as his words trailed off.
They hadn't really spoken about Ezra, or anything else that had happened between them for that matter, other than to scheme how to get the other prince back. Whatever was happening with her emotions had made it easier to lock away the all-consuming pain and grief that loomed in the shadows at the back of her mind, the place she stored everything she wasn't able to face. She wondered, however, if it was worse for Gideon to keep it all bottled up. He'd always had such tight control of his emotions before, but that clearly hadn't been a benefit to anyone. "If you need to talk about it, we can," she offered. "We don't have to." He tugged on one of his earrings. "I know we don't have to." He dropped his hand and narrowed his eyes at her. "Would it help?" "What help?" she questioned. "Whatever's broken between us. I want to fix it. Tell me what you need, and I'll do it." "I don't know," she confessed, her tone colored with frustration. "Callio," Gideon's voice was low, strained. "There's so much grief inside me," she continued. "I can feel it crawling beneath my skin, but it won't come to the surface. I feel like I should be shedding tears for him every second of every day. It makes me feel more broken now than before." She was digging her nails into her palms, leaving angry red indentions in her skin, trying desperately to feel the ache, but it faded too quickly. Gideon took a step toward her, but she recoiled, almost involuntarily. "You were never broken before," he implored as he halted his movement. "And if you're broken now, so am I. Together, remember?" There was that sentiment again. Before she could come up with a way to respond, he gave a cruel, sharp laugh. "Do you ever find it impossible not to wonder if all this effort is useless? Even if we did the impossible by bringing Ezra back, at the end of the day, all of us ending up dead at the hands of the witch queens is nearly inevitable anyway. Maybe it would be less cruel to let him rest in peace. At least then it would only be me who has to suffer with the guilt of being the cause of his death." Something about his words angered her. She felt it in her core, the quick strike of a match trying to catch fire despite the cold. "No." "No?" His expression turned wary as he crossed his arms over his bare chest. "You don't get to shoulder all the blame in some misguided attempt to punish yourself. And you definitely don't get to say the Queen's win is inevitable. Not until I've gotten my chance on the battlefield, at least. If they are left standing at the end, it will be among the ashes of the power that I drain from them with my last breath, if I must. I will never just let them win." His brows shot up at the conviction in her voice as it thundered through the small space, the silver and obsidian of his eyes swirling like a tempest now. "You punish yourself for everything, so no one else has to take the blame. And maybe some of the blame does fall on you and me. We both made these decisions. But what we don't need right now is to wallow in guilt until we fade away, or give up this fight before it's truly begun. That's how the queens get away with what they've done. And the fates. They're just as much to blame as you and me for what has happened." "And what about taking responsibility for what I've done to you?" he murmured. "Am I at least allowed to do that? You claim you don't hate me yet, but how long before you start resenting me for giving you the heartbreak curse and taking away your ability to fall in love? You say that as if the heartbreak curse isn't something terrible that also affects you, Gideon. It's not as if either one of us could have predicted what the spell was going to do. We both took the same risk." His jaw clenched, but he didn't get a chance to argue any longer when a loud knock sounded through the room and made them both jump. "Housekeeping," someone called, their voice muffled. "Fix your glamour," Gideon reminded her. She worked on returning her hair to the silky blonde disguise as she watched him let the housekeeper in. It was an older Fey woman with warm ivory skin and long white hair who smiled at them politely. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," the Fey said, glancing between them. "I was told you were checking out?" "Yes, we were just packing up," Gideon confirmed. He lifted one of the bags and handed it to Calla.
As she fixed the pack over her shoulders, she caught him slipping something from the front pocket of his trousers, a tiny black box, and into the front pouch of his own bag. When all his own gear was settled in place, he told the Fae, "We'll be going now." "I hope you both had a lovely stay," the woman told them. Gideon's smile was tight as he said, "Thank you." The two of them didn't linger a second more. They made their way downstairs and slipped out of the inn, back into the city. Calla was grateful for the timing of the Fae's interruption. She wasn't ready to delve deeper into the topic of the heartbreak curse. Of all the things they currently had to be worried about, she was sure that was at the bottom of both of their lists. For a moment, Hannah's world was blurry. Something had tackled her from the side, sending her flying through the water before a pair of clawed hands gripped her biceps and drove her down to the seafloor. Her back slammed against the sandy ground, and the force of the hit made everything around her hazy for a split second. She looked up at the being hovering over her and took in their forest green hair, the shimmering patches of purple scales all over their upper body that matched the shade of the tail flicking behind them. A Nereid. Hannah struggled against the sea woman's hold, thrashing her legs to try and wiggle away. The grip on her shoulders only tightened. From somewhere in the distance, she heard a yelp of pain, and she froze. Caspian! This couldn't be happening again. Her blood boiled with a fury she hadn't felt in a very long time. A tornado of bubbles raced to the surface from her mouth as she unleashed a scream stifled by the water around her. She willed her magic to come to her, to be able to fight back and get to Caspian like she hadn't been able to for Delphine. Delphine, who had protected her for years, who had been the most tangible form of happiness Hannah had ever known, and let slip through her fingers. Hannah thought about how she had failed the Siren every waking second. Delphine's face as she was dragged away was burned into Hannah's memory, a constant loop of torture reminding her of her shortcomings. Now Caspian needed help. Caspian, who always made sure to check in on her while the others dealt with their own grief. Cass, who had become her friend in such a short amount of time, but whom she now couldn't imagine not knowing. Hannah gashed her teeth with effort as she pulled and pulled and pulled at the magic in her core. The Nereid smiled down at Hannah, pupilless blue eyes shining with anticipation. "I can do this," she told herself. "I will not let another person down. I will be stronger. For Delphine. For myself." When the sea woman lunged forward, wide-open jaws angled toward Hannah's throat, everything slid into focus inside Hannah's mind with a click. A hard pulse emanated from Hannah's chest and reverberated through the water, causing a circular ripple to spread out around her. Her eyes ached as colors became too bright and saturated. She cringed as an ear-splitting screech ripped from the sea woman's mouth above her. A familiar vibration of power began slowly crawling through her veins, and when she lifted her hands to inspect them, she saw pulsing black veins slowly spreading from her fingertips and all the way up her arms. She dug her fingers into the seafloor at her sides and opened her mouth in a wordless battle cry as dark energy ripped through her. The sand beneath the lake bed began to kick up and swirl in the water as the magic she expelled sent a shockwave through the lake. She didn't know what happened to the Nereid or how long she lay there writhing in pain as her magic leaked out of every pore in her skin, as if her body was detoxing the old dead power from her system. Her consciousness began to fade in and out. Just before her eyes fluttered all the way shut, someone pulled her away. Gentle hands wedged themselves beneath her arms and tugged her up and up and up until her head broke the surface and cool air hit her skin. The person dragged her out of the water and onto the grassy bank, calling her name over and over again. She was too tired to respond, though, too drained. She simply turned to her side, curled up, and passed out. "How long has she been out?" a familiar feminine voice asked.
Celeste. A day this time. A day? Celeste repeated in shock. Her healing is getting slower and slower each time. Having to regrow the same body part over and over is messing with her magic. If it continues, she'll stop regenerating that part altogether. The second voice was just as familiar as Celeste's, and Delphine knew she must be imagining the edge of concern in its tone. She slowly pried her eyes open, ignoring the raw aching in her throat as she looked around. Eros realized Delphine was conscious before Celeste and pressed Delphine down by her shoulder before she could sit up. Delphine didn't wait to hear the end of his sentence. She simply reached up to dig her nails into his wrists and focused on every ounce of water around her, sending a stream directly into his face. She scrambled off the bed and backed herself against the wall, teeth bared, ready to fight. Delphine! Celeste held up her hands as Eros recovered. Get the hells away from me, she tried to say, but the sound that came out was worse than nails scratching over glass. They all cringed. If you ever want to sing again, Eros advised, crossing his arms over his chest, I would save your voice for a little while. The repeated damage could be permanent if you don't rest. And why would I listen to you? Delphine hissed. Do whatever the hells you want, Moonlight. Eros rolled his eyes. I'm just telling you what they said. It would also behoove you not to alert the guard down the hall with any ruckus you may be itching to cause. Don't call me that, Delphine snapped. It was the nickname Ranil had called her since she was 10, the fellow members of her shoal having adopted the endearment as their own. When she was younger, it had made her feel special, like she was loved. As she grew older, however, she realized nothing she had experienced here was really love, just manipulation. Eros glanced over to Celeste. She is officially your problem. Get her on board or don't. I couldn't care less. She's always been too much trouble for me. With that, he left. Delphine counted every footstep he took down the hall and out of sight. She could hear the sounds of him saying something to the guard who was posted at the door, but couldn't make out any words. Delphine locked eyes with Celeste. Why are you here? Delphine demanded. I was sure Zephyr would be the first one to come torture me. In the years since she'd seen Celeste, the other girl hadn't changed a bit. Celeste's neat silver coils still hung halfway down her back. Her mouth painted a shimmering metallic that complemented the Siren's midnight blue complexion, and the silver freckles splashed across her skin like stars. It was as if Celeste had been frozen in time, an exact replica of how she existed in Delphine's memories. Meanwhile, Delphine knew she must look like an entirely different person. Hair chopped above her shoulders, her deep blue nails unpolished, lips cracked, and blood staining the front of her top. There was a time when Delphine considered Celeste one of the only people who truly knew her. A time when she daydreamed about breaking free of the Siren's oath binding her to Ranil. It was one thing to be in his shoal, something she'd willingly entered into, but being forced into a magic oath with him was a different kind of cruelty altogether. So, while Celeste and Eros made plans for their futures that they never followed through with, she made plans to get out and never set foot in the watery depths of the Siren Sea again. The day she'd begged Celeste to leave with her, Celeste had been shocked that Delphine was truly that unhappy in Ranil's shoal. That's the day Delphine realized Celeste didn't know her at all. Unlike some of the others, Eros and I don't want to torture you, Celeste said, brushing a curl out of her face. You're more paranoid than I remember. Delphine's throat wasn't the only thing on fire now. 4 years' worth of anger burned through her body, and the words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. As if you have any reason to accuse me of being unjustly paranoid after you have no idea what you're talking about, Celeste cut her off with a pointed finger.
I know you're angry, but hells, have you never stopped to think once in all the time you've been gone that you aren't the only one who regrets what happened between us? You wanted me to make a life-altering decision in an instant. What was I supposed to do? Not tell Zephyr so he could go to Raneel? Delphine laughed cruelly. I thought I could trust him, Celeste gritted out. I didn't know that he has only ever looked out for himself? I've always told you I hated him since the moment he was claimed. You hated everyone, Delphine threw up her hands. You never wanted to make friends here. Did you never think that's why you were miserable? Did you ever think it's because I knew no one could be trusted? Especially Zephyr. Common sense, Cell. After Raneel made Zephyr swear a siren's oath for having an affair with one of his lovers, Zephyr became desperate to climb back to the top. You can't trust someone like that. I thought because he knew what it was like to be punished with the siren's oath, he would understand why we'd want out, Celeste whispered. I may have been jaded, Delphine admitted, but my mother taught me better than to trust any of them and get burned. Except by you, of course. I never saw you coming, and look where that lapse in judgment led me. Celeste strode across the room until she was standing chest to chest with Delphine, their faces only inches apart. Delphine froze. Celeste was breathing heavily, the gills on both sides of her neck filtering water in and out at a rapid pace. The last time they had been this close together, she had been begging Celeste to leave with her. I never thought you would really go, Celeste told her. You left me, Delphine returned. I was too scared before. Delphine tilted her chin up, looking down her nose at Celeste as she said, And now? Eros, we've been making plans. We want your help. Too little, too late, Delphine thought. There was no way in hell she'd ever trust them again. She'd rather rot in this cell than help them after what they'd done to sabotage her. Since when did you and Eros get so close? If I remember correctly, Eros was just as much Raneel's lapdog as Zephyr was when I left. He was leading the pack back in the forest. You have no idea what the rest of us went through once you left. Raneel locked everything down for months. He tortured us for weeks, convinced the rest of us were planning to defect just as you had. Zephyr turned all his anger into desire to get revenge on you. Eros and we realized together that you were right to leave. You had seen what Raneel was capable of long before so many others. You have no idea the things I've seen him do. Because you never told me, Celeste retorted. You kept so many things to yourself. To protect you, Delphine yelled.
To protect myself, because even as much as Delphine had loved Celeste, she would always have chosen herself over anyone else. Then she'd met Hannah and Calla. Trusting them had been a long process. Luckily for Delphine, Hannah and Calla both had much more patience than she ever did. The two of them never pushed her, never made her question her boundaries, and that made it easier to trust them unconditionally. Maybe in a different environment, she could have learned to trust Celeste like she did Hannah and Calla, but then she probably would have never met the other girls, and this version of herself wouldn't even exist. The version of herself she finally loved. We've finally seen it for ourselves. Celeste's words brought Delphine back to the present. And we're ready to leave it all behind now, with you. You got out once and can do it again. Only this time, I won't let you do it alone. Delphine laughed, a quick, harsh sound. You're right, I can do it again. So what makes you think I'll let the two of you hold me back again? At least hear us out, Celeste insisted, her voice dropping lower. You're our best chance to make our plans work and get out of here. You're a wild card, something Raneel won't be able to predict anymore, unlike Eros and me. Eros was leading us that day in the forest as a test. Ranil told Zephyr to report back on every single move he made. His obedience was to convince Ranil that he could be trusted. It was an act, I promise. Delphine was about to tell the Siren to eat glass, that their promises meant nothing, and she didn't care if it had been an act or not. She would never help either of them escape after they dragged her back here. A voice in the back of her mind stopped her, though, belonging to Ezra Black, of all people, from some random night months ago when he'd been at the girl's apartment teaching Calla the rules of bourrée. You always play your opponents, never the cards. If Celeste and Eros were willing to give up their plans to her, why should she refuse? More information was always an asset, and when it was time to carry out whatever scheme they had come up with, she would do so alone. She hoped the bitter taste of betrayal choked them like it had her for years. So Delphine said, "What is it the two of you had in mind?" Celeste's eyes narrowed. "You'll hear us out? Truly?" It took all Delphine's effort to keep the bite out of her tone as she answered, "I just asked, didn't I?" Celeste searched for something in Delphine's face, and she must have found whatever she was looking for because she closed her eyes for a moment and leaned closer. Delphine froze at their proximity, at the way Celeste lifted her arms and circled them around Delphine's neck. "Play the game," a voice whispered in the back of Delphine's mind. If she needs to believe you still could have feelings for her. Delphine allowed Celeste to embrace her for a few seconds, and when Celeste opened her eyes again, they were full of hope. Hope Delphine planned to crush. Even with all the miles they had walked over the past several hours, it was stepping into the Starlight Inn that knocked the breath from Calla's lungs. Memories of the time she had been in and out of the buzzing lobby, the smell of charred magic that would cling to her clothes days after she left, the burn of alcohol pouring down her throat almost buckled her knees. A fracture began to split through the glacial barriers erected in her mind. The memory of waking up, disoriented in a stone cell after being kidnapped by Ramor and Boone, came roaring back to her. She could still feel the sickening churn of her stomach as she was dressed up like a doll to be sold. "Hey," Gideon's deep voice jostled her from her thoughts. "Are you going to be all right?" It was the first time she'd heard him speak in hours, both of them having been too much in their own heads during most of their trek through Estrella's countryside to make casual conversation. Calla couldn't make her mouth work to answer him, though, and when he tried to reach for her hand, to ground her back in the present, she flinched away. A flicker of something went through his glamored eyes, but he simply dropped his hands and told her, "We don't have to do this. We can leave." "And then what?" she whispered. "Waste more time trying to figure out an alternative place to get what we need? Leave the others to fend for themselves for even longer because I'm overreacting? Calliope, this is not overreacting. Ezra would have told me it is." She squeezed her nails into her palms. "I've been here 1,000,000 times. What's once more?" Gideon pressed his lips together in a hard line for a moment before telling her, firmly, "The last time you were here, you were almost auctioned. If your mind is having a hard time processing that, then we can leave." "You would forfeit our best chance to get him back if I asked you to?" "I could find another way," he responded immediately, instinctively. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "I'll be fine. Just go ask if there will be any vendors we can meet with tonight. Will you be okay waiting here?" She nodded. She could collect herself enough to do this, especially considering this would probably be the easiest part of the night. "I can hold on to your things while you wait in line." Gideon handed off his backpack to her and went to join the long queue at the check-in desk while she propped herself against the wall. She tracked every movement of those around him from her vantage point, on edge that someone would remember him from the auction or recognize him as the Onyx Prince, even with the disguise.
She swore she'd be able to pick out his careful movements, his poised demeanor, not to mention his voice, anywhere. But with all the hubbub, no one bothered to even spare him a second glance, making her shoulders relax a bit as he continued to move up in the line. As she shifted her weight, her ankles knocked against the sides of his bag at her feet, and a brief memory ran through her mind from when they'd left the last inn. I shouldn't, she thought. But a moment later, she was lifting the bag back up into her arms, tentatively glancing at where the prince was standing in line to make sure he hadn't turned around. Calla knew she had no right to snoop through his things, didn't know what was possessing her to lift the flap of the front pouch and dig around for the small black box she knew she'd caught him sneaking in there. Until she pulled the lid off the tiny package, and every ounce of oxygen rushed out of her lungs, that is. It was the gold flower earrings from the pawn shop. She hurried to replace the lid, shoving the box as deep down into the bag's pocket as it would go, and then dropped the entire pack back on the floor. When the flood of adrenaline suddenly going through her body made Gideon twist around to check on her, she knew she had to pull herself together. She waved his look of concern off, and he narrowed his eyes, but before he could step out of line and come back to her, the receptionist called, "Next!" He was back less than 2 minutes later with a small silver key and a suspicious set to his mouth. "What's that?" she blurted. "I used the name you gave me. They handed me this and told me to go to the 4th floor," Gideon explained. "Are you okay?" She ignored the latter question, leaning in to peer at the small object in his palm with skepticism. "I've never been to the 4th floor. I have no idea what we might be about to walk into. Maybe we shouldn't have used Jack's name. It'll lead us somewhere, regardless," Gideon told her. "You said your landlord was well connected, right?" "An understatement," she snorted. "Then this is our best lead." Gideon folded the key in his fist. "Are you okay to go?" Calla took a deep breath and nodded. At least they weren't going down to the gambling room in the basement. She most definitely wasn't prepared for that. She led Gideon to the staircase next to the pulley elevator, and the two of them took the steps 2 at a time. The smell was the first thing that hit them when they made it to the landing. Calla choked on the putrid scent of dark magic, and if it weren't for Gideon standing by her side, she would have lost her nerve immediately. "What room is it?" she questioned, pulling the high neck of her sweater up over her face as she glanced down the long corridor of doors. The hideous carpet and wallpaper were the exact same patterns as those in the rest of the inn. A small shiver ran down her spine at the claw marks on the walls and a few suspicious burns on the bottoms of some of the doors. "Third on the left," they said. Gideon gestured with his chin. "What are our names again?" "I'm Lily," she told him as they made their way to the door. "And you're Blue." Gideon quirked a brow. "Those are terrible undercover names." "It's not like I had a ton of time to workshop them," Calla huffed. Gideon resisted the smirk that was trying to unfurl on his face and slid the key into the door. When they pushed their way inside, she saw a group of people crowded around a long table, and every one of their heads snapped up from whatever they were huddled over to look in their direction. The door slammed shut behind them. Calla swallowed when she noticed that in the middle of the room was a long table. In the center of that table lay a vaguely familiar, shirtless Fae. The man's body was covered in awful burns, splotchy red patches marring his porcelain skin. She hoped he was only unconscious, but the knives protruding from multiple places on his body made her doubt that was the case. None of that was what made Calla's jaw drop. Her landlord, Jack, was here in the flesh, brandishing a knife over the scarred Fae on the table. And on either side of him stood Raymore and Boone. A loud noise clanged through the dungeon's corridor and snapped Celeste out of whatever trance she'd been in. When they didn't hear anyone coming down the hall, she let out a breath, though her expression remained wary. "We should talk more about that later," Celeste said. "I have to be somewhere." Delphine put on her best look of innocence. We need to be careful about whatever that was before things get messier than they already are. Nothing can happen between us, not until this is all over and we're free. Delphine needed to string Celeste along as far as she possibly could, but she had no desire to trap herself into any more displays of affection. Celeste nodded. "I'm sorry, I don't know what just came over me. I know you're still angry. The way Eros and I had to act, I get it. No, I don't. You did what you had to do, and I'll do the same. I just want you to know that Eros and I only assisted in bringing you back because it would have been highly suspicious if we hadn't." Delphine forced herself to shrug as she combed her fingers through her hair and pushed the strands out of her face. When she saw how Celeste's eyes were tracking every movement, she knew she had her right where she wanted her. Celeste cleared her throat. "When you used your magic in the Siren Sea, it was like kelpies getting their first taste of blood. Ranil sensed it right away, through your Siren's oath. Eros convinced Zephyr to let us go with him to find you, saying we wanted revenge even more than Zephyr did, and our plan was to turn on Zephyr the moment we found you. But then Mariana somehow weaseled her way into coming with us. And then there still would have been only 2 of them, and all of us. Mariana had a tracking ring on her," Celeste said, cutting her off. Delphine's breath hitched in surprise. Ranil's tracking rings were infamous throughout his shoal. Forged with dark magic, the rings allowed Ranil to track the wearer anywhere in the world. Though that wasn't the most insidious part. Whoever wore the ring couldn't just slip it off. They would have to remove the finger the ring was on altogether in order to be rid of it. And the magic in the cursed band would stop the appendage from ever growing back. And if you killed someone who wore one of the rings, the band's dark magic would not only mark you as the killer, it would make you horribly sick and keep your magic from healing you correctly. Ranil put it on her a few months after you left," Celeste continued. "Another thing to add to the list of things they blame you for. If we had turned on the 2 of them and she got killed, gods," Delphine spat. "He sent her with you all on purpose." Celeste nodded. "Eros suspected the same thing. We don't know which of us he didn't fully trust, but we've had to be more careful than ever now. Mariana's reward for helping to bring you back was getting the ring removed. She's been scarce around here trying to lie low and avoid catching Ranil's attention again. And yet she'll remain loyal to him despite what he did to her? Probably. But there are a lot of other shoal members who have become unsatisfied with Ranil's reign of terror. Not just Ranil, the other shoal leaders too. They're keeping the ability to claim sirens to themselves and letting our people's magic be snuffed out. It only took 4 centuries. Delphine's tone dripped with sarcasm as she shook her head. Are the shoal leaders not worried what will happen if they continue like this? The opposite, actually. Ranil has started new traditions since you've been gone. Celeste's voice was tight. Instead of the traditional claiming ceremonies, he's begun to let those who wish to be claimed challenge his shoal members in combat. If the winner is the shoal member, they get a promotion. If the winner is the rookie, they are claimed and receive their spot in the shoal at the cost of the old shoal member's life. Delphine looked at the girl in disbelief. The claiming ceremonies had always had an edge of competition, but this was on a whole other level. Killing off shoal members? It was dramatic even for Ranil. No wonder the shoals were becoming restless. Most were used to being claimed and living the rest of their lives attending Ranil's lavish parties without a care in the world. Ranil was the most well-connected siren in the Siren Sea outside the Sea King himself, and most of his show members shared in his vast wealth, as long as they remained on his good side. I know you're upset with the part Eros and I played in your capture, and I know after seeing us in those roles, it's probably hard for you to separate us from Zephyr, Celeste said. But you being back can be to all of our advantages. The next claiming is on the blood moon, in 2 weeks. Delphine swallowed.
desperately trying to tamp down the venomous replies aching to crawl out of her mouth. She wasn't sure how she was going to be able to fake pleasantries with Celeste and Eros long enough to work with them. She couldn't care less about whatever reasons Celeste went along with Zephyr's plans. She had offered Celeste an opportunity all those years ago, and she hadn't taken it. It was Celeste's own damn problem to find a way out now. When Delphine didn't say anything for another long minute, Celeste reached out and gently tucked a short strand of Delphine's hair behind her ear. The last time someone had done something so tender was Hannah. At the thought of Hannah, Delphine let her eyes flutter shut and pressed her cheek into Celeste's palm, imagining it was her friend. Just for a moment. That's who she needed to keep in mind. Getting back to Hannah and Calla. "I'll get you out of here," Celeste swore. Unlike the warm thoughts of Hannah and Calla, Celeste's empty promises didn't get anywhere close to touching her ice-cold heart. "And this time, I'm coming with you." We'll see. The last people Calla had expected to see tonight were Raymore and Boone. She thanked the gods she was quick enough on her feet to fix her poker face in place before she let them see her surprise. She tucked a strand of her glamored blonde hair behind her ear as a fake smile unfurled on her lips.
"We aren't interrupting, are we? Who the hells are you?" Raymore demanded, ever brash. "This is a private room." Calla lazily scanned the room. "Clearly. We do apologize. They must have given us the wrong information downstairs." Calla twisted to give Gideon a "we need to get out of here" look over her shoulder, but before either of them could turn to leave, she heard, "Wait." Calla had only met Jack a handful of times. She knew using his name would carry some weight with the inn's patrons, enough to get them connected to someone who could help with their task. She never considered that Jack himself would be here tonight of all nights. The man had a reputation for constantly being out of town and letting his network of lackeys run most of his businesses. When the girls had to pay their rent, it was one of those many employees who collected it from them. Every now and then, however, Jack himself would be at his home waiting for the money, and Calla would make as little conversation as she could manage without being rude. On those occasions, he had never been anything other than pleasant, on the surface at least. Jack moved around from the head of the table to get a better look at Calla and Gideon. His appearance was so at odds with everyone else's in the room. He was just so very mortal. And yet he somehow managed to make himself stand out no matter whose presence he was in. He was about 5'10" and had perfectly swept-back chestnut hair and piercing honey eyes. His ivory skin was usually warmed by the sun until it was a light golden color. His outfits reminded Calla of something she would see Kestro wear, and his ears and fingers were always adorned with glittering jewels and rings. Calla recalled Delphine saying he was dreamy a few different times, but there was a darkness in his eyes that always kept Calla from agreeing. That wicked glint was very much present now, as he demanded they stay, and she could feel Gideon's body tense behind her at the man's tone. "Have we met before?" Jack asked, a small smile playing on his lips. It was a dangerous question, and he knew it. Calla shrugged. "We've met a lot of people. It's hard to keep track." Jack's smile turned knowing. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Lily," she lied evenly. "Lily," he repeated. "What brings you here?" She didn't hesitate as she said, "We were told there was someone here by the name of Jack who had a collection we might be interested in. Our source said we might be able to deal with one of their vendors if we came by tonight." "Ah, then you're in the right place after all," Jack said, turning the knife he held over in his hands. "I'm the Jack of all trades." Calla made a show of letting her mouth drop into a small O shape before recovering and saying, "It's nice to make your acquaintance. We must be in luck tonight." The second the word luck left her mouth, the dimple in the left side of his face popped out.
I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking, who sent you to me?" Shit, Calla thought. She didn't have a single name to connect back to Jack that wasn't hers or the girl's or Ezra's. "Axel Savis," Gideon inserted, "a friend of mine." The wicked gleam in Jack's eyes shifted almost imperceptibly, the name clearly piquing his interest, but Calla wasn't sure whether it was in a good way or bad. Jack turned to Raymore now. "Axel Savis, when's the last time you've seen him around here?" Raymore looked thoughtful. "About a month ago, the night of the auction." His hand waved over the body on the table. "A couple hours before the fire." "Enough," Jack cut Raymore off. "No need to scare off our guests with that nonsense." As if the man on the table with knives sticking out of him wouldn't be enough to terrify us, Calla thought, an instant before it clicked why the man was so familiar. He was one of the Fae who had burned her apartment down. Calla hoped he wasn't just unconscious after all. Jack flicked his gaze back over to Calla and Gideon in curiosity before turning to Boone. "Take this." Boone scrambled to take the hilt of the blade Jack was thrusting toward him. "If the Fae wakes up again, carve out his liver this time," Jack ordered, before snapping his fingers at two other giants hanging against the wall behind him. The giants immediately stood at attention. Jack whispered something to one of them, who nodded and stayed in place, while Jack and the second made their way over to Calla and Gideon. "Why don't we do business somewhere more private?" Jack suggested, waving a hand toward the door for them to exit. Gideon pulled the door open and waited for Calla to duck out first, following close on her heels. Jack and the giant, who was clearly his bodyguard, stepped around them and strutted ahead down the hall. Calla turned to Gideon and discreetly mouthed, "Axel Savis?" Gideon leaned down to her ear and whispered, "My contact, who got us the Siren's tongue for the Witch-Eater's spell." Calla filed that information away for later as they got closer to where Jack was unlocking another one of the rooms that had the exact same setup as the one before. Jack waved for them to take a seat in the uncomfortable-looking chairs on one side of the table, as he took up a spot across from them. His guard stood at alert over his shoulder, and Calla tried not to let the giant's cold stare unnerve her. "Tell me," Jack started, folding his hands on the table in front of him, "how did you come to know Axel?" Gideon answered with a shrug, "The gambling circuit. He was always a good one for a wild night." "The two of you are in the gambling rings?" "I've never seen any Fae who weren't courtless join any of the groups around here." Calla flicked her eyes over to Gideon and took in his extra sharp chin and cheekbones, the points of his ears, and the way his nose now tilted up at the end. She wasn't sure what detail in their glamour was missing or added that had caused Jack to assume they weren't one of the many courtless Fae that made Estrella their home, but at least their glamour was convincing. Gideon explained, "We mostly stay up north when we're not back in the Fae courts. We've only come this far south for you." "I'm honored," Jack said, with a healthy dose of sarcasm as he leaned back in his chair. "Now, before we talk about anything, we need to go over a few preliminary measures." "What measures?" Calla narrowed her eyes. Jack shifted to rest his elbows on the table once more. "Due to the little display you just witnessed and the nature of things we will be dealing with, both of you surely wouldn't mind cooperating with a few contingencies to guarantee that none of it is repeated before we do business." "Exactly what contingencies do you mean?" Calla pressed. Jack snapped his fingers, and within seconds the guard placed something on the table in front of them. Two small glass vials filled with blue liquid. "Forgetting potions. Always handy," Jack explained with a sleazy grin. "Don't worry, it will only make you forget up to 3 hours. I'll allow you each to write a note to yourselves explaining that you agreed to take the potion after our dealings were done to protect my operation and employees." "No way!" Calla shook her head instantly. "Oh, I apologize," Jack laughed. "I didn't intend to make it seem like you actually had a choice.
Though I do have a game we can play if it makes the medicine go down easier." Calla bristled at the man's amusement. "What game?" Jack snapped his fingers again, and the giant produced 3 more bottles, all with identical liquids as the first 2. "Have you ever played roulette?" Jack asked. "It's one of my favorite games. You can agree to take the first 2 potions and be assured only 3 hours are wiped from your memories, and you get to write the letters to yourselves as promised. Or I can add these 3 vials to the mix. One of them is mixed with a drop of my blood and enchanted to only erase memories with me in them. One is a placebo and will do nothing to you whatsoever." Calla braced herself as she waited for the last shoe to drop.
"The last vial," Jack murmured as he picked up one of the glasses of blue liquid, "will lock down your magic for exactly 72 hours. Calla whipped her head in Gideon's direction to gauge his reaction, half relieved to see that he was already shaking his head. "Absolutely not." "Well, just agree to take the original forgetting potions." "Are you sure?" Jack coaxed. "One of you could get the placebo and not forget anything at all." Calla chewed her lip as she kept her eyes on Gideon. Gideon shook his head. "It's not worth the risk." Then he looked at Calla and vowed, "We'll be okay, I promise." Jack sighed deeply. "Fine, be boring. Do we have a deal to proceed then? After we drink the potion, how long will we have before the effects set in?" Gideon countered. Jack shrugged. 5 to 10 minutes, give or take. "I want to be allowed to write down exactly the items we received and what we paid for them in our notes," Gideon negotiated. Jack rolled his eyes before nodding. "Deal. Now, tell me, what is it the 2 of you are after?" Amina swung open the door to Maven's dress shop, Lyra and Sabine on her heels. "Do you think they have anything with pockets?" Sabine asked no one in particular as she walked off to look through one of the rows of gowns, while Amina and Lyra headed in the opposite direction. "What exactly is your plan?" Lyra crossed their arms as Amina sifted through the racks. "Get to the reverie and corner the queen about your exile? Set one of her butlers on fire to make a point? I know you had a lot of time in that forest to think, but I'm starting to wonder if any of the thinking was critical." Amina threw an unamused look over her shoulder as she ran the tips of her sharp nails over the fabric of one of the hanging garments in front of her. "Since when do I need to spell out every little detail for you?" Lyra's brows rose in disbelief as Amina pulled the dress she had been admiring from its hanger. "Since the last time something went a little wrong and we didn't see you for 6 years. I don't think caution is such a bad place to develop personal growth. Why are you worried about caution? Everything leading up to my exile was a fluke. It wasn't as if we planned out an entire operation and it crashed and burned." Amina knew her tone was harsh, but Lyra was poking her where it was still sore. "This is my revenge to sort out. All I'm asking is for you to back me up. How can I possibly do that if I don't know what I'm backing you up for?" Lyra pushed. Amina lowered her voice so none of the other patrons in the shop would be able to hear her. "I simply need to collect something from the queen in order to get the justice I deserve for all the trouble she put me through. If you trusted me like you used to, that would be enough for now." Lyra narrowed their eyes as they decided how to respond, trying to determine if Amina's words were meant to be some sort of test. Eventually, they settled on, "And if she sends a wrath of soldiers after you for whatever you plan to do to get this justice?" "My dear Lyra, is 6 years all it took for you to forget who I am?" Amina flicked her eyes to her friend, hoping her tone masked the disappointment underneath. "When have I ever not had a contingency plan?" "Contingency plans only work if everyone is in on them," Lyra said bluntly. Amina's hand clutched the fabric of the dress in a white-knuckle grip, the only indication of how upset she was. Lyra was right.
They had been right the night Amina had gotten exiled too, but that wasn't the point. Amina fully intended to share everything once she actually finished sorting out the details. What hurt was the lack of trust. Before her exile, Amina could have asked the two of them to help her bury a body, and the grave would have been dug before they even asked whose body it was. "Do you trust me?" Amina's words were low, a challenge. Lyra's amber eyes met Amina's evenly. "It's not that I don't trust you, Amina, but things have changed." It took everything in Amina not to flinch. "Like the fact that I no longer have a room at the manor? Or do you mean more tangible things, like Sabine going to the Veritas tree without me? Is there no space for me anymore? Has too much happened that I will never be able to make up for?" Lyra's jaw dropped a bit before they quickly sobered. Some bonds are harder to replicate when they've become tighter than others. The hurt that slammed through Amina at those words made the breath rush out of her lungs. Lyra didn't stop. "But do not act like Sabine's trip to the Veritas tree was a slight against you. Sabine did not deserve to suffer in a form that was not true for her because you couldn't be present. It almost shattered her heart to go without you." Amina swallowed thickly, shutting her eyes. "I didn't mean to imply that I was upset with Sabine. I would never be upset that she finally received her true name. I know very well the Queen is the reason I didn't get to be there. My rage lies with Her Highness alone. But it was supposed to be us by her side, both of us. I cannot bear that I was not present, and now I worry that no matter how much I make up for my absence, the two of you will forever be on a different playing field. It makes me want to burn the Queen's entire empire down until there is nothing left but ash." Lyra's face softened. "Amina, Sabine doesn't hold it against you. You should ask her about it. She would love to share that story with you. We still love you. That much will never change. But you cannot expect things to snap back overnight." Amina only gave a single nod of acknowledgement as she turned away, heading to the dressing stalls in the back with the gowns she had picked. Lyra followed, waiting outside the room as Amina changed. Amina rushed to strip her current dress off, removing all her accessories except the leather utility belt she kept permanently buckled around her waist and the pulsing pouch attached. She nimbly unbuttoned the back of the crimson bodice before stepping in and shimmying the silk over the flare of her hips. She smoothed a hand across the crinkles in the fabric where she had clutched it too tightly during her tense conversation with Lyra, and hoped steam would be able to get the wrinkles out. Sweeping back the dressing room curtain, she stepped out and strutted over to the pedestal that rested before an enormous gilded mirror. When she was atop the pedestal, she reached around to her back and tried to begin fastening the small buttons, but after watching her struggle for a while, Lyra finally rolled their eyes and asked, "Would you like some help?" She opened her mouth to decline, but Lyra, now joined by Sabine, was already there, shoving Amina's hands away. Lyra buttoned the bodice all the way up her back. Amina flattened her hand over the front of the dress. The boning around the strapless bodice's cups and down the torso was a slightly darker red than the rest of the dress's material, designed to stand out and accentuate her shape. The silk skirts were draped asymmetrically on the left side of her body, a long slit revealing her right leg. It had a devastating effect. "That's the one," Lyra nodded. "Agreed." Amina twirled to inspect every angle. "What did you pick out, Sabine?" Sabine held up a gauzy black jumpsuit with a structured corset-like bodice wrapped in tulle. "It'll match my daggers." Amina snorted and turned back to the mirror. Before she could begin trying to unfasten the corset herself, Lyra slid in to assist once again, getting all the way down to the bottom before they froze. "Amina." A statement, an accusation. "You're not thinking?" Lyra reached out and placed their hand over the pulsing bump disguised beneath the draping of the dress. "The heart. Yes, you chose a dress that could hide the heart." Lyra's eyes dilated as the realization hit them. You said you needed to collect something from the queen? Yes. Amina met their gaze in the mirror. What the hell's going on? Sabine griped, her gaze flicking between her two friends locked in a stare-down. You can't do this, Lyra gritted out. I never would have bargained with the Wayfarer for those invitations if I knew. Don't tell me what I can't do when you don't know what I went through, Amina said harshly. Then tell us what you went through, Lyra said. Talk to us. I know time is of the essence. I get it, Amina. But again, you cannot expect to walk back into our lives like this and act as if we should pick up like 6 years didn't happen with no explanations. Going after the queen won't heal this, Amina. It won't magically mend everything among the three of us. Only we can do that with one another. I'm asking you to let us do that. And I'm asking you to let me be angry, Amina said. We were never anything but loyal to her, carrying on a rivalry with the witches that serves no one. How many unready souls have our people had to reap because of her? How many souls have you and Sabine taken that have made you sick to your stomach just to pay a tithe she owes? The next soul I reap will be his, right in front of her. Do you understand? Amina, Lyra's voice was desperate. What if she exiles you again? What are we going to do? You're lucky you made it out this time. What are the odds that you even found a prince's heart to break the spell in the first place? How did you meet a prince? Sabine interjected, in a tone that suggested she was trying to alleviate some of the tension. And were they hot? Amina ignored Sabine, answering Lyra with, The odds are greater than you think. What do you mean? Lyra demanded. I mean, Amina said as she turned away to head back into the dressing room, nothing happens by chance. Something I quickly learned in that forest. What else did you learn in the forest? Lyra continued to push as Amina quickly changed. What do any of you know about the witch-eater? Amina asked as she re-emerged from the dressing room. The two Valkyries exchanged a look. Amina gritted her teeth. It was Sabine who answered. Aren't they a god or something? More like the referee of the gods. They aren't bound by any higher beings or force of nature. You met them, then, in the forest, Lyra deduced, as the three of them paid for the two ensembles at the front and left the shop. Yes, Amina confirmed. They're the reason I ended up in that witch prince's path. They aren't technically allowed to get involved with the fates or the gods, but they can bend the rules. And I can't help but feel they guided me while I was there. Which prince? Lyra paused in the middle of the street. Which prince? Did I not mention that part? Amina tilted her head as she combed through her memory, the long coils of her hair falling off her bare shoulders and down her back. You're telling me, Lyra said slowly, deliberately, that you stole the heart from one of the Onyx Queen's sons? I stole nothing. I accepted what I was promised when the elder prince made an ill-advised bargain. I'm done. Unless you want to spill every single detail about every single second you spent in that forest, I am not helping you. Amina was about to tell Lyra they were overreacting when she caught Sabine shuffling closer to the other Valkyrie. It was subtle, but it gutted her. So instead she said, Fine, I can do it by myself. I don't want to endanger either of you anyway. There was a long pause as the three of them stood there, an electric current in the sticky, humid air that told them all a storm was coming, both literally and figuratively. Every decision they made from here on out would change the course of their futures forever, and they had to decide if they were going to continue as a trio. Lyra was the first to begin unfurling their wings, the mottled brown and gray feathers fluttering as they prepared to take off. Sabine bit her lip as she looked back at Amina for a moment longer before following suit. Amina watched them become dark specks in the sky above her, wondering if this was them leaving her behind, for now or forever. At no point in time had Gideon expected to find himself standing in a trove of extraordinary artifacts that belonged to Calliope's former landlord.
The two of them had been reluctant when Jack arranged for a carriage to take them back to his home, the idea never crossing their minds that that's where the rarities would be kept. According to Jack, it was safest to have his collection right under his nose. Gideon was surprised, if not suspicious, at how forthcoming Jack was being. But he supposed the fact that he and Calliope would be forgetting everything that transpired meant the man didn't need to be as tight-lipped as he might otherwise have been. Gideon was standing on high alert, examining some sort of fang Jack claimed had come from a rare species of dragon. He turned away from the tooth, which was the size of his forearm, and headed over to see what strange item Calliope was gawking at as they waited for their host to return from answering a knock at the door. He left them to be chaperoned by the hawking giant, who hadn't said a single word, but had been watching Calliope in a way that made Gideon want to shove a dagger between the bastard's ribs. "The label says these cuffs make you disappear," Calliope said in a hushed tone, as Gideon approached over her shoulder, angling his body to block her from the guard's view. "How in the hells do you think a human has managed to collect all this?" "I'd imagine the answer must include him selling his soul to some sadistic god," he murmured back. "I've seen immortal collectors who don't have nearly as rare a cache, and they've been hunting things down for centuries." Calliope shuddered, whether from the draft in the oversized mansion or the idea of Jack having sold his soul, Gideon wasn't sure. Less than a minute later, Jack finally returned. "My apologies. I had a floral delivery to attend to." Calliope watched skeptically as the man walked over to a shelf in the far corner of the room and began digging out a large wooden box buried beneath a few jars and books collecting dust. He brought the box over to them and placed it atop a small oak writing desk in the center of the packed space, and clicked the gilded latches open. She moved closer to get a better look at whatever was nestled in the plush green velvet lining inside, but Gideon remained in place. "These are stones from the Valley of Souls. Each one contains a lifetime of memories from a single soul who's crossed the valley into their final resting place. They carry the stone with them to remember who they were, and at the end of their journey through the valley, they leave the stone behind. Very few beings are capable of collecting them and bringing them over to our world. Fortunately, I've come across a couple of those rare beings, and they've owed me enough favors for me to get these. How much would it cost us for one?" Gideon eyed the smooth, opalescent stones from where he stood. 20,000 spectrals. This was the part they hadn't really planned for, and now they would have to wing it, just like he had told Cass. "And if we don't have that sort of money?" Calliope asked nonchalantly. But Gideon could see the calculations behind her eyes. She must figure that the man would have a backup offer. Gideon watched as Jack smiled like he was hoping that would be the case. "Luckily for both of you," Jack tilted his head, "I don't just deal in money." "Spit it out," Gideon demanded, "whatever it is you want." Jack's amber eyes flickered over Calliope. "I want a single favor from each of you. My choice of favor, and my choice when I collect it." Gideon exchanged a loaded look with Calliope. When she dipped her chin in a nod, he turned back to Jack and said, "Fine. Excellent. I'll need a drop of each of your blood to summon you when I please." Gideon tensed. This was a terrible idea. "What about a spell to use with the stone, to summon a gateway like you promised?" Calliope reminded him. Jack nodded easily. "There's a grimoire here that has such spells, though I cannot guarantee how it will perform. I'll write it down on the notes you leave for yourselves." "All right," she allowed.
"And one more thing." Gideon gave her an incredulous look, wondering what else she could possibly request. "Is there anything you might have that could break a very powerful bond?" she asked. Gideon's stomach dropped. He knew Calliope must have felt the sudden wave of dread that rolled through him at her words, but she didn't spare him a glance. Jack, however, watched them both with a wild sort of glee in his amber eyes. Gideon couldn't understand why she hadn't expressed to him that she was so desperate to get rid of their bond that she'd ask a snake like Jack for help. He didn't want to break the link between them. If it wasn't for her tethering him here, he might not have survived losing Ezra long enough to be on this quest in the first place. "I'm unsure what sort of bond you might be speaking of," Jack said, "but I have things that will break even the most permanent of ties. Most cost an enormous personal sacrifice, however, and the outcomes are often unpredictable." "No," Gideon declared, to Calliope, to Jack, to the universe. "No more sacrifices, no more uncontrollable outcomes. We need the stone and the spell, and that's it." Calliope looked at him now, her expression unreadable, but after a few agonizing seconds, she blessedly conceded with a nod. Yet the fire burning in his veins remained. Was her recent apathy his fault? Did she think he didn't want to hear how she was feeling? That her thoughts would be a burden on him? He wished he had been more open with her since the day they met. He wished he had done so many things differently. "Then let us conclude this evening. I have other matters to attend to." Jack gestured at his guard. "Retrieve us something to write with." As the guard stepped out to complete the task, Jack plucked one of the stones out of its case and snapped the lid shut. He handed the artifact over to Calliope, and she tucked it deep into her pocket. Next, Jack turned his attention to searching for the tomb of spells he had mentioned before. Gideon let the background around him blur as he watched Calliope, silently begging for her to look at him. She didn't. After Jack jotted down something from one of his books, he passed a pen and paper over to Calliope and then to Gideon. Gideon took a deep breath as he looked down at the parchment and began recording the important details of what occurred. How they retrieved the stone and the spell, what it cost them, as well as an explanation of the forgetting potion. Then he scribbled down one last note to himself before passing it back to the other man to inspect. Jack smirked as he looked over Gideon's handwriting. Finally, Jack procured a pin to prick their fingers with, and a sudden realization hit Gideon. The soul bond! Calliope glanced over to him with wide eyes, as if the same thought had just occurred to her. "Who's first?" Jack asked. Gideon cleared his throat. "Me." Jack approached him with the pin and a small glass vial. Gideon offered up his left hand and observed carefully as Jack pressed the sharp tip of the needle into the skin of his forefinger and slid a single drop of blood into the little glass container, before Gideon's magic healed the wound. Gideon's eyes flicked over to Calliope, who was nonchalantly biting the tip of her finger, as if she were nervously chewing at her nail in order to lick her own blood away. Jack walked back to repeat the process on Calliope, and Gideon simply tucked his hands into the pockets of his trousers, wiping the bead of blood he felt well up as her finger was pricked inside and out of sight. When Jack finished putting away their blood, the guard was already waiting with the forgetting potions. Jack passed each of them one of the blue concoctions and said, "The effects will be quick. Once you've swallowed them fully, you are both free to go." Gideon uncorked his vial and waited for Calliope to do the same. "Hopefully it's not poison," she muttered just loud enough for him to hear. What a useless way to go. That's when he made a decision. He was going to tell her everything. Because she was right. If it was poison, their deaths would be useless. There was too much left unfinished. They both tipped the contents of the vials into their mouths in sync, and Gideon felt a rush of adrenaline. The thick liquid tasted sickly sweet, like raw honey or cane syrup. It slid down the back of his throat, leaving a tingling feeling in its path. When they had both swallowed every last drop to Jack's approval, the man waved a hand toward the exit. "Until we meet again." Calla watched as Gideon strode across the mansion toward the front door. Before she could catch up with the prince's strides, someone caught her arm from behind and tugged her to a halt.
She spun around to see Jack, his dark silhouette haloed by the soft glow of light coming from the treasure cove, something clutched in the hand that wasn't holding on to her. She squinted in the dark to make out the stem of a single purple flower. "Do you know what I find so interesting?" he wondered to her as he dropped her arm and twirled the stem in between his fingers. "How immortals have all the magic and abilities in the world and still manage to be the easiest beings to manipulate." "What?" she began, and then she froze as she suddenly recognized the flower he was holding. A calla lily. "Lily was a clever choice of name," he said ruefully. "And don't worry, that's not what gave you away, nor was it the very well executed disguises." He snapped the purple bloom from its stalk and slowly reached out to place it behind her ear, leaning in to whisper, "I have eyes and ears everywhere." Calla swallowed. Her mind was becoming more and more hazy with every second she stood there, the room around her beginning to blur at the edges. "That fool Ramor has no idea that all that time he and his friend spent playing cards with an onyx witch, it was really a prince in their midst. But I knew the second that Queen Lysandra's sons took a single step in this town. I also know what happened in that forest and what you're trying to do. Why didn't you call our bluff then? Why assist us at all? Simple. I wanted your favors." He grinned. "I knew you wouldn't agree to hand over your blood if you suspected I knew who you were and what you were worth. The final blood warrior and the onyx prince she's soul bonded to. I wonder what price that's going to fetch for me one day." She gaped at him as he reached out to spin her around by her shoulders, roughly guiding her toward the open front door. "I own you," he whispered into her ear. Then he shoved her out the door and slammed it behind her. "Gideon!" she called as she hit the first marble step outside, her mind beginning to feel increasingly fuzzy as she headed for the road. She spotted the prince waiting for her, his haunted gaze tracing every inch of her face as she bounded toward him. "Gideon, I want to keep the bond." Calla's words died on her tongue. It took her foggy brain a moment to fully grasp what he had just said, and when it did, she managed to choke out, "Why are you telling me this right now, when we are going to forget?" "Because if you want to get rid of it, I don't want to affect your decision. And also because I cannot bear you hearing what I'm about to say and still deciding to sever it." She held her breath. He took a step toward her, his face more open than she had ever seen it before. "I have wanted you since the first time Ezra told me stories about the wild girl he met in a gambling den who could hold her own against him. I know that makes me the worst kind of person, but I knew with my rolls of fate I could never risk wanting someone real. So I fell for the girl who only existed in his stories, the one that he was supposed to betray. Knowing you could never be more than a dream, a wish." Whether or not he was ever able to go through with his mission from Myria, the moment he moved on, I knew my wishing would come to an end, and I swore I'd never think of you again. I never thought I'd actually meet you. Her breathing came out ragged now.
Letting people know me has only ever put them in harm's way. I left for the guild at 13 to distract my mother with my training so she wouldn't focus on Ezra. I broke up with Kestra when he started to get attached so he wouldn't draw my mother's attention. The only reason I haven't left Caspian behind is because we have bigger plans for the guild, and I promised I'd help him see them through. But with you, the moment I saw your numbers, I knew I had finally found someone I could be on equal ground with. His words were becoming more rushed with each sentence, the glamour over his eyes flickering in and out, giving her glimpses of the whirlpools of silver that lay beneath. I had been lost for so long trying to find purpose. It's why I can't let go of control. I just wanted to make a future where my friends could be happy, because I've always known such a future was never my destiny, with this war looming over us. I never once imagined I would find something that made me feel like I was alive and not just going through the motions. But with you, Gideon, the sound of his name on her lips was a plea, but she didn't know for what. Unable to tell if she wanted him to stop or keep going. You're so determined to forge your own path and be your own person, even when you refuse to acknowledge the incredible power you have within yourself. You care about your friends with the same fierceness that I care about mine. You challenge everyone around you and make them want to grow into someone better. I never wanted anything to do with this war, but I'll fight by your side to the end if it means there's a life after it with you in it. In whatever way, just to stand by someone who understands what all of this has been like. He reached up and cupped her cheek with his left hand. She felt the potion's magic at the edges of her mind, slowly creeping in, but she fought against the torrent, shoved it away, begging to hold on to this moment for a little longer, to see what came next. I want to keep the bond, and I realize that's selfish. Hells, just telling you all of this right now, when I know you won't remember it, is the most selfish thing I've ever done. But I finally feel tethered to something so much greater than a curse. And I realize this whole quest has been fucked. Things have gone so wrong. But God's Gideon, she whispered, as the darkness in her mind finally took over, beginning to eat holes in the delicate web of her memory. Every wish I've ever had has been granted in you. For a moment, the entire world was clearer than it had ever been. Then, there was nothing. Caspian resisted the urge to pound his fist into the ground with frustration as he worked to wring out another shirt full of water to lay over Hannah's burning forehead. The little witch had been unconscious for nearly 15 minutes after he hauled her out of the lake. Now the scary black veins that had spread over every inch of her skin were finally beginning to recede, but he couldn't get her damn fever to break. "Cass?" she whispered. "Yes," he answered, his voice as soothing as he could make it. "I'm scared," she whimpered. As he wiped the cool material over her cheeks in comfort, he lied. "It's going to be all right." The moment the words were out of his mouth, a tremor shook the ground beneath him. The smell of charred magic filled the air, singeing his nose as he sucked in a breath. The forest around them shriveled in on itself, the leaves on the trees drying up and crumbling away, the grass beneath them turning from a vibrant green hue to a dull grayish brown. A chill slithered through the air and up his spine. This can't be good. "Is there a bed shortage or something?" Calla muttered as she took in the single mattress and bed frame that sat in the center of the far wall. Her head was still murky from the effects of the potion they had woken up from, still fully glamored, in the middle of the street in front of Jack's house. That latter detail was the most unsettling of all, though the holes in both their recollections were also quite disturbing. They made her feel like a stranger in her own body. The only silver lining was finding the ingredients and the spell they had been seeking shoved in their pockets. Now they were at the cheapest hostel they could find, and Calla was more than ready to get this whole thing over with. She'd barely had a second to drop her bag onto the bed when Gideon locked them inside the room and declared, "We need to talk." Her brows rose at his tone as she plucked the strange stone and the crumpled note scribbled with the spell from her pockets. She placed the items onto the colorful quilt draped across the bed and answered, "I'm not sure how much there is to say. Whatever we agreed to with Jack, at least we have what we need." "No," he interrupted, finally dropping his glamour now that they were alone. It was both a relief to be able to read the swirling silver of emotion in his irises again, and a shock to see what was reflected there currently. Anger at her.
I want to talk about what you're hiding from me. What do you mean? The note I wrote to myself, he told her slowly, his eyes darkening with each word. It says you want to break the soul bond. Calla's breath caught a bit in surprise. Gideon watched her expression carefully, and for a second she thought about denying it, for leaving this discussion for later. Instead, she let him read the truth plainly on her face. So, it's true. And the nymphs, you were asking them about it? Were you thinking of using our second favor on that? Were you ever going to tell me you were hoping to get rid of it? Eventually. It just wasn't the very first priority. I didn't realize it was a priority at all, he told her. Or that it was something you'd want so desperately that you'd bring it up in front of that asshole. Calla fixed him with a disbelieving look. Of course I want to break the bond. It's not something we chose. I'm so tired of things happening to me. Aren't you? She took a deep breath. Just when I was starting to find my footing on how to feel about myself, my magic, my entire being was tied to another person. I just want to be able to know how I feel about everything without all these other influences constantly intruding in my mind. Not to mention when we get Ezra back. What then, Gideon? This is a mess. He shook his head at her words, combing the disheveled tendrils of blue hair that fell onto his forehead back with a hand, as he huffed. You're right. Something about the way he said those last words made her chest tight, but she decided not to pull at the seam slowly coming undone between them any more tonight. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, Okay then, are you ready to do this? His answering tone was grim, as ever be. They had been sitting cross-legged on the floor trying to make the spell work for the last 2 hours. Calla could see exhaustion taking its toll on Gideon and wondered if the prince would crash if they pushed themselves any more tonight. She said as much aloud. I'm fine, he insisted, as if she couldn't see his eyelids growing heavier by the second or feel the fatigue through their magic link. I just don't understand why it's not working. If that asshole gave us a defective spell. I think we just need more energy, she chimed in with a sigh. The nymph said it took an unprecedented amount of power to summon a gateway like this. Gideon didn't hesitate to rip back the sleeve of his jacket and undershirt, revealing the marks of his rolls of fate. Here, siphon. No, she argued, you're about to pass out as it is. I'm not taking anything from you. You don't need to drain me, he asserted. Just take a little of my magic and see if combining it with yours does something. We should try everything we can think of at least once. Gideon, she fixed him with a skeptical look. Calliope. He lifted a pierced brow, and she could tell his patience was slowly waning. She huffed in frustration as she rolled up her sleeve, slowly unveiling her own crimson constellation. She checked one last time. Are you sure? He nodded, and she tentatively reached out to clasp his wrist. She felt her inner siphon roar to life, the sleepy magic in her core unfurling as it stretched like a cat. As the wisps of her energy reached out toward Gideon's, she felt something else awaken inside her as well. Something new. Before she understood what was happening, the barriers in her mind began to slowly defrost. Hints of the emotions that had been circling out of her reach for days slipping through. Rage, grief, hope. She felt her eyes prick as the intensity of the feelings washed over her. A part of her wanted her to shove them away and slam the barriers back into place. The other part of her urged her to latch onto them before they slipped away again. She missed the warmth. The sound of her name was frantic on Gideon's lips as a bright burst of light filled the room. Her eyes burned from the scarlet radiance flooding everything in sight. She looked down in awe when she realized it was coming from her. From them. Their numbers were gleaming. She snatched her hand away from his skin, and the light extinguished just as quickly as it had ignited. What just happened? She gaped.
Gideon didn't answer as he flexed the muscles in his arm, and she wondered for a horrifying moment if she had hurt him. Then he looked up at her, jaw slack in awe. "You restored my energy!" "What?" she exclaimed. Gideon's eyes narrowed as he examined his rolls of fate with newfound interest. "The soul bond. When we aren't touching, we get glimpses of how the other one is feeling emotionally and physically. When we touch, that's it." He had a newfound determination in his voice. "Repeat exactly what you just did and use the rechargeable energy we exchange as a conduit for the spell. I don't know how much power the bond is capable of giving us, but if we push it as much as we can, maybe it will work this time." Calla nodded numbly as she followed his directions. She picked up the opalescent stone resting between them in her right hand and took a deep breath before clutching his wrist once more. She let her siphon reach out again and grasp his energy, and when the red beam of light flashed to life again, she could feel the shot of relief that zipped through Gideon's body. With a shaky voice, she recited the spell on the paper Jack had written out for them for the millionth time, and there was a charged moment after she finished where nothing happened. Then a ripple of fire tore through her body, and she bit down a scream of pain. Gideon's hold on her own wrist tightened as a tremor of pain went through his own body. Calla worried that whatever was happening would rip the very sinew from their bones. The magic was overloading their systems, leaving behind what felt like electricity in her veins. Just when she couldn't tamp down the groans of agony any longer, the bright crimson light around them dimmed to a soft glow. Out of the corner of her eye, something dark began to form. A gateway. "It's working," she whispered, still holding on to Gideon's arm, worried that breaking their connection would make the portal disappear. Before they could celebrate, however, something in her chest tightened. She looked down in confusion, and the movement caused the room to start spinning. "Calliope," Gideon choked out as her lightheadedness grew. "Our heart rates—" His words died out as the temperature of their skin dropped dangerously low, as if the circulation of their blood had been suddenly cut off. She could feel it then, the steady thudding of their pulses slowing more and more, getting dangerously close to stopping altogether. They pulled each other up to their feet, their stances shaky, and Gideon's hand loosened a bit around her wrist. His ice-cold fingers slowly slid down until he was barely even clutching her hand, and the portal in front of them shifted in and out of focus. It took all her effort to tighten her hold on him, and she watched as the gateway solidified once more. "We can't let go," she told him. "We have to hold on. Our hearts are going to stop," he warned as he swayed on his feet. Calla held out her free hand to the gateway, gently brushing the tips of her fingers over the glassy black surface. A ripple moved over it, distorting her reflection. For a fleeting instant, she didn't recognize herself. She was surprised to find that fact didn't bother her in the slightest. She plunged her hand through the magic portal and held her breath as she watched her arm disappear. She felt something wrap around her whisk on the other side, and before the sound of alarm fully left her lips, whatever had latched on yanked her through. The past several days were a blur in Delphine's mind. Celeste would show up every few hours, pockets stuffed with fruits, cheeses, and other bits of food that was leaps and bounds better than the gruel the guards shoved into her cell each morning. It was the only thing that made the visits tolerable to Delphine these days. Sometimes she would pretend she was asleep because Celeste's small talk made her wish her trachea was still gone just to not have to carry on the conversation. The visits did offer one advantage, however, tracking Celeste's schedule. Learning the Siren's routine meant being able to commit the guard shift rotation to memory as well. She recorded the hours that Ranil granted Celeste access to a key and the ones when she had to rely on the guard. Delphine etched her notes into the stone wall behind the mattress of seaweed in her cell with her nails.
The hours when Delphine wasn't faking unconsciousness, Celeste would get comfortable enough to fall back into her old gossiping habits. The little details no one else might think twice about, Delphine clung to, filing every single one away in the back of her mind. She knew from Celeste's ramblings that Ranil had thrown a rowdy party 3 days prior, which was most likely why he hadn't bothered with Delphine recently. That, or the man had finally grown bored of ripping her to shreds. 3 days ago she would have been relieved that Ranil had such a fickle attention span. But now that the kernel of a plan had begun taking root, she wished she knew how to summon a visit. A heavy set of footsteps suddenly echoed down the hall, making her sit up from where she was hanging off her bed, upside down, counting the stone bricks on the ceiling. She had been waiting for Celeste to come by with Eros and lunch. Unfortunately, the person who appeared before her cell was not Celeste. "Hello, Moonlight." Zephyr's voice was smooth as velvet, his pearly white irises sparkling with the promise of pain. His inky black hair was slicked back, not a single strand out of place. She scrambled to her feet. "What the hells do you want?" she gritted out. Zephyr laughed as he held something up in front of him between the bars of the cell. A key. "I told Celeste to take an afternoon off from torturing you." He shoved the key into the lock with a metallic clang. "It's my turn." "Fuck off, Zephyr," she told him, planting her feet firmly in place. "What's wrong, Delphine? Don't want to play? I thought you'd be bored down here all alone." He grinned as he stepped inside. "If you touch me, I'll make you regret it." "I'd like to see you try," he sneered. Delphine's eyes darted to the wide-open exit over his shoulder. She didn't think twice. She smashed a fist right into Zephyr's core, slipping out from between him and the wall as he doubled forward. She slithered through the water like a serpent toward the corridor outside the cell. She made it halfway before Zephyr grabbed a fistful of her shirt and yanked her back. "You little bitch," he spat as he slammed her against the wall. "I'm going to—" Delphine swiped out with her magic, sending a violent jet of water directly into his mouth, effectively shutting him up. She raked her claws down his face, making his hold on her loosen as he let out a strangled shout. She took off for the cell's exit again, and this time she got through. She stroked as fast as she could down the dungeon's hallway, never bothering to look back. She got all the way to the prison's exit, close enough to see there was no guard posted outside through the small glass window, but it didn't matter. A second later, Zephyr caught up to her. She wasn't even sure which side the blow came from. All she knew was an explosion of pain, followed by the dark. Delphine hated claiming ceremonies. This was her third. The previous two her mother had considered strictly practice. Ranel's crystal palace was buzzing with people, all in elegant formal wear, eager to get a front-row seat to the drama. Her mother pushed her through the tight crowd, and the closer they got to the main room, the more Delphine's stomach churned. She didn't want to be a part of Ranel's shoal. She didn't want to be a part of anyone's shoal. She just wanted freedom. She sucked in a breath and swiftly locked those feelings back up inside her. Her heart was a vault, and no one would ever find the key. "Opal," a deep masculine voice said, causing her mother to halt in her tracks and turn. Delphine had to tip her head all the way back to take in the man's impressive height. Even if he didn't tower over most of the guests, he would have stuck out among the crowd in the odd ensemble he was dressed in. Unlike the other sirens, who were wearing expensive suits and opulent gowns, this man had on some sort of leather fighting gear. A utility belt was fastened around his waist with various weapons and other tools: daggers, throwing stars, a compass, a spool of rope. "What are you doing here?" Her mother's eyes narrowed at the man, a scowl settling on her face. "I didn't think you bothered to return here anymore." "I don't, usually," the man said, as he flicked his eyes around the room, seeming bored.
I had a bit of business to attend to. It's nice to see you as well, though, Opal. This must be your daughter." Opal clamped her hands down on her daughter's shoulders. "Yes, Delphine." "Your spitting image," he noted as he looked Delphine over from head to toe, something like disapproval in his obsidian eyes. Delphine swallowed, her nerves pricking a bit under his stare. She looked better than moonlight tonight. She had to. How dare this man look at her as if he were entirely unimpressed? Delphine lifted her chin a bit and declared, "I'm going to be picked at the claiming tonight." Her mother preened behind her. The man only frowned. "Is that so?" he murmured. Before he could say anything more, someone else approached. This person Delphine recognized immediately, Reniel. Her mother sighed dreamily. "Opal, you made it." Reniel's smirk was slightly crooked. "I was just about to show a few guests one of my new collectibles. Care to join?" "Of course," Opal answered, patting Delphine on the shoulder. "I need to speak with Reniel alone. Behave until I'm back." Delphine didn't want her mother to leave her alone in the swarming hallway, but the protest on her lips died as her mother slipped away without a backward glance. "You seem a bit young to be joining a shoal." Delphine startled. For a second she had forgotten the other man was still standing there. "You seem a bit old not to know how to mind your own business," she quipped back. He snorted, raising an amused brow. "Aren't you precocious?" "Mm-hmm," she hummed, already looking for an exit from this conversation. Perhaps she could sneak a goblet of wine before her mother came back. "You don't want to be a part of Reniel's shoal," he warned, interrupting her internal schemes. "And how would you know what I do or do not want?" She curled a lip at him in disdain. "I know Reniel. His choices aren't always morally upstanding. Or predictable. Beings like him are always predictable," she recited automatically. "He's a collector, isn't he? He likes pretty things, and by my calculations, I'm the prettiest thing in this room." Her words were plain, no hint of arrogance beneath. She was the prettiest thing in the room. She had to be. "He likes pretty things, yes," the man told her, his words deliberate. "He also likes to break them." She only answered with, "Good thing I'm not made of glass." With that, Delphine pushed past the man, out of the hallway, and snuck behind a waitress with a tray full of wine. She snagged one of the goblets and drained its contents in one gulp. She thought about what the man had said, his warning. "You don't want to be a part of Reniel's shoal." She shook off the words and snuck a second cup off another tray. She was already here. Her mother had worked so hard to make sure every detail leading up to tonight was perfectly in place. It didn't matter what she wanted anymore, if it ever did. "Hello?" Calla tried to call out, but no sound came from her lips. She was standing in the middle of an unending ether, unable to see anything in the pitch-black emptiness around her except for a trail of golden light stretching up above her. No, not a light, a thread. She followed the gilded thread from the sky all the way down to herself, in awe as she realized that her entire body was dripping in the glittering string. It twined up her arms to her neck, draping down around her shoulders. She took a cautious step forward, and a bit of the thread unraveled into the atmosphere above. She strode farther into the inky abyss, the thread pulling taut with each step. She wondered what would happen when she made it to the end of the string. "Come find us, Calliope Rosewood." Calla jumped at the musical voice that reverberated through her mind. She looked back up at the gilded thread as it gleamed a little brighter. She continued through the dark for minutes, hours, days, until she caught a glimpse of something coming into view.
A peal of laughter rang through the air, and she urged her feet forward faster. When she finally reached the scene ahead of her, she froze. Before her was herself. Not her present self, but herself at 13. The vision was of younger Calla surrounded by her old coven members, all standing before an ornate clock. It was the scene of her initial roll ceremony. 13-year-old Calla was laughing as her friend Kai tugged on the sleeve of her shirt to lean closer so he could whisper something in her ear. Kai had been the only person brave enough to touch her so casually back then, even through clothing. The second person she recognized was her first guardian, the witch who took over her care after her mother had died, and watched as they shushed the two witches, gesturing for them to pay attention to the hands on the clock as they slowly ticked around, inching closer and closer to midnight. Young Calla's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the sound of the tolling bells that announced she was officially 13. Calla let out a gasp of wonder as a red glow appeared and began to grow in the air in front of her. A witch's die was spawning. Unlike other dice that could spawn any time around any witch who hadn't yet completed their rolls, this die was meant only for her, to ensure she would receive her magic. As soon as the die was finished forming, it dropped from the air, and Calla reached out and caught it before it could hit the table. She noticed everyone around her holding their breath, waiting to see what number she would roll and how much magic she was destined to receive. Calla took a deep breath as she shook the magic cube in her hand, and when she released it onto the table in front of her, she went still with concentration. The crimson die bounced once, twice, 3 times before clattering to a stop. 6. Oh my gods, her guardian whispered from over her shoulder. Calla was frozen in utter shock at what she was looking at. 6. 6. 6! It couldn't be. It was the most power any witch could receive, and yet she knew no one in her coven who had it as their initial roll.
Before she could insist it must be a mistake, a burning sensation began in her left arm, and she looked down to watch as 6 black dots began to appear on her skin. Then the flood of magic came. The vision blinked away, and Calla came roaring back to the present. "Hello?" She tried to speak again, still to no avail. "What's going on?" "Come closer," the same voice from before answered. This time Calla didn't hesitate, her pace turning brisk as she moved through the inky abyss. When she spotted another vision approaching in the distance, she hurried toward it. This time, she was unsurprised at the memory she found waiting for her. "Oh, you did not." Calla rolled her eyes at Kai, but the boy ignored it and pressed on. "I did!" he exclaimed, running a hand through his silky black hair to move it out of his eyes. "In the marketplace! He must have snuck away from the palace or something. There's no way one of the Onyx princes was just roaming around unsupervised, Kai. It had to have been someone else." "I'm telling you, Cal," Kai insisted, "it had to have been one of them. Why else would there be an Onyx witch here?" "It could have just been one of the Onyx Queen's guards," she reasoned. "A guard that young? He looked to be our age. There are plenty of witches who become lackeys for the queens at our age. We're almost 15. It's not like we're 10. "Okay, but—" Kai began before something abruptly cut his words off. Calla furrowed a brow at the boy, opening her mouth to ask what the problem was when she felt it, too. It was the call of a witch's die. "Cal, do you—" "Yes," she whispered, as they both spun in the direction the magical pull was coming from. They were standing outside Kai's house, gathering bunches of witch hazel for their lesson that evening. There was a small river just north of the main road that ran through their neighborhood, and when Calla squinted, she could see a crimson glow just over the horizon in that direction. "Maybe someone else will go to it," Calla told Kai, but as the words left her mouth, she took an involuntary step forward. Kai followed. They both exchanged loaded looks.
Kai broke their stare first, glancing down at his left arm where 3 numbers were already marked in his skin. 3, 2, 5. Calla glanced down at her own arm. There was a single 6. Her feet were moving before she could even think about what she was doing. She heard Kai scream her name from behind her, but she paid him no mind. By the time she reached the die, she was nearly out of breath, and Kai was catching up. She spotted the little cube in the middle of the riverbed, quite an inconvenient place for it to have spawned, and she sloshed through the ankle-deep water in order to scoop it out. The magic pull in her core immediately disappeared, and when she turned to face an equally out-of-breath Kai, she watched as his face twisted in anger. "Why would you do that, Calla?" he demanded. "We could have just raced for it fair and square." "Don't be dense," she chided him. "You already have 3 rolls, and I only have 1. It's no big deal." Kai looked like he wanted to argue with her some more, his lavender eyes narrowing a bit as she stepped out of the river. He must have thought better of it, however, because he simply took a deep breath and shook his head. He knew how stubborn she could be. She gave him a triumphant smile. It was his turn to roll his eyes. "All right, then," he huffed. "Go ahead, then," he huffed. Calla nodded and unceremoniously tossed the die to the ground. It skipped over the grass once, twice, before settling on a number. Kai sucked in a sharp breath, and as Calla stared down at the number in shock, she realized how wrong she had been. This was a very big deal. It was another 6. When the scene evaporated this time, Calla could feel her chest heaving. Seeing Kai again was like a shock to her system. "What's happening? Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The voice didn't answer this time. So she walked forward, on and on, until another scene faded into view. This time it was her at 16, her last guardian standing before her. "Listen to me, Calla," her guardian implored. "When I leave and you roll that die, if it's a 6, you have to disappear. Don't tell a soul where you go. Take your share of the coven stash from the cupboard and run." Calla was slumped over the dining table, staring at the cursed artifact resting in the center of her palm. She lifted her gaze to her guardian, noting the terror that shone in their eyes. They had taken her in after her 3rd home, had decided they couldn't handle the pressure, that caring for a witch who had rolled the same number twice. Not once in the last 5 months had Calla ever seen a hint of fear from her current caretaker. And when Calla didn't respond, they simply slipped out of the house without another word, leaving their ward to deal with this heavy burden alone. So much had changed after that fateful day she took the die instead of Kai, including their friendship. Their coven started to whisper when they found out. Some of them were unsettled enough by the siphon girl with an initial roll that gave her an unprecedented amount of raw power to isolate her. But to find out she also was at risk to be marked as a blood warrior? Kai's parents had banned him from seeing her after that, and it seemed like her life had been unraveling ever since. Her eyes pricked as she folded the die in her fist. She could do this. It wouldn't be a 6. It couldn't be. She was cursed enough. She released the small cube onto the table in front of her, and it clacked across the marble until it bounced all the way over the edge. She stood from her chair, its legs scraping noisily against the ground, rushing over to find out what her destiny would be. Her knees hit the ground as a sob racked her whole body. As she disappeared into the shadows of the starless night, she wondered what she had done not to deserve even a twinkle of guiding light in her darkest hour. Calla was boiling from the inside out. The rage in her belly felt like a relief as she plunged her way past that last aching memory. "Show yourself, cowards!" she yelled internally. She was practically running, determined to get her hands on whoever was at the end of this trail of torture. The only thing that stopped her in her tracks was the sight of him. Because of course he would be here too.
Ezra was crouched in front of her on the street outside the inn as she clutched her throat in pain. She needed air. "You are going to take this from me." Calla slashed her hands wildly through the vision, making the scene disappear into the air. She couldn't bear the weight of emotions that came with that particular moment of her past just yet. Instead, she continued through the nothingness, the golden thread slowly thinning out over her body. The darkness around her began to change, tiny embers of light that reminded her of lightning pixies winking in and out. The glowing blips grew thicker and thicker until it looked like she was walking among the stars. "Calliope!" Calla skidded to a halt as that voice reverberated through her mind. When she whipped around, she found Gideon striding toward her, dressed in his own spool of thread, each one of their backpacks slung on a different shoulder. She rushed back to him, and for a moment she had the urge to fling her arms around his neck, grateful that he hadn't left her in the dark alone, but she resisted. I didn't know if you had come through with me." She tried to speak to him, but her words didn't come out of her mouth. It didn't seem to matter, though, as he answered in her mind, "I will always follow after you." She swallowed thickly as she held out her hands for her bag. She wondered if he had seen any visions of his own. "I didn't want to leave any of our things behind in case someone checked our room while we were gone," he explained. "I saved the esprit in the front pocket of your bag." She nodded in approval before turning back to the endless void in front of them. This time, Calla could feel her chest heaving. Seeing Kai again was like a shock to her system. "What's happening? Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The voice didn't answer this time. So she walked forward, on and on, until another scene faded into view. This time it was her at 16, her last leave, and you roll that die. If it's a 6, you have to disappear. Don't tell a soul where you go. Take your share of the coven's stash from the cupboard and run. Calla was slumped over the dining table, staring at the cursed artifact resting in the center of her palm. She lifted her gaze to her guardian, noting the terror that shone in their eyes. They had taken her in after her third home, had decided they couldn't handle the pressure that caring for a witch who had rolled the same number twice. Not once in the last 5 months had Calla ever seen a hint of fear from her current caretaker, and when Calla didn't respond, they simply slipped out of the house without another word, leaving their ward to deal with this heavy burden alone. So much had changed after that fateful day she took the die instead of Kai, including their friendship. Their coven started to whisper when they found out. Some of them were unsettled enough by the siphon girl with an initial roll that gave her an unprecedented amount of raw power to isolate her. But to find out she also was at risk to be marked as a blood warrior? Kai's parents had banned him from seeing her after that.
Where are we? Where do you think we're supposed to go to find the Valley of Souls? Gideon stepped up beside her, brushing her shoulder with his own as they gazed at the twinkling embers around them. I think we're in limbo, the waiting place for souls while they decide if they are going to hang on or pass over. It was something Ezra and I were taught growing up. Is the Valley of Souls after this? How do we find it? She reached up to try to touch one of the floating lights, but it evaporated into thin air. Gideon had opened his mouth to answer her questions when a golden light engulfed her vision, and for a moment her eyes burned so badly tears welled up and spilled onto her cheeks. As her vision slowly returned, she found the blackness around them had dissolved, and they now stood before an enormous stone staircase, the steps looking as if they went on infinitely toward the starless sky that now appeared above them. On either side of the staircase were identical stone pillars made up of 4 intertwined beings. The beings carved into the stone wore no clothing, their bodies covered only in the same threads currently wrapped around her own body. The strings dripped from every one of their limbs and twined around their torsos. Each of their faces was covered in masks, with a single eye adorning the center of their foreheads. One of the masks' mouths was smiling, one was frowning, and a third was twisted by anger. The fourth, however, had no expression at all, but they were the only one holding something in each of their hands. Balancing scales. The fates. Down the staircase dripped millions, maybe billions of severed gilded threads, just like the ones wrapped around them currently. "Come meet us, Calliope Rosewood." Calla made to climb the first step, but Gideon grabbed her shoulder. "We cannot go to them, Calliope," he told her. "Why not?" Her mouth twisted with disdain. "The life thread," Gideon said, gesturing to the string wrapped around them. "Once it runs out, I believe we'll be stuck here. And I am not sure we could survive trekking up such a long way, regardless." Her hands balled into fists at her side before she looked back up at the sky. "Why don't you come down and face me, you gutless bastards?" "You are the one who challenged us," they laughed. "Why did you show me those memories?" she hissed. "We thought you might need some proper motivation," they taunted. "You have so much potential, and yet you waste your vengeance. Save it for the war." "Is that why you've done all this?" she spat. "Taking everything from me? You've made me into your unwilling weapon and expect me to still do your bidding in this war? The weapon you've become was sharpened by your own hand, Calliope Rosewood," the fates continued. "Being born the daughter of the woman who spurned a witch queen made you a convenient choice, we will admit. But you are the one who proved to be worthy of your destiny." Calla reared back in shock. "What the hells are you talking about?" Gideon silently pressed his shoulder against hers as he observed the entire exchange, an ever-steady presence at her side. Indra didn't know that leaving the Rouge Queen to have a daughter with someone else would provide us a great muse, of course. But, alas, your mother made her own decisions as well, the fates told her. "Queen Myrea and my mother? You're lying!" Calla accused them. "Neither of my mothers ever mentioned—" "Everyone has secrets." Calla swallowed the bitter taste in her mouth. "Is this just petty entertainment for you? My mother's had history with Myrea, and you made me the target of the queen for your little puppet show? Cursing me with my rolls of fate, the siphon curse? Giving you an initial roll of 6 was simply a test of power," the fates corrected her. "The second test, actually. The siphon curse was the first. What a curious combination, don't you think? All that volatile, raw power in the wrong hands could raise the world, but in your hands it has been dormant. Your second roll is what confirmed what we already suspected." The memory of Calla racing toward the witch's die so Kai wouldn't have to make another roll flashed in her mind. "You chose your own path when you took that die over your friend," the fates confirmed. "You chose it again when you decided to leave your coven, your home, instead of putting them in danger. You chose it when you stayed in that game of cards with the younger prince. And again when you chose to follow your prince into the woods. No," she screamed. "Though we've bestowed certain gifts upon you, you have always had a choice to decide what to do with those gifts, Calliope Rosewood. Remember that. Power comes with choice. Wield it. Unleash yourself on the world." That was it. Calla took off for the stairs. The fates laughed at her fury. "Calliope!" Gideon slid himself next to her, wrapping an arm around her waist to tug her back down a step. "We either attempt to reach the God's End, most likely fail, or find Ezra and make it back to the gateway. A shot in the dark at her vengeance, or Ezra." She lifted her chin to Gideon. "Fine, take me to the Valley of Souls. I'll get my audience with them soon enough." As Gideon guided her to the left of the staircase, toward the rolling hills in the distance, she heard one last whisper in her mind. "See you on the battlefield, great muse."
The Valley of Souls was a wasteland of haunted memories. Gideon wasn't paying the sea of gray any mind as he traced his eyes over the girl in front of him. He was so unsure what she was going to do after everything that had just happened. Calliope stood atop the hill, looking down on the valley like a divine entity. There was no wind in the afterlife, no sound or temperature to be heard or felt, but Gideon could feel the energy of her presence around him, in his bones, his soul. This quest had been changing him slowly, breaking and twisting him into something new. She was changing too. He didn't know how she was going to cope with everything the fates had told her. The truth about her parents and their history with the Rouge Queen would be a brutal blow. He knew all too well what it was like to realize the version of your parents in your head does not always match who they actually were. The shift happening inside her now was subtle, but he could feel it all the same. The first glimpse he'd gotten of her emotions since the bond between him was forged. He was enamored. She peered over her shoulder at him then, as if she could hear his thoughts. He found himself wishing she could. "Coming with me?" she asked. "Anywhere. Everywhere." Calla and Gideon descended the steep hill slowly, careful to watch their footing, lest they went tumbling down into the throng of meandering souls. Each soul looked like a regular person who had been drained of every ounce of color until they were only different shades of gray and slightly transparent. As they got closer and closer, Calla could begin to make out the individual faces of the spirits while they trailed forward together in the massive crowd. Each being held one of the same opalescent stones Jack had given to Calla and Gideon for the spell. Their eyes glazed over in a trance as they clutched the iridescent rocks and headed toward their final resting place. Calla wondered what the significance of it was, and if Jack's explanation of it was lost to the forgetting potion, or if the man had bothered to explain it at all. When Calla and Gideon reached the bank on the side of the recessed pathway through the valley, the prince cautioned, "Make sure not to step into the fray unless we find him. I'm not sure how the souls will react." "How long is this valley?" she asked. "How far could he be? I've heard some say it's almost infinite, but there is definitely an end. When souls reach it, they are allowed to pass over into their final resting place. But we are at the beginning now, where the newest souls that have died, which hopefully means he has not gone too far for us to reach."
Calla nodded, and they began their walk along the grassy edge, scanning the bland horde for Ezra's face as she moved. The soul's pace beside her was agonizingly slow, but Calla still worried she wouldn't be able to cover enough ground to find Ezra in the throng of dead before he got too far for her thread to reach. Gideon followed closely on her heels, his eyes examining the crowd just as intently. His swirling irises never settling as they darted over each individual's face. "Ezra!" she called, but not a single soul responded with so much as a twitch. After half an hour, Calla looked down to see how much of her life thread was left, and her stomach dropped. The thread was nearly all gone. She stopped. She wanted to scream. Frustration was making her fists clench at her sides. She was sure the fates must be laughing. She'd come all this way just to be defeated by another one of their obstacles. No, she was going in. Without a second thought, she dove into the fray, the frantic sound of her name echoing through the valley, but she paid Gideon no mind. The souls around her paused as she jostled past them, but they continued to shuffle forward seconds later, moving her with them as if she were no heavier than air. Adrenaline rushed through her as she began to weave her way forcibly through the spirits, checking every face as she shoved past. When they began to squeeze in on her tighter and tighter, she thrust her elbow into one soul's back with all her strength. There was a momentary shift in the spirit's gaze before they shook it off and the glassy expression returned. That's it, she realized. She pushed the spirit again as hard as she could and woke them back out of their stupor.
Ezra, she shouted in their face when they twisted around to observe her with newfound clarity. Ezra? The soul repeated. That's not my name. No, she told them, it isn't, but we have to find Ezra. The soul blinked at Calla in confusion for a second before turning to their neighbor and reaching out to tap them on the shoulder. In the middle of the action, she could see the fogginess begin to creep into their gaze once more. Calla nudged them again. Find Ezra, she repeated when they woke back up. Shake them harder. The spirit jolted the other spirit more aggressively this time, and a shot of triumph went through Calla when she saw them come to as well. Find Ezra, the first soul told them. Calla darted through the lines of spirits, repeating the process, and soon the chain reaction was in full effect. Find Ezra! Find Ezra! Find Ezra! Find Ezra! Soon Ezra's name was ringing through the valley. The beat of her heart thundered almost as loud when she realized the sea had begun to part. She squinted into the distance as the souls began to curve around someone whose features she couldn't quite make out. But she knew. Her feet sprang into action, first one step, then another. Soon she was flying, her life thread unraveling almost to the end of its line, but she didn't stop. And there, at the end of the cleared path, he stood. As he came toward her, the look on his face went from confusion to recognition to shock. When she was only a few feet away, he spread his arms as wide as he could, and she leaped into them. He rocked back on his heels as he caught her, and she buried her face in his neck, winding her arms around him, Ezra. Gideon's knees slammed to the ground as Calliope pulled his brother from the crowd. Ezra looked just as he had before the fateful moment he lost his heart, only slightly more transparent, his complexion and clothing gray-washed. But even in death, Ezra's midnight eyes shined with vitality. "Brother," Gideon choked out, a sob rising in his throat. "Get up," Ezra demanded. "Get up, Gideon." Gideon slowly rose back to his feet, ready for every devastating blow Ezra was about to give him. None ever came. Instead, Ezra lunged forward and wrapped Gideon in a hug, the first one they had shared since they were children. Gideon shattered completely then. Tears were shining in his eyes. "I'm sorry," Gideon told him. "I'm sorry it was you and not me." "I'm not," Ezra assured him, his voice equally gruff. "The world needs you, Gideon." Gideon pulled back, chest heaving with a tight breath. "I love you, Ezra. I'm sorry we were divided for so long, and I never really told you that." His words were rushed, desperate, as he was not to go a second longer without Ezra hearing them. Ezra's lips lifted in a sad smile. "I love you too. Thank you for coming for me. You didn't have to." "Of course I did," Gideon said with conviction. "This was my fault. I screwed up completely. On so many levels." Ezra sighed. "We all screwed up. Yours was just a little more permanent than the rest of ours." Ezra laughed good-naturedly. "But it wasn't only your fault. I made the deal with my Rhea that I did. None of this would have happened without that decision in the first place. And you cannot waste so much potential by letting yourself be held back by your guilt. You have something I could never seem to find, a purpose. Not without you." Gideon shook his head. Ezra glanced over to Calliope, who had been lingering several yards away, half turned around to give them some privacy. "Don't say that. We both know you do." "She's," Gideon began, but Ezra cut him off with a shake of his head. "She's her own person, not someone for us to claim for ourselves because one of us met her first or screwed up worse or is magically bound to her. She doesn't need anyone fighting over her. She needs support to be the force of nature she was destined to be. And if my death was the catalyst that unlocked the potential, which we both know she's always had, then I will not have died in vain. And if she chooses you to be by her side, I want you to be happy. Both of you. You deserve that." Gideon stared at his brother. He didn't have the words to express what exactly he was feeling as they stood there on solid ground together for once. Then something clicked in his mind. You will not have died in vain. Are you saying, Ezra, there's only enough life thread for 2 people to go back, Ezra told him. Souls that are brought back from here, by whatever means, require a great sacrifice. I could return to the earth, but one of you would have to sacrifice yourselves and remain here. The world requires balance. Gideon shook his head. No, I'll stay. Let me stay. I'm already here. I'll find peace on the other side. You've already brought me peace here now. Ezra's expression turned sympathetic. If it was a different sacrifice, I might be selfish enough to let you make it. You've already sacrificed so much for me, though. Every time you protected me from our mother, I know it cost you. I will never take your life, from you or her. Her heart has been broken enough by my hand. Gideon knew there was no more arguing. Even in death, Ezra was a stubborn fool. Death has made you pragmatic. I didn't see that coming. Ezra smiled ruefully. Death is oddly freeing. There's nothing more to lose. It makes you think of things differently. With that, Gideon stepped aside and let Ezra move past him to go to Calliope. Calla? Calla spun to find Ezra coming up behind her. For a long moment, they just stood there, staring at each other. How did we get here? She finally asked. He smirked. I believe it started with a bottle of bourbon and a... She rolled her eyes. Don't make me regret coming all the way over here to get you. The twinkle in his eyes dulled a bit. What? She narrowed her eyes. Calla? An alarm went off in her mind. No, Calla, no. I'm not leaving you here. I refuse. It's going to be okay, Calla. No, I did not come all the way here for nothing. She shook her head wildly. You are coming with us whether you like it or not. Calla, watch, he told her as he scooped up her hand and pulled her farther away from the valley. At first, she had no idea what he was trying to show her, but when she looked down at their joined hands, she stared in horror.
With every step they took together, a bit of her life thread began to transfer to him. The color of his skin became a shade less gray the farther and farther they wandered, and hers was losing its vibrancy. No, she repeated with devastation as he pulled her to a stop. I want you to know, he told her slowly, making her face him completely, that I don't regret anything, not one thing. The barriers holding back the emotions in her mind began crumbling. It's unfortunate that our time together was cut short, but it's okay to realize we weren't going to work out, even if it hadn't been. What? She felt her lip tremble. There's no way for you to know, Calla. He fixed her with a hard look. The foundation we were trying to build on was cracked beyond repair by my hand. I never wanted to see it, but it didn't matter what we built together after that. The crack would always have been there. You deserve to love someone who would never shatter the foundation in the first place. I know things got complicated, that they still are, but time heals things, Ezra. Time heals things. He nodded in agreement. And so do the right people. She furrowed her brow in confusion, but when his eyes flickered briefly over her shoulder, her expression hardened. I can't. I won't. Not after this. He shrugged. Do what you want, but stop using me as an excuse to not acknowledge the things you clearly feel. She shook her head in denial. Ezra stepped forward and grabbed her face in his hands. Let go of me, Calla. You were ready to move on before I died, and we both know it. Guilt is such a stupid reason not to let yourself be happy. Why are you doing this? Why won't you come back with us? She pleaded. We came all this way. We can't do this without you. You're a part of us. That will never change whether I'm physically with you or not. I spent too much time making a mess of things when I was alive, but now it's time for me to untangle a few things before I go. Calla pushed past the prince and stomped up to Gideon. "You're just going to let him do this?" Gideon looked at her evenly. "I've never really let Ezra do anything. You've argued with him before. I'm sure you know how that usually ends." "The two of you are going to drive me absolutely mad," she growled, looking back and forth between them. "Why did the Witch Eater make us think we could use the Esprit to bring Ezra back before they stole his body? And the nymphs, they aren't able to lie, and they also said if we could summon a gateway here, we'd be able to bring you back. The Esprit is for once you pass through the gate. Ezra is not tied to a physical body like we are. Once he passed through, it would be only the essence of his spirit on the other side." So, as usual, the Witch Eater wasn't lying, but they weren't going to bother warning us of this outcome either. Same with the nymphs. Gideon crossed his arms over his chest. "We can technically bring him back. They just omitted the part where one of us would have to get trapped here in order to do so." "This can't be it." Calla shook her head. "This isn't fair." "I know." Ezra smiled sadly. "It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay." Calla walked back to him until they were standing chest to chest, gaze unwavering, though she could feel the tears welling in her eyes. "I once told myself that one day I would forget to think of you. I was angry then." He snorted softly. "But I want you to know I take that back now. I will never forget you," she vowed. Ezra smiled, and this time it was hopeful. He leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. Gideon came closer then, and Calla stepped back to let the brothers share one last hug before Ezra turned back to the sea of spirits behind him. Ezra paused. "Oh, and Calla?" She lifted her chin. A slow grin spread across his face. "Tear the queens to shreds." And then he stepped back into the fray. Calla and Gideon retraced their steps as the gilded string around them became thinner and thinner. When they reached the stairway to the gods once more, they stopped. "How do we do this?" Calla asked. "I'm not sure," Gideon told her. "We were walking through limbo before, but I'm unsure how to return there. To the portal, I meant," she corrected him. "How do we go back without him? What are we going to tell the others?" "I don't know," he admitted. "He left too soon. He left unconsciously. He was never like that before. Death changes people. It clarifies things." Gideon rubbed the back of his neck, his face drawn in contemplation. "I once told you that Ezra needed to be the one who saves everyone because he thought he needed to be more like me. But the truth is, carrying the weight of everything and never allowing anyone to help is my greatest flaw. His greatest flaw was ever thinking he needed to be like me to deserve love. I hope he realized that when he crossed over." Calla swallowed at the heaviness of those words, letting them soak in for a moment before squaring her shoulders. "Let's figure out how to get back to the portal." As she spoke, a small orange ember floated down from above. Calla lifted her hand and caught it in her palm, where it sizzled out and disappeared. A few feet ahead of her, another ember winked in and out, almost as if it were a lightning pixie. "It's a trail," she realized. The two of them followed the sparks of light, and soon they became more and more clustered together, until they were so thick the luminescence made her eyes squeeze shut, just like before. "Calliope, look!" When her eyes opened again, they were standing back in the dark nothingness. "The gateway is just ahead," Gideon pointed out. "I wonder what Hannah and Caspian will think," she speculated, "if we will sound mad to them." Gideon gave her a considering look. "As long as that means we get back to them safe and sound, I'll take it." "There's no other place I want to be right now," she concurred. When they reached the portal once more, they paused. Only a few inches of string were left hanging around their wrists. As Gideon lifted his hand in offering, the life thread went completely taut, but she didn't reach for it. Not yet. Instead, she said, "Together?"
His eyes flashed silver. Together, they stepped through. "Hannah," Caspian warned, "you have to get control over yourself. You don't want whatever your magic is calling in these woods to answer." "I'm not doing it on purpose," Hannah swore in a voice that belonged to a creature of the hells, her hands shaking at her sides. "I don't know how to stop it." A wisp of wind howled through the bare trees, snapping off thin twigs and throwing them to the ground. Hannah's hair began to whip around her face, and Caspian knew whatever was about to happen could easily become catastrophic. "Hannah," Cass said again as he tried to soothe the witch, but before he could say anything more, a bright spark of light appeared before them, and he had to shield his eyes. When he was able to see again, his jaw dropped. "Calla? Gideon?" he exclaimed, eyes widening incredulously. Calla and Gideon, for their part, looked just as shocked. "What the hells?" Calla's jaw dropped as she looked around the forest, letting her backpack fall to the ground. "Did you both just teleport here?" Caspian asked. "Something like that." Gideon shoved a hand through his hair as he unloaded his own bag from his shoulders. "I guess when we said we needed to be with Caspian and Hannah, the portal listened." "Portal?" Cass began, but he was quickly distracted by the way Hannah began thrashing on the ground next to him. "Later, I need help. She's been like this for the last half hour." "Don't touch her," Calla warned as she knelt beside Cass and let a small tendril of her rose magic reach out to assess Hannah's. "Shit, this is very dark magic." "What do we do?" Caspian questioned with concern. The distress in Caspian's eyes clearly surprised Calla, though it shouldn't have. While Calla and Gideon had been so wrapped up in their own grief, Caspian and Hannah had only had each other these last couple of excruciating days. "Hannah, you have to stop," Gideon beseeched her, his voice firm. "Not a request." Something flashed out the corner of Caspian's left eye, and he realized what had Gideon's concern rising. There, sprouting out of the red petals littering the forest floor, was an arm. An arm with decaying grayish skin and hands that ended in razor-sharp talons. A moment later, a second arm popped up from the ground, and soon both limbs were clawing their way out of the earth. "Hannah," Calla whispered. A head and torso sprang up next, a creature of nightmares. A Valkyrie. "Hannah!" Calla screeched this time. "I can't," Hannah sobbed. "I don't know how to stop." Gideon cursed and quickly turned to his fellow Beta. "It's undead. You have to remove their heads." Caspian didn't hesitate to follow Gideon's order, taking off toward the serpent-like figure in an instant. "Calliope, make her stop!" Gideon yelled as he followed Caspian. Cass blithely passed the throwing dagger to Gideon with barely a glance in the prince's direction. Years of training together had them moving perfectly in sync, like a choreographed routine. Gideon speared the dagger right through the creature's neck, splattering black blood through the air. And Cass caught the blade one-handed as it came through the other side, the sickening sound making Cass cringe. "Hannah!" he heard Calla scream somewhere behind them. "I don't know," Hannah cried, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know how to turn it off. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know." "Calliope!" Cass whipped his head in the siphon's direction, worried she had gotten hurt. What he found was so much worse. Another reanimated Valkyrie had managed to pry itself all the way out of the ground and now towered over both the girls. Worse still, 3 new pairs of arms had just thrust up behind it. Caspian was the first to spring into action, barreling headfirst toward one of the beasts, unsheathing a dagger from his belt and going right for its neck. "Calla, watch it!" Gideon yelled in warning. Calla spun in time to dodge one of the other Valkyrie's strikes as Gideon leaped over the serpent's swinging tail to make his way over to the girls. Calla hovered above her friend, and as her eyes traced over where the blonde was trying to push herself up from the ground, she noticed that Hannah's nails had turned nearly blue, as if from hypothermia. There had been only one time in Calla's life that she had seen such a thing happen to a rouge witch. Necromancy itself wasn't illegal, but the unnatural way it was used for bone brothels was, and Hannah had been raised in one. Bone brothels brutally trained rouge witches until their magic was molded into something perverse, monstrous. Queen Maria had banned them long ago, not to spare the poor witches who were tortured for them, of course, but because Maria feared how the transformation in those witches would affect her hold over her subjects. Hannah had been on the verge of no return when she had escaped her mother's clutches and run to Estrella. But Calla had never seen this side of the other girl before. Hannah's black pupils were dilating and contracting as the telltale smell of dark magic began to waft into the air. A shiver ran down Calla's spine. "I'll distract it. You find a way to get close enough to siphon," Gideon told Calla. As Gideon taunted the creature to follow him, Calla snuck toward its backside. She was within inches of grasping at the dull, flaking scales of the serpent half's tail when she was tackled from her left and thrown to the ground. She grunted in pain, Gideon's own sound of surprise echoing a few feet away. One of the other Viperita pinned her to the ground, the grotesque humanoid half hovering above her, baring its sharp rows of teeth in a ferocious smile. Before the creature could rip out her throat with its canines, Calla locked her inner siphon onto the stagnant blood in its body, where the beast's hands were gripping into her shoulders, her stomach roiling from the rotten essence of it. Her rouge magic could immediately tell how unnatural the energy flowing through the reanimated monster was. As the Viperita dove forward, she squeezed her eyes shut and pulled as hard as she could with both her siphon and her rouge magic. A sick, wet popping sound rang out above her, followed by a cascade of warm liquid. She wiped at her eyes until she could reopen them, blinking down at the foul black blood that was now covering her head to toe, along with bits and pieces of the Viperita's flesh. She leaned to the side and retched onto the ground. Gideon yelled something in the distance, and she weakly wiped a hand across her mouth as she searched for him. The wind around them began to grow stronger, and it took her magic less than a second to recognize it as Gideon's power. She spotted him an instant later, though her vision was starting to become noticeably blurry, her head a bit faint, as her rouge magic continued to react to the blood covering her skin. Gideon looked noticeably uncomfortable, and she knew he was probably feeling the same effects from the Viperita's rancid blood through their bond. But there was nothing she could do about it as she bent over to heave once more. The prince finally managed to get behind the creature he was opposing, and she caught a glimpse of him ripping the spine straight from its back, causing the entire serpent to drop and writhe on the ground. He threw the spine to the side and immediately turned to lose the contents of his own stomach. Luckily, he recovered much quicker than she was. He rushed over, dropping to his knees by her side and gathering her hair out of her face and off her neck, expertly twisting the long strands into a bun at the crown of her head. She didn't bother to pull away from his dotings. She was too sick and exhausted, and admittedly craved the touch of his cold hands on her feverish skin as her stomach churned again. "What's going on?" he asked, looking equally back at her. "What?" he asked. "I need to—" She gestured awkwardly at her filthy clothes. "Strip? Hell's not what I need to be thinking about right now." He cleared his throat. "Right." He turned all the way around and sat only a few feet in front of the riverbank, close enough that if the forest thought to throw something else at them, he'd be right there to help. He listened intently to the sound of her unlacing and kicking off her boots, to the water sloshing as she moved through it, and tried to keep his imagination from picturing the scene in his mind. He could swear the temperature in the forest rose 100 degrees as he made an effort to busy himself with observing their surroundings for any threats. After a few minutes, she asked, "How did you not get as nauseous as me? I could barely stand it." Gideon gave a shrug. "You said your rouge magic was reacting poorly to the spoiled Viperide blood, right? That may be why your reaction was drawn out longer.
"You can look now. I'm dressed again," she told him. "Do you mind helping me dry off?" He turned to find her stepping out of the river, sopping wet, but at least the gore was all gone. Her long hair had been scrupulously detangled, and the top half had been braided and secured out of her face. "Thanks," she offered, as she plunked herself on the ground and began shoving her boots back on. She tied the laces in a messy knot on the first, and moved to do the other in an equally haphazard manner. Gideon tried not to cringe. "You're horrible at tying knots, did you know that?" "Sorry, I've never had knot-tying lessons," she commented sarcastically. "Would you like to do it then?" He took the opportunity before she could rescind it, crouching down and pulling apart the sloppy laces to rework the strings into uniform bows. She rolled her eyes as they both got back to their feet when he was finished. "You're being a busybody." "I didn't realize offering my help caused you pain," he said dryly. She fixed him with an unreadable look. "I saw the way you jumped onto that Viperide." "If it had thrown you any harder, I get it," he interrupted. "You could have gotten hurt too." She sighed. "When we finally get this bond severed, you can go back to risking your life, and I'll promise to only complain a little." The world around Gideon tilted. "What?" he whispered. Calla furrowed her brow. "What? You still want to cut the bond?" he asked, voice drenched in disbelief. "Gideon," she looked helpless, "we've been through this." "Everything has changed," he insisted. "I want to cut the bond because it's hurting us," she reasoned back. "Look what it just did for you," he argued back. "And what it did for me back in Estrella when I thought I would collapse from the exhaustion. I thought after that you'd—" "Do you really think the small ways it's been helpful are worth the risk it poses to us both?" she asked. "Small? It gave us enough power to open that gateway. Think of what it could do when we have to fight in this war. It could be an advantage. It could also be a detriment. Gideon, I'm trying to be rational about this." Gideon shook his head. "It's more than that. You locked away your emotions after Ezra died, and you're refusing to let them in again. I thought the coldness coming from your side of the soul bond was because you were angry with me, something I more than deserved. But now I see you're just scared of facing the truth of what accepting the bond might mean." Something in her facade cracked at those last words, and for a moment Gideon hated himself for pushing her so hard. But he needed her to free herself from the shackles of her own mind. He needed her to fight. "If I could feel the full force of my guilt right now," she whispered, "I fear it would be incapacitating. I'm afraid it would burn me from the inside out until I turn to ashes. I want to be able to grieve properly, but the only time I get a clear grasp on anything is when you and I are near each other." Her cheeks warmed a bit at her confession. "And that is not something I can be dependent on. I've already lost so much. I can't." "You aren't going to lose me, Calliope." He didn't know what he needed to do to convince her of that, but he had a feeling that after she'd just watched Ezra walk away from her for good, it wouldn't be an easy task. "That's the one thing the bond guarantees. What happens to you happens to me. And what about losing our hearts if we continue on like this? That's why I don't want to fight whatever is keeping my feelings at bay. The numbness helps us keep from fulfilling the heartbreak curse, too." Gideon stared at her for a long moment, unable to argue with that last point. He shook his head and stepped back from her, huffing out a laugh.
"It's a sick joke, isn't it? The fact that the gods gave us a soul bond that strengthens with physical touch at the same time as a curse that requires us to keep each other at arm's length at the risk of losing our hearts? It feels like a losing game." She took a shaky breath. "It is a losing game." His jaw clenched. "We've both already lost more than we ever thought it was possible to survive, and now we'll lose the soul bond too. I don't think we have a choice at this point. Like the fates told us, there is always a choice to be made. So, if this is what you're choosing, fine, I'll find a way to break it." Every single word singed his tongue. He meant them all, though. If she wanted the bond gone, he would hack it to pieces himself. Since when are we listening to the same gods who have cursed us? I'm not doing this because I want to cut you out of my life, she asserted. Please tell me you understand that. He closed his eyes and murmured, I get it. You won't hate me after all this, right? He looked her dead in the eye as he said, That's never been the danger between us. With that, he pulled away and headed back to the others. Blood warrior? Sabine choked out at the same time that Lyra said, So, the rumors are true then. Amina eyed Lyra with unpleasant surprise. Rumors have spread? Where in the gods' names are you hearing rumors that I'm not? Sabine threw at Lyra. Are you going out without me? Lyra rolled their eyes. Melly told me when she got in last night from the border. Melly has a not very secret lover in the Onyx Queens Guild, and apparently there have been whispers that the final blood warrior has been found and that the war is going to begin any day now. So many Valkyrie circles have been buzzing about it non-stop. They think it means we will finally be able to stop the tithe. I don't know about any day now, Amina said, but I do know the final blood warrior has been found. Or should I say warriors? What? The two Valkyries exclaimed in sync. There's a girl, a siphon. She and the elder prince got themselves soul bonded thanks to some convoluted deal with the witch eater. They almost sabotaged my chances of coming home, and now both bear the final blood warrior numbers. I assume that isn't the prince whose heart you have then? Lyra questioned. No. That's what I meant by sabotage. Amina gritted her teeth and crossed her arms. The elder prince promised me his heart, and then the bastard managed to get a hold of a pair of fates dice when his ordeal with the witch eater backfired. Luckily, where there's a bargain, there's almost always a loophole. Fates dice, Sabine whistled. You don't come across those every day. While witches' dice were the burden of witches alone, fate's dice were a different sort of beast. Any being who intentionally rolled a pair of fate's dice not meant for them or interfered with a roll invited dangerous consequences into their life. And naturally, his brother's heart was that loophole, Lyra concluded. I tried to be fair, Amina played with one of her curls, nonchalant. The moment they entered the forest, I knew who they were. The witch eater had been keeping an eye on them, too. That much I gathered. It didn't take long to find out that while the witch eater may have been keeping tabs on the elder prince, they were most focused on mapping out every move the siphon made. She was the true blood warrior. So I made the elder prince a bargain, figuring if I took his heart fairly, then I could avoid the wrath of the Onyx Queen, and I wasn't risking killing the blood warrior. And then they got themselves soul bonded. Sabine cackled as she bent forward to spear another grape. I don't know whose luck in this story is worse. Well, I got the heart and left exile. The rest is the witch's problem now. Amina dropped the curl she had been playing with. Sabine had to agree. Amina hadn't deserved her exile in the first place, and the witches had been lucky that Amina was as honorable as she was to offer them a bargain instead of just taking the heart she needed to leave. If it had been Sabine, there would have been a lot less talking and a lot more blood, that was for certain. Nothing made Sabine see red more than thinking about the night she had gotten word from Lyra that Amina had been taken by the Queen's guards. Sabine had flown for hours back to Valor until her wings ached and her feathers had begun to molt. By the time she had arrived at the palace, however, Amina was already being sentenced. The accusation was that Amina had interfered in a jealousy-driven altercation that subsequently got Rovina, dragon shifter who had become the Valkyrie Queen's favorite lover, killed. Rovin had gone down to the border to confront a Valkyrie named Lex, who had also been warming the Queen's bed.
Lex had been in the process of reaping a witch's soul, and when Roven got between Lex and the witch, it was Roven's soul that was reaped instead. The witch hadn't hesitated to take the opportunity to make sure both Lex and Roven met their untimely ends, and the only person there to witness it all? Amina. Since no one else had been around to blame, it was Amina who had to pay for the men's ridiculous feud. Exiled to the never-ending forest until she acquired the beating heart of a prince as a payment to break the magic enchantment that had sealed her there. It was the harshest punishment Sabine had ever heard their queen order. Usually, exiled Valkyries were only banished from their lands. Keeping Amina contained in that nightmarish forest was a vicious ostracism born of pure spite. Sabine was of the opinion that perhaps the queen should have just picked a lover who was smart enough not to start a fight while witches were present in the first place. But unfortunately, no one had asked for her input at the trial, though she had given it anyway, in the form of about 1,000 filthy curses. She hadn't stopped until Lyra forcibly dragged her back home after the queen threatened to exile them along with Amina. The two of them had been ready to go, but Amina vowed never to forgive them if they did. So Sabine and Lyra went home. For 6 years. "Do you think the witches are going to come for the prince's heart?" Sabine wondered as she forced her thoughts back to the present. "By the time they attempt to come for it, it will already be in someone else's chest," Amina answered. "I had a feeling that's where this was heading," Lyra stated. "Wait a minute." Sabine paused the grape she had halfway to her mouth, lifting her feet from where they rested next to Amina and leaning forward with excitement. "You mean, when everything went down that day, I knew having the forethought to store Roven's soul in my esprit would come in handy," Amina explained. "Not only because it meant the queen wouldn't be able to summon him back to life herself, but because I knew it would eventually give me the upper hand. My original intention was to use it to get out of the banishment, but I knew there was a chance that even if I gave it to her, she would still banish me anyway. So I kept it as my little secret, and now all I need is the key to unlock Roven's coffin. It's been less than a decade, so his body should not have started to decay yet, which means I'm going to bring him back and make a little bargain with our queen. And since a Valkyrie that restores someone's soul gets the ability to have influence over them," Lyra put together, "you're going to be able to have real leverage against her." "Leverage for what?" Sabine asked. Amina lifted her chin. "Getting every single one of us out of the tithe. And not even that feels like enough after what she's made me endure. For what she took from me, the years, your trust, missing Sabine's journey to the Veratus tree." Sabine sucked in a breath. "Amina, I need you to know it's the hardest decision I ever made, going without you. I wanted you there with me more than anything." Amina looked down at her hands. "I don't want to make such an important thing in your life about me. Sabine leaned forward and grabbed the other girl's hands.
"I know what you mean. I always imagined you'd be there too. It was about being my true self, and I'm not my true self without you, Amina." Amina swallowed as she looked back at her friend, reverence shining in her eyes. "After we figure things out," Sabine continued, "I'd still like to take you there someday, to the Isle of the Veritas tree. It's like nothing you've ever experienced before. I imagine it's the one pure gift that any of the gods has ever granted us. Was it everything you wanted?" Amina leaned forward, lacing her fingers through Sabine's and squeezing with affection. "The true name ceremony, I mean." "It was more," Sabine grinned. "When I carved my old name in the bark, when the tree erased it from existence forever, it was an instant weight off my shoulders. I just felt lighter. The magic of the Veritas tree was something of exquisite beauty. The moment Sabine had released her old name to the tree's magic, every person she'd ever met instantly forgot it. No one would ever be able to speak it again. The tree's magic replaced it in everyone's mind with her true name instead, the second name she carved into the tree, the one that unleashed the transitioning magic on her being. Even Sabine did not know the dead name she once bore. She only knew her true name, the one she had given power to. "I would love to go with you someday," Amina whispered. "Make up for what I missed." Sabine untangled their hands and threw her arms around her friend. When she pulled back, she looked at Lyra. "I think it's worth the risk." Lyra watched them both with an intense look on her face. "I know." Sabine turned back to Amina. "I know what it's like to need something so badly for yourself, no matter what it might cost. You need vengeance. You need to burn away the anger inside you so you can rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Start over. With us." When Calla and Gideon made it back to the others, Calla darted straight to Hannah. The witch was sitting with her back against a tree trunk, steadily sipping from one of the canteens, the dark veins that had taken over her body before nowhere to be seen. "Are you all right?" Calla's voice was earnest as she reached out to grab her friend's hand in comfort. Hannah squeezed Calla's hand back. "I should be asking you that. I'm so sorry, Calla. I don't know how that happened. My magic has never just reacted like that before." "Hannah," Calla said, the witch's name with a heavy dose of exasperation, "I am the last thing you should concern yourself with right now. I just got a little nauseous. As soon as the blood was washed off, it went away." Hannah nodded, like she knew exactly what Calla meant. "What on earth happened?" Gideon asked. "After the two of you left, Caspian and I dove down to gather the Resperute. We were down there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, max, when a Nereid attacked us. The Nereid got to me first," Caspian inserted, "but when she was unable to drag me down, she set her sights on Hannah." Hannah told them about how she had gotten pinned to the bottom of the lake and then heard Caspian scream. Caspian's eyes softened with guilt. "I was yelling for you. I didn't realize you thought—" "No, it's all right," Hannah said, cutting him off. "I'm sorry about the Viperidae, but—" Everyone waited patiently for the witch to find the words. "My magic has been dormant since I came to Estrella after I left my mother." Hannah squeezed her eyes shut as she spoke, like she was hoping that doing so would make the memories disappear. Calla tightened her grip on the girl's hand. "I left the bone brothel the night after the biggest ritual my mother had ever had us attempt. It was me and another Rouge witch. Gods, I can't even remember their name. The ritual nearly ripped the flesh from our bones. The magic was too powerful to contain. It was trying to tear itself out of us. The other witch? They died before the sun rose the next day." Hannah's voice sounded like there were tears in her throat, but her eyes were clear, and Calla's heart ached for her friend. People always presumed Hannah to be the soft one, but that never meant that she was weak. Calla knew Hannah's gentleness came from having to shed her scar tissue, from having the strength to start over. "I knew then that my mother would let me destroy myself if it meant she got what she wanted," Hannah swallowed. "So I left, and I haven't been able to use any of my magic since. It's like the summoning that night took it all away from me. I've felt empty for so long, and then today, the thought of not being able to help Cass like I couldn't help Delphine, it's like it unlocked a vault of magic inside me I didn't know I still had." The two men took in her words, Caspian trying hard to keep his jaw from dropping in utter disbelief that Hannah had experienced such dark magic in her life, and yet she was still a source of light for all of them. She had always been the person Calla and Delph looked to when they were feeling so lost in Estrella. It was Gideon who broke the silence. "Maybe your magic has finally healed. If it almost destroyed you like you said, maybe it's just taken this long to replenish." "Heal doesn't seem right," Hannah said as she looked down at her hands. "It felt more like destruction to me." "Only because that's how you had to use it before," Caspian said.
But that's not who you are. If you learned how to control it yourself, it doesn't have to be dark." Hannah perked up a bit as she met Caspian's eyes, and Calla could see the bond the two witches had built over the last few days in that one look. "Do you think so?" Hannah asked. "You're powerful," Cass told her, "but powerful does not have to mean unfettered. You should never have to be afraid of yourself. If your magic is going to slowly come back, then we're going to retrain it to be something good, like you. We can start training a little bit each day. You deserve to feel like your magic is yours again, not your mother's." Hannah dropped Calla's hand and lunged forward to wrap her arms around Caspian's neck, whispering, "Thank you." Cass returned her hug with a large grin, before pulling back a moment later and switching to look at Calla and Gideon. "All right, now why don't you two explain how the hells you appeared out of thin air? How long were you even gone?" "Nearly 2 days." Gideon ran a hand through his hair. Hannah sputtered. "It wasn't even an hour for us." "Start from the beginning," Cass urged. So they did. Calla explained how they'd lost their memories after making a deal with Jack and getting the ingredients they needed to summon a gateway to the afterlife. How they'd spoken to the Fates themselves, and Ezra. Cass was quiet for a minute. Then he said, "That's it? He's just gone?" Calla swallowed. "He said he was at peace. I just hate feeling like it was such a waste, going all that way and failing." "It wasn't a waste." Caspian shook his head after her words trailed off. "You got the closure you needed. I'm not sure how or any of us would have gone on without that. Now we know he's okay. But are you?" Calla and Gideon exchanged a loaded look. It was Gideon who said, "No, but now I think we might have a better chance of getting there." "I'm sorry for your loss," Cass whispered, his expression painted with sincerity. "Both of you. I know what I said about bringing him back before you left, but I truly am sorry that you weren't able to do so." Calla reached out to squeeze one of the witch's hands. "I'm sorry for your loss too, Cass." They all sat there with each other in silence for a long while, finally letting the grief fully wash over them, a scar they would all share forever. "What's our plan now?" Hannah whispered eventually. "I've been thinking," Calla told them. "After we get Delphine and Kestrel back, we need to find the other blood warriors." Caspian and Gideon raised their brows in sync. Gideon asked, "How would we find them?" "No idea," she shrugged. "But there's enough of us to split up and track them down."
The more blood warriors we can get in one place, the better chance we have to start mapping out what starting this war will look like. Gideon nodded at her suggestion with fervor. "You're right. We need to get them all on our side and strategize exactly how to begin and end it as efficiently as possible. Witches who have already completed their roles of fate are most likely not going to be of help to us, but that's where Caspian's work with the guild comes in." Calla bit her lip and looked to Hannah. Hannah smiled at her sadly. "Oh," Gideon sucked in a breath. "I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean—" "I know." Hannah took a deep breath. "If my power is what has to be sacrificed to take down the queens, though, it's worth it." "I'm not sure other witches will feel that way," Calla muttered, before glancing back at the men. "And what work with the guild do you mean?" "That is a story for another time." Cass pushed himself up to his feet. "It's my turn to bathe now. Gideon, if you don't mind pointing me in the right direction." "I'll take you there," Gideon offered, and a minute later both men were trailing off, heads bent together, discussing something Calla couldn't make out. As soon as they were out of sight, Calla and Hannah both changed into clean sleeping clothes before building a makeshift bed for the night. When they were both finally settled in side by side, staring up at the stars, Calla whispered, "You'll find your way back to your magic, Han. I've never seen you falter down any path you've taken before." "I've never been this lost before," Hannah whispered back. "Not since I first arrived in Estrella. And yet I've always wished I could do what you do,
Look forward instead of trying to chase something in my past that's always been just out of my reach, Calla confessed. My future is murkier than ever. It's hard to feel tethered to anything when everything is constantly changing. Except Gideon, she thought. But she couldn't say that out loud, couldn't look too closely at what that meant and risk opening the floodgate. There's nothing in my past worth looking back at, so I might as well look forward, Hannah said as she glanced at Calla, the forest's silver stars reflecting in her large violet eyes. I found my home. You and Delph are my home. It's easy not to falter when you're walking along with the only destination you ever care to reach. Without Delphine, though, I feel like it's made me realize there are so many things I've been putting off for so long. Calla had always thought of the girls the same way, like the closest thing to home she would ever feel. And until she had started facing her power, she'd never understood why that hadn't been enough for her. I understand. I wish I had done so many things differently. I wish I hadn't been so scared to use my own magic against that Siren when I had the chance. Gideon's right. No one should ever have to be afraid of themselves, and I've spent so long with my head in the sand that I let my friend get taken instead of stopping it. I'm sorry for all of it. I know you are. We're all learning as we go, Hannah said sincerely. We've all tried to use each other and those around us to make ourselves complete, but that doesn't work. I never thought I needed anything as long as I had you both, but now I see I shouldn't have waited so long to face my magic again, now that it could become a threat. I get it. Calla took a deep breath. I should have learned how to control my siphon a long time ago. Maybe then I'd make less of a mess of the monsters I splatter everywhere. Hannah let out a surprised laugh, and the sound made Calla's lips tilt up a bit at the corners. She missed the sound of laughter. Hannah sobered a moment later, and after another beat softly added, I'm sorry about Ezra. I can't imagine how hard it was to say goodbye. I don't think I could have done it if it was her. Can I confess something? Calla whispered. Hannah turned to face Calla. Always. I had imagined it might be impossible to let him go. Calla closed her eyes. But then it wasn't. Hannah waited patiently. He told me that we were never going to work out, Calla swallowed. He implied the only reason I was holding on was because of my guilt. Yes, Hannah nodded. Calla widened her eyes at the instant agreement. Hannah sighed. Calla, the two of you were like mixing oil and water. Sometimes the people we have history with and passion for are not the right person for us forever. Sometimes they're just right for now. And when you met Ezra, you needed someone to bring you out of your shell and to make you feel alive again. And he did. But the two of you were too similar. And if what happened hadn't happened, I think you would have come to realize that. Calla pushed herself up on her elbows and looked over to her friend in utter shock. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? In the last 2 days, you mean? Hannah asked. When we were all still processing it? Or months ago, because Delphine absolutely told you that 50,000 times, and you refused to listen. Yes, but Delphine never thinks anyone is good enough for either of us. I thought it was just Delph being Delph. Hannah snorted. Well, now you know. I am sorry, though. This has to be the worst way to move on from someone. An understatement, Calla agreed. They were both silent for a long while. Then Calla said, You, me, and Delphine are forever. Yes, Hannah whispered. I should have told her I loved her every single day since the moment I realized it. The two of them didn't say anything after that, and a minute later, Calla looked over to see the blonde had drifted off to sleep. The sounds of the other girl's steady breathing, the only noise besides the soft breeze moving through the trees around them. Calla felt her own eyes become heavy soon enough, and it wasn't long before she followed her friend into unconsciousness. When Delphine woke, she found herself on the floor of her cell, Zephyr nowhere to be seen. agony shooting through her body. She let out a mewl of pain as she raised her arms to inspect them, biting back a gut-wrenching sob when she found the delicate fins that had just begun to grow back in were now ripped away. With a shaking hand, she reached over to brush a finger over the torn, uneven edges of the delicate membranes protruding from her left forearm. A sharp, shooting ache ran through her body, and it took everything in her not to be sick to her stomach. "I have to get out of here," she heaved, her breathing becoming shallow as panic began infiltrating the edges of her mind. "I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this." For a moment, she didn't know if she was going to be able to peel herself off the ground. She felt violated. She felt hopeless. Worst of all, she felt trapped. "Concentrate on something else," a voice in her mind told her. "Your safe place." Delphine searched her mind for the last moment she remembered feeling truly safe. It was with Hannah. That fateful night Calla had gone to meet Ezra at the Starlight Inn before everything became so complicated. She and Hannah had been out on a walk together, going nowhere in particular, just taking in Estrella and the stars. Delphine remembered feeling like something in the air was shifting as she and Hannah meandered through the town in the cool winter night. She had felt so at peace, though, that she had asked Hannah to stay out in the cold just a little longer. Then they had returned to their apartment and found Calla with a witch's dye. "You're okay. Just stay angry. Keep going. You're okay." Delphine pushed herself up from the floor and carefully moved over to the mattress. Her brow furrowed as she realized there was something hard beneath where she sat, and she lifted herself to find a small silver hand mirror had been left on the bed.
She wasn't sure if this had been a gift from Zephyr or Ranil, but whoever it was knew where to hit her the deepest. When she held the reflective surface up to her face, she barely recognized the person who stared back at her. The girl in the mirror hadn't had a haircut in weeks, the silver strands brushing the tops of her shoulders now. Her gills had fully grown back in, and dark blue scales decorated her skin in random patches at her temples and on her shoulders. The soft webbing between her fingers and toes was becoming thicker by the day. None of those details were what made her pause, however. Those changes she had expected. It was her eyes that made her want to smash the mirror into a million pieces. Her once bright silver irises were now a dull gray. Ranil likes to break pretty things. She let out a shriek of rage as she stood from the bed. The mirror, face up atop the mattress, shattered at the ear-splitting sound. She balled her hand into a fist and slammed it into the stone wall over and over again until her knuckles were split open, blue-black blood spilling into the water around her. Is this a bad time? Delphine whipped her head toward the front of her cell. "Eros!" She charged up to the bars, teeth bared. "What the hells do you want?" Even in the dull light, she could see the lavender strands that were woven into his bright silver hair, nearly the exact same color as his periwinkle complexion. She could tell the slits cut through each of his eyebrows had been freshly touched up, his signature look. Keeping up a ruse means following orders. His voice was little more than a whisper. A guard must be on duty. The mirror was Zephyr's idea, if you were wondering. He said it would get a rise out of you. I'm surprised to find he was right. "He ripped off my fins! Don't you dare fucking tell me I'm being dramatic," she snarled. Before Eros could respond, a pair of footsteps echoing down the hall caught both of their attention. "I told you not to come visit her without me," Celeste scolded Eros as she approached. "I didn't know where you were," Eros replied. Celeste held up a bunch of sea berries to Delphine in offering. Delphine didn't hesitate to snatch the fruit from the girl's hand and crush them in her grip. "Did you know Zephyr was going to pay me a visit today?" Delphine accused. "That he was going to tear my fins to shreds?" "What?"
Celeste reared back in shock as she saw the damage that had been done to Delphine's arms and calves. And though the surprise on her face looked genuine, Delphine's eyes still narrowed. Delphine, I had no idea. I swear I would have tried to intercept his visit. Zephyr and Mariana said they wanted to celebrate this morning, but I didn't think they meant this, Eros inserted. And both girls snapped their gazes over to him. Celebrate what? Delphine inquired. Renil removed Mariana's tracking ring today, as a reward for helping get you back, Eros explained. The laugh that came out of Delphine at his words was half wild. You all are so lucky I am locked in here. Using me to win favors from Renil? I should carve out your intestines and wear them as... That's them, Delphine. The two of us want to call a truce. Celeste cut off Delphine's threat before it got any more graphic. We need to work together. A truce? Eros opened his mouth to retort, but Celeste held up her hand. We are in just as vulnerable a spot as you, Delphine. Oh, really? Delphine's tone was dripping with sarcasm. She knew she should keep her facade bolted firmly in place, but the shock of waking up with her body torn apart hadn't yet worn off. Is watching my demise incredibly hard for you both? Zephyr came down here and attacked me, Celeste. It isn't like I could have stopped it without making Renil or Zephyr suspicious, Eros argued. Not to mention, we're already putting our necks on the chopping block enough to get this plan to help you out. Because everything always has to be about you, right, Delphine? Eros. Celeste shot him a hard look. Don't start a fight. Why not? He asked, tone bland. Seems to me that's exactly what she's looking for. Maybe I am, Delphine sneered. My ego could use an easy win. We don't have time for this, Celeste hissed, her hands balling into fists at her sides. If you two start fighting, we're never going to get through this. We only have 2 weeks to make this plan work before the blood moon. Sorry if some of us don't have your grace, Celeste, Eros gritted out, flicking his eyes from Delphine to the other girl and back. I've been waiting for years to give her a piece of my mind. Delphine gripped the bars in front of her. Let's have it then. I'm the reason Renil tortured you, right? It's all my fault for taking an opportunity to save myself? Or maybe you're just upset you didn't have the guts to... Stop, Celeste said again. Save the low blows for when we're free. Try to kill each other for all I care, after we get out of here. Zephyr's up to something. I don't know what exactly, but he has a vendetta, and I'm afraid he's going to make a move before we can. I will gouge Zephyr's eyes out before I ever let him near me again, Delphine spat. The pitying frown Celeste gave her made her nerves prick with fury. Delphine rattled the bars. I swear on my blood, I will never. Delphine, Celeste looked aghast. Watch what you're saying. Delphine threw up short, realizing what words had been coming out of her mouth. Her breathing was hard, her knuckles on the bars almost white with the strength of her grip, and it took a moment for the magic she had just begun to activate to settle back down in her core. She had been close to making the magic binding vow, their Siren's oath she wouldn't have been able to take back. Delphine. It was Eros who spoke now, and she looked back at him, expecting to find a smug look in his eyes, but the only thing she saw was determination. We all have a long way to go with repairing everything that's happened here. I promise we want our freedom just as much as you do. I had freedom, she asserted. Did you? He looked back at her evenly. As long as you are bound by that oath to him, you'll be looking over your shoulder everywhere you go. He was right. And you're not worried about that being your own destiny if you ever manage to run away yourself? Eros knows someone in Estrella who can help us out with that. But our top priority right now is figuring out a way to have you present at the claiming ceremony, Celeste broke in. That's when we'll strike, when everyone is caught up in the chaos.
Delphine was 10 steps ahead. She had already assessed that there was only one angle for her to take in order to escape this cell, getting back on Ranil's good side. Celeste had let it slip a few times that his other shoal members were becoming increasingly anxious about the upcoming claiming, going as far as making plans to not be there, an offense that did not come with consequence. If shoal members were willing to incur Ranil's wrath, Delphine knew it would take something truly grand to make them reconsider. That's when a glimmer of an idea crept into her mind. There was nothing Ranil loved more than an audience, and to get an audience, you needed an attraction. "We can't disparage Ranil's pride," Eros said. "The reason he's so pissed at Delphine is because she made him look bad. It won't be easy to undo that damage in such a short period of time." She loved it when people underestimated her. "When you have a plan," Delphine pushed away from the bars. "Get back to me." Delphine made a show of clearing the broken mirror from her bed and curling up on her side as Eros and Celeste bent their heads together and disappeared down the hallway, Celeste looking back at least twice as they walked out of sight. Delphine waited for the telltale signs that they were gone, the creaking sound of the exit door opening, and then the back-to-back click and thud of it shutting behind them. She waited a few minutes before she climbed out of bed again, when she knew they were truly gone, and then she yelled for the guard she suspected had come back sometime when she was unconscious. The guard approached her cell, face wrinkled with disdain at being called over like a dog. Delphine grinned. "Please tell our humble leader that I would like for him to pay me a visit." Gideon was up well before the sun the next day. While he waited for the others to rise, he decided to gather breakfast, unable to stand still for too long. He had never been one to sleep well, but his restlessness was worse than ever. The few memories he had of his childhood with Ezra wouldn't stop looping through his mind. Worse was remembering all the moments without Ezra, when their mother had forcibly kept them apart. Now he pulled himself onto a tree branch above his head, trying to reach a green apple dangling from one of the higher limbs. When he landed back on his feet, he placed the fruit in his satchel with the others and turned to make his way back to the camp, pulling his compass out to make sure he was going the right direction. By the time he got back, the sun was just starting to peek through the clouds above, and he watched as Calliope began to stir from where she was entangled with a lightly snoring Hannah. He immediately looked away, gritting his teeth at the way his magic warmed at the sight of her. He couldn't allow himself to get used to that feeling. The only people his magic had ever gotten used to were Kestrel, Cass, and Ezra, and that was after years of being around one another. The sensation with Calliope started out the same way. He hadn't really noticed it at first, not until the fight they had gotten into with the Sirens, when the girls got separated from the rest of them and he felt the tightening in his chest the farther she had gotten from him. Since the Witch-Eater's cottage, though, it had been 20 times stronger. "Gideon," Calliope whispered as she sat up, blinking sleepily. "Breakfast?" he murmured as he approached, holding out an apple in offering. She nodded in thanks as she accepted the fruit before standing up and stretching out her limbs. "I filled up the canteens last night, too, if you need any water," he informed her as he turned to set the heavy satchel down. "Thanks. I don't even remember falling asleep." "I'm not surprised. You and Hannah were dead to the world by the time we came back." He faced her once again and shrugged. "But aside from Cass and me getting bitten by a couple of angry water sprites, it was pretty quiet. I was exhausted. I'm surprised I stayed awake at all after all the magic I expelled fighting the Valkyrie. Are you feeling all right after that?" he asked. "No other side effects?" "Not that I can tell." Since their conversation at the river, Gideon suddenly felt like the two of them were walking a tightrope, trying to keep their balance before they accidentally fell into the widening chasm that always seemed to be waiting beneath them. "What?" she asked, her mismatched eyes narrowing. "Nothing," he murmured. He pulled another one of the fruits from his pocket and fixed it between his two palms to split it in half and then into 4 quarters.
Calliope raised her brows at the impressive feat as he bit the core out of one of the pieces and then turned to spit it to the ground. "I've been thinking." "About?" she asked around a bite of her own breakfast. Before he could respond, a sudden vibration slithered through the ground beneath their feet. "What the hells?" Cass shouted as he jolted awake, his volume prying Hannah out of her own slumber. "Huh?" Hannah blinked her eyes open. "You both felt that too, right?" Caspian said as he scrambled to his feet. The ground began to rumble again, as if to confirm that they had in fact felt it. "You've got to be kidding," Calliope griped as she tossed the core of her half-eaten apple to the side. "It's too early in the morning for this." Hannah pushed herself up from the tangle of makeshift blankets as all of them braced for whatever was about to happen. The ground continued to vibrate, and Calliope choked on a sound of surprise as the earth began to split open at her feet. Everyone stumbled back as the chasm grew larger, but when Gideon slipped on the crumbling edge, his grip on the compass he was still holding loosened, and he watched in horror as it tumbled into the pit. He reached out with his wind magic, but the artifact was already too far down. Everything that happened next took place within 2 heartbeats. 1. Caspian met Gideon's eyes and pleaded, "Gideon, don't." 2. Gideon jumped in after the compass. Calla gaped down into the black abyss where Gideon disappeared. When the 2 witches on the other side of the pit didn't move, jaws equally slack with shock, she yelled, "We can't leave him down there alone." "Unlike Gideon, I have a rule about not jumping into random holes in the ground," Caspian shouted back, throwing his arms in the air with exasperation. Calla knelt and tried to peer into the darkness, but she couldn't see a thing. "Gideon!" she yelled, her voice echoing down. "Gid!" The ground beneath her crumbled, and Calla tumbled forward, Hannah shouting her name above her as she fell. Hannah slid her gaze over to Caspian. "I want to say I can't believe they both just did that, but, well, it would be a lie. I don't know what the hell's Gideon is thinking half the time these days," Cass started, but the moment the words were out, he shook his head and sighed again. "That's not true. I know exactly what he's thinking. The only way he feels like he can be in control is being the damn hero all the time." Hannah threw him an empathetic look. "I just wish Gideon coped like the rest of us, shaving off all his hair or getting a new tattoo." Cass ran a hand over his shaved head in frustration. "Instead, he dives into situations that could get him killed. I can't lose him too. I'm sorry about Ezra and Kestrel," she told him. "I know all this has been just as hard on you as the rest of us, even though you don't show it as much. I wanted to tell you that earlier." Cass gave her a sad, warm smile. "Thank you. I have full confidence that Kestrel can take care of himself, wherever he may be, but losing Ezra, he was like my little brother too, you know. We didn't get to spend as much time together, since Gideon and I would only really see him back home on our annual breaks from the guild, but I've known him for a decade. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that everything has changed so fast." Hannah nodded again. Then she whispered, "Cass? Yes? Are you scared? About what's to come? Calla started talking about the war last night, and I realized it's all real. She's never talked about it as if she were going to be part of it before." He nodded. "Yes, I suppose it's hard not to be scared. Though my fear isn't really for myself. Even after the dream the demon's oak gave you?" Cass raised his brows in surprise that she had remembered what he'd told her about that. It had been an attempt to distract her and Ezra on their trek to find Gideon and Calliope after the witches disappeared to go to the Witch Eater. The glimpses of the future those dreams pave us aren't set in stone. And even if they were, it's hard to be scared of something you can see coming. A wave of emotions went over Hannah's face, and he worried that he had just said the wrong thing until she told him, "I'm scared all the time, for Delphine and Calla and you and Gideon. The war that I'm going to be on the opposite side of from all of you." Caspian had the urge to hide Hannah on the other side of the world, where the witch queens would never be able to find her or cause her harm. He wasn't sure exactly when he'd become so protective over the little witch, but in the last few days, something between them had grown. He was more than grateful for her warmth and camaraderie among the chaos. "But I'm mostly scared of myself," she finished in a whisper, bringing him out of his thoughts.
He reached out to gently squeeze her hand in comfort. He wanted to be able to tell her it was going to be all right, but that would be a lie. So instead he told her, "Whatever happens, we'll deal with it. You're stronger than you think, Hannah." Hannah sniffed a bit, looking down at her hands. "What if I'm not?" "You are. You've made it this far. You might bend, but you won't break." She gave him an unconvinced smile, but didn't argue as she carefully peered back over into the pitch-black pit in front of them. "Do you think they're okay?" "There aren't any screams of agony yet," Cass muttered. "Gideon should be able to slow their momentum with his magic anyway. Not that he doesn't deserve a broken bone or 10. Let's just hope the hole doesn't close and bury them alive before I get a chance to strangle Gideon myself." Calla let out a shriek as she plummeted through the darkness. She fell for what felt like an eternity, eyes squeezed shut with fear. A giant gust of wind blasted upward as she finally reached the bottom, slowing her momentum greatly. She was surprised to find it wasn't the ground she landed on, but a pair of muscular arms. "Oof," she grunted as Gideon caught her, his arms braced so tightly that it felt like her ribs had slammed into concrete bricks. "What in the hell's, Calliope?" His voice rang out in the dark as he placed her on her feet. "I fell in," she deadpanned. "I can see that," he admonished her. And though they couldn't see each other's faces in the dark, she still gave him an annoyed look. "You're the one who jumped into a giant hole for a compass." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Speaking of, please tell me you at least got it before it shattered on the ground. Luckily, if my magic is good for anything, it's cushioning a fall." "How the hells are we gonna get back up?" she asked, a bit of panic settling into her core as she realized the gravity of the situation. "We might be able to climb out," Gideon said, his voice not as close as it was a second ago. "You know," Calla laughed nervously, "I was never afraid of small dark spaces before, but after this and the Valley of Souls, I'm starting to think maybe they aren't for me." "Hey," he said softly, "I'm here. We're going to find a way to climb out. I just hate not being able to see where I am or what's in front of me." "Take a deep breath and close your eyes," he said soothingly. "Picture your hands in front of you. Picture that little scar you have on your left wrist. Think of the way you'd see the tendrils of your hair that always fall into your eyes until you tuck them behind your ears." Her heart pounded at how intimate his descriptions were. She knew his words were supposed to be helping her focus, but her mind was still stuck on the fact that he had somehow noticed that tiny scar on her wrist, a small, thin line from where a broken perfume bottle, one of Delphine's, had once sliced her and left a shard of glass she hadn't noticed until her magic expelled it from her skin a week later. "What next?" she whispered. "Picture me, right in front of you," he said just as quietly. "My hands." And suddenly he was there, brushing the strand of hair he had described a moment ago off her cheek, exactly where he said it would be. Then he softly placed his fingertips on her warm skin. My face. Here in the dark, she let herself revel in his touch. When he leaned his forehead right against hers, his fingertips sliding down her face, her neck, her arm, until his hand finally came to rest at her waist. A rush of emotions came flooding through her. Grief, hope, lust. And this time, without the guilt, she ran toward it all. A sob began to build in her throat, and the pace of their heartbeats was at an all-time high. It was like a rush of adrenaline had been injected directly into her bloodstream, just from his skin grazing hers. Her senses were sharpened, the fog completely lifted,
and this time she knew it was for good. A red burst of light cut between them. Gideon stumbled back, and Calla gasped at the soft crimson glow. When their eyes met, she swore every nerve in her body was on fire. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that," she whispered. Calliope. He spoke her name like a secret. She was utterly frozen as he closed the distance between them again, brushing his hand down over her glowing numbers, never breaking their stare. He searched for something in her gaze she couldn't name. She couldn't speak, afraid she would cry if she did, with all the growing pressure in her chest. "Tell me to stop," he whispered. She didn't. "This could ruin us," he said. "I know," she choked out, looking down at where his hand was brushing over her skin. He moved to place 2 fingers under her chin and tilted her face back up to his. "I know. We're going to get rid of the bond. I'm accepting that. And I know getting used to this, how it feels, is the opposite of wise. But, she prompted, "I just want to feel everything, just for a moment." "Gideon," she whispered, wished, hoped. "We keep playing with fire." "I know," he said, letting his eyes fall shut for a moment before straightening himself up and taking a deliberate step away from her. "I hate this." "Which part?" She huffed a bitter laugh as she felt a wave of disappointment at the loss of his contact. He didn't answer, but the intensity in his eyes, highlighted by the red glow, made a shiver run down her spine. "We are so unbelievably screwed." Gideon finally turned away from her and began to inspect the walls, raising his arm to cast the light over the jutting rocks and vines in the dirt. "I think we'll be able to climb out," he told her, waving her over to inspect for herself. Calla nodded, grateful he was the one to pull back this time, not sure if she had the strength at the moment. She approached the wall beside him, reaching to grab onto a thicket of roots and hauling herself up onto one of the protruding rocks. She began a steady ascent, careful to evenly distribute her weight between steps in order to not dislodge any of the debris and slip. Gideon followed her path below, and they both made it almost 10 feet off the ground before they heard and felt a shift below. Calla peered down, past Gideon, and squinted into the dark. It was nearly impossible to see anything outside the reach of the crimson light, but there was no mistaking the movement or the shape of the figures that had just stepped out from the wall. Terrachnids. Gideon cursed before telling her, "Climb!" Calla didn't have to be told twice. She began moving at a relentless pace, clawing her hands into the earth when there wasn't a sufficient object for her to grasp, gritting her teeth at the uncomfortable feeling of dirt and pebbles getting caked beneath her nails. Her biceps were screaming as she continued to heave her way up faster and faster. Sweat began to bead at her temples as she felt the force of the terrachnids crawling up after them, their many spear-like legs plunging into the walls as they scurried up. Dirt crumbled down into her eyes, and she slipped a few feet, hands desperately scrabbling to find purchase, until she felt a wave of Gideon's magic envelop her. The pressure of his wind kept her afloat long enough to regain her hold. "You're okay," he assured her, his voice strained with effort, but firm. "Just keep going." Calla took a deep breath and continued, and when she could finally make out the opening above them, when there was enough light from the forest to drown out the red beams still emanating from Gideon's arm, she almost sobbed. Caspian's face suddenly appeared overhead, and he reached down to help her up when she was close enough. She clasped his hand, and he dragged her all the way out before leaning back in for Gideon. Calla crawled a few feet away from the pit before pushing herself to her feet, arms shaking a bit from the exertion of using muscles she rarely exercised. "What the hells is happening with your numbers?" Cass asked, just as the light coming from Gideon's arm blinked out. "No time," the prince waved off his friend's concern. "We need to move. We've got company."
Cass opened his mouth to question Gideon further, but it was too late. 3 pterychnids crawled out of the abyss. Delphine felt the moment Reniel entered the dungeon. The water dropped 10 degrees, and she braced herself for what was about to happen, who she was about to become. When Reniel stepped into view, she was already waiting for him, leaning her shoulders back against the wall, picking at her nails. "What's this I hear about a request to see me?" he questioned, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "A few days with your old pals, and you've already decided getting your throat ripped out was more appealing than talking to them?" Delphine fixed a sultry smile on her face as she pushed off the wall and strutted forward, leaning a hip against the bars. Slipping back into the girl she used to be wasn't necessarily easy, was a little too suffocating, honestly, but it was familiar. She purred. "You mean that wasn't just your version of foreplay?" Anyone who hadn't studied the Siren in front of her for years wouldn't have been able to pick up the trace amount of shock and thrill that flitted through his silver eyes. When he bared his sharpened canines at her in a shark-like grin, she knew that, for now at least, she had piqued his interest. Delphine got straight to the point. "I'm bored. And I've been thinking." She reached between the gaps in the bars and trailed the nail of her index finger down the Siren's chest. "Wouldn't we both have more fun if you let me out of here?" Reniel pressed himself closer to the posts, so his face was only inches from hers. "If you think I'm foolish enough to let you seduce me, you've lost your mind since you've been gone." It took everything in Delphine not to gag. She simply smiled sweetly and told him, "I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea." Reniel lifted a brow. "I meant, we both know you well enough to know you lose thrill in things quite easily. Ripping out my throat is only going to entertain you for a couple more days, if you haven't already completely lost interest. Am I right?" There was an intrigued glint in the man's eyes, but he didn't bother to answer. She continued, "I know that my leaving disappointed you." Now his demeanor shifted, his jaw clenching a bit as he spoke. "Disappointed? Your little stunt almost obliterated my entire reputation. People began to question how firm my hand was. Those who have sworn a Siren's oath to me began to get ideas in their heads they have no business having. You are to blame for that. You didn't exactly give me a choice." Her smile tightened now. "You refused to promote me from being a gossip collector. Because I had something better, but you left before you could even find that out," he spat at her. "What do you mean?" "Oh, Moonlight," he shook his head. "I know how much you lost during your claiming." "No, you don't. You know that wasn't about you. It was about your conniving mother. And I must say, despite the circumstances that led to you swearing your Siren's oath to me, you've always proven yourself. It's why I was going to finally release you from your oath and promote you to my inner circle. I was going to take you on my trips outside the Siren Sea, so you could finally travel like you always talked about. But then you ran away." His voice tightened as he said those last words. "Why didn't you just tell me that was your plan? Where's the entertainment in that? The drama you caused on the night you thought you weren't chosen for my inner circle was infinitely more fun, didn't you think?" "No, I didn't," she seethed. "Clearly," he commented, as he pushed himself away from the cell, smoothing down the front of his shirt. "Alas, you made your bed, and now you must lie in it, instead of mine." Her stomach churned with what she was about to do. "Give me one more chance," she hurried to say. "I know better now. I understand that I should have trusted you more." She swallowed, trying to clear away the acidic taste of the lies.
After what happened with my mother, I'm sure you can understand why trust was never easy for me. Allow me to repent." Riniel paused, tilting his head at the desperation in her tone. "Why should I do that?" This was it, where she needed to twist the knife. "You said I made you look bad to everyone in your circle, but I cannot imagine you ever told anyone that I ran away from you." She watched as he shifted on his feet, ever so slightly, and smiled. "That's what I thought. So, what story did you tell them then?" "You and Zephyr had a sordid affair that ended badly when he refused to choose you over me. So you left?" Delphine's mask almost slipped at his admission. Instead, she snorted. "I'm sure Zephyr loved to toting that narrative around. But how about I do you one better? I'm listening, Moonlight." He smiled languidly. "Tell everyone I've returned for you. Say I couldn't make it on my own out there, that I was desperate to get back to you, that I was a fool. Tell them all that Zephyr drove away your shining star, but I'm so loyal I came back. Use me as an example that there's no better out there for them." Lies, lies, lies. But she could tell the wheels were turning in Riniel's head as a spark of excitement crossed his face. This was what she had been betting on. With unrest growing in the shoal, he needed something to reel them back in, and she was handing him the perfect story on a silver platter. Not to mention, those who were trying to get out of the next claiming ceremony would surely return to get a glimpse of the only girl who had ever managed to escape from Riniel's clutches. "Why don't we go somewhere more comfortable to finish this conversation? Huh?" Riniel fished a key out of his pocket as he spoke, inserting it in the lock of her cell's door with a metallic clang. "This doesn't mean I won't be sending you right back here if you take even one step out of line. It just means you have my attention, for now." He swung the cell door open with a creak and bent down until their gazes were level. "If you try to run again, the pain of the last few days will pale in comparison to the wrath I will bring down upon you." Delphine's stare didn't falter as she dipped her chin in a nod, though a shot of adrenaline did rush through her body. Time and time again, Riniel had proven that his ego would be his death blow one day. And as Delphine followed Riniel out of the prison, she prayed that she would get to be the one to land it. Delphine pretended to take a sip from the crystal goblet Riniel had placed on the table in front of her, though getting inebriated